Chapter 951 Chess Sagely. This chess soul looked much more elegant than the one attached to the elder. Furthermore, the essence energy fluctuations on its body were stronger. He sat by the river bank with a stone chessboard and Chinese chess in front of him. When he saw Zhou Wen and company walk over, the chess soul said faintly, "If you want to go up empty Chinese chess, you have to pass me first. We aren't going up empty Chinese chess. We are just passing by," Li Xian said. "If you wish to go up empty Chinese chess, you have to pass through me first." The chess soul repeated this sentence mechanically, as though it was the only thing he could say. It was like an extremely unintelligent robot. "Grandpa Chen, what's empty Chinese chess?" Zhou Wen asked the elder beside him. "I've never been to empty Chinese chess. I only heard from the elder when I was young that there was an empty Chinese chess in the nearby mountains. Legend has it that there was an ancient general who once fought an immortal by the river. In the end, the immortal was defeated by the general and flew away in embarrassment. The immortal even abandoned his chessboard and chess pieces. Therefore, the chessboard and chess pieces turned into empty Chinese chess," the elder said after some thought. "From the looks of it, it's because empty Chinese chess has become a dimensional zone that the surrounding area has changed. These chess souls are only protecting empty Chinese chess," Zhou Wen said after some thought. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "They are guarding this place and not letting people go to empty Chinese chess. Doesn't that mean that there are treasures there? Even if there are treasures, it has nothing to do with us. With our chess skills, I'm afraid we won't be able to go up the mountain." Zhou Wen didn't know how to play chess, so he wasn't interested in anything on empty Chinese chess. "All treasures in the world belong to those who are fated. Since we've encountered it today, if we don't take it, we might be struck by lightning." Li Xian was very interested. "Even so, you have to have the ability to win the game. Don't tell me you plan on letting me fight my way up? If there's a mythical chess soul, my ability might not be effective." Zhou Wen was telling the truth. Supreme Hell King had epic strength after all. Who knew if it would be effective against a mythical chess soul? Furthermore, empty Chinese chess was odd. Perhaps there would be some special taboos. When the time came, Zhou Wen wouldn't be able to use two things at the same time. He couldn't use Flames when dismissing the taboo, nor could he dismiss the taboo when using Flames. That would be troublesome. "There's no need for you to fight. Watch me. Let these chess souls know how powerful I am." The workings of Li Xian's mind was a mystery, as he confidently walked towards the opposite bank. After Li Xian crossed the river, he saw the space on the other side immediately turn odd. It was as though an ancient power had descended and enveloped the space on the other side. Li Xian calmly sat opposite the chess soul and really began playing with it. "Is President very good at chess?" Feng Qiuyan asked in puzzlement. "I've never seen him play before," Zhou Wen said as he spread out his hands. Li Xian sat opposite the chess soul casually, as though he thought nothing of it. As he played chess with the chess soul, he played with his phone. Zhou Wen glanced at his phone screen and immediately knew why Li Xian was so confident. This fellow had actually used his phone to play a game of man versus machine at the Grandmaster level. He played the chess soul's move against the Grandmaster level AI on the phone. Then, he used the Grandmaster level AI's moves against the chess soul. The facts proved that even a dimensional creature like a chess soul wasn't as smart as a computer. Li Xian actually defeated the chess soul. After a while, the chess soul was out of moves and fell into a deadlock. Bam! The chess soul's body exploded and a dimensional crystal dropped. Unfortunately, it was only a stack crystal. "President, your chess skills are amazing. If I had known, I would have gotten President to do it. Coach didn't need to sacrifice so many of his companion beasts." Feng Qiuyan couldn't see what was on Li Xian's phone screen from such a distance, so he thought that Li Xian's chess skills were extremely impressive. Li Xian held the stacked crystal and walked back. He said smugly, "How about it? Do you now know that the title Chess Sagely isn't called for nothing? President, you are really talented," Feng Qiuyan praised. "Old Zhou, are you convinced?" Li Xian asked Zhou Wen again. "I think it's more appropriate to call him Grandmaster Li," Zhou Wen said. Li Xian laughed. "Indeed, I can't hide it from you. However, can't you pretend not to know and let me be smug for a while? What's going on?" Feng Qiuyan asked in puzzlement. Li Xian showed the phone to Feng Qiuyan, who immediately understood. However, he still praised. "President, you are really smart. You actually thought of this move." "Of course. Back when I was born, a fortune teller said that I had a halo above my head." Li Xian was even more smug. The few of them continued on their way. Every time they encountered a chess soul, Li Xian would use his phone to fight it. Every time, he would defeat the chess souls, and even have several dimensional crystals drop. Zhou Wen used his phone to look at the stats of the dimensional crystals, and roughly knew that they were at the legendary or epic stage. They weren't that strong. However, as long as they entered the chess soul's range, the Chinese chess dimensional zone would activate. Unless one defeated them in chess, there was no way to kill them. Only someone like Zhou Wen who had special attribute abilities could kill the chess soul in an aberrant situation. Li Xian won consecutively, as the few of them slowly passed through the mountainous area. However, along the way, they didn't see the elder's father. The chess souls they encountered didn't possess anyone. Even when they arrived at the mountain village the elder mentioned, they didn't encounter his father. Grandpa Chen, from the looks of it, your father is probably no longer around. What are your plans? We can take you to a nearby city. Li Xian asked the elder as they rested in the village. I'm already at this age. There's no point in going out. It's best I stay in this mountain village, the elder said after some thought. By the way, Grandpa Chen, where's the empty Chinese chest you mentioned? Li Xian asked again. It's over there. Follow this mountain path and you'll see it. Empty Chinese chest is very special. You'll recognize it at a glance. The elder pointed the way. After Zhou Wen and company bade the elder farewell, they continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered a few chess souls, but none of them were a match for the computer. They were defeated by Li Xian. Is that empty Chinese chess? Li Xian pointed ahead. Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan looked over, and saw a strange mountain in front of them. Just as the elder had said, it was squarish and resembled a chessboard. What was even stranger was that there were sounds of a battle coming from the mountain. It was as though an army was fighting an intense battle on empty Chinese chess. However, Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to observe the top of empty Chinese chess, but he didn't discover any troops. There was only a black-robed chess soul sitting in front of the chessboard. And above the chessboard was a strange cocoon. Chapter 952 Black-robed chess soul. There's actually a guardian cocoon here? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Although there were many guardian cocoons scattered across the world, the chances of encountering one weren't high. It was considered lucky that they could encounter one in such an unknown dimensional zone. There's a chess soul and a guardian cocoon on the mountain. Zhou Wen told Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan the situation. Li Xian's interest was piqued when he heard that. I really get what I want. I was just thinking of getting a guardian to play with, but he came knocking on my door. If you aren't interested, I'll contract him for fun. You have to think it through. Ignoring the possibility of being contracted, even if it can be contracted, such a contract doesn't provide any guarantees. The guardian might betray you at any time. Zhou Wen explained matters pertaining to guardians to Li Xian. Li Xian thought nothing of it. That's good. No one has any restrictions. It's just like finding a girlfriend. If we are suitable, we can be together. If we aren't suitable, we can break up. You can't just let the other person be with you forever regardless of whether you like them or not. That's immoral. Alright, as long as you are fine with it. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said. However, you have to be careful. The one on the mountain is probably a mythical chess soul. It's still a question if your strategy will work. Li Xian thought for a moment and said. In fact, Chinese chess is a relatively simple game. It's not as complicated as Go. Even a grandmaster-level human at Chinese chess won't find it easy to beat a computer at Chinese chess. If that chess soul follows the rules, there's a high chance of me winning. I'm just afraid that he has some special means that can change the game. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said. How about this? Don't go up. I'll help you play chess. You will contract the guardian yourself. If anything happens, I can handle it myself. Haha, I won't stand on ceremony then. Li Xian handed his phone to Zhou Wen. As there was no internet here, he could only get Zhou Wen to use his phone which had the Chinese chess game installed and tell him how to operate it. It's too dangerous up there. Wait for me here. Zhou Wen put down and got her to stay at the foot of the mountain while he took Li Xian's phone and went up empty Chinese chess. Zhou Wen had already made up his mind. If Li Xian couldn't contract it, he would attempt to kill the guardian inside the cocoon. It could be considered as eliminating a future enemy. The moment he took his first step on empty Chinese chess, Zhou Wen felt the taboo power descend on him. Thankfully, the heaven-opening scripture was effective. The restrictions were useless against him. Knowing that the heaven-opening scripture was useful, Zhou Wen felt relieved. The black-robed chess soul sat in front of the chessboard. His appearance was no different from a real person. It was almost impossible to tell that he was a spirit body. The chessboard here was much more exquisite. Not only was it engraved on the stone platform, but there were also stone blocks on both sides. After Zhou Wen sat down on the stone block opposite him, the black-robed chess soul finally opened his eyes. He looked at him with eyes that resembled dark abysses and said, Are you prepared to bet on your fate as a chess player? I'm ready. Zhou Wen picked up Li Xian's phone and launched the Chinese chess app. He chose the highest difficulty level, Special Grandmaster. As Zhou Wen was the first to move, he relaunched the game a few times. After he managed to get a round in which the computer made the first move, he followed the computer's choice and chose to carry out a common opening, moving the cannon. The black-robed chess soul moved the horse out without any change in expression. Zhou played chess with the black-robed chess soul according to the computer's moves. The intensity exceeded his imagination as no winner could be determined. Li Xian also turned nervous when he saw this. Mythical chess souls are indeed extraordinary to be able to fight a grandmaster without being at a disadvantage for so long. Will Zhou be alright? Coach can resist Dimensional Zone rules. Even if he loses, he will be fine, Feng Qiuyan said. That's true, but what if? Li Xian felt uneasy. In the end, neither side had the ability to kill the general. Unless one side made a fatal mistake, there was no chance of winning. Do you agree to a draw for this match? The black-robed chess soul asked Zhou. Alright. Zhou could tell that the computer was repeating the previous steps. There was no way to win. Restart. The black-robed chess soul said before the chess pieces on the chessboard automatically returned to their starting positions. Since it's a draw, I don't plan on continuing. Zhou got up to leave, but he realized that he couldn't leave the stone block. Since the game has already begun, we have to determine the victor, said the black-robed chess soul. Zhou didn't say a word as he continued playing chess with the black-robed chess soul. However, the few subsequent rounds had neither side defeating the other's general. All he could do was play again and again. The situation isn't looking good. That black-robed chess soul is a little powerful. It can actually play so many rounds with a grandmaster-level computer. Do you think the computer will screw up? Li Xian said. The computer isn't a human brain. It won't make mistakes. Feng Qiuyan also became nervous. Although the computer standard was relatively stable and probably wouldn't make any mistakes, the black-robed chess soul was actually able to keep drawing with the computer. It would be difficult to tell if something unexpected would happen. The treasure in your hand is rather interesting. It can actually calculate the various possibilities of each move and choose the optimal solution, the black-robed chess soul suddenly said to Zhou. Zhou was alarmed. The black soul chess soul's intelligence was clearly much higher than the average chess soul. It could actually see through the problem with the mobile game. Zhou was somewhat worried if the black-robed chess soul would use any means to prevent his phone from functioning normally. However, the black-robed chess soul didn't have such plans. He looked at Zhou and said indifferently, It's indeed very easy to win that way, but it's not a sure win. I'll win this round. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. In fact, it wasn't that the computer wouldn't lose. Furthermore, this was only a mobile game. The algorithm and calculation abilities weren't especially strong. The black-robed chess soul began another round, but this time, Zhou could clearly sense that the aura on the black-robed chess soul was different. The intense confidence and determination to win were just too shocking. Zhou continued playing according to the computer's moves, but even a chess rookie like Zhou could sense that the situation was developing in a disadvantageous direction. Not good. This round isn't good. Feng Qiuyan, who had the best chess skills among the three of them, had already noticed that something was amiss. Prepare to help old Zhou. Li Xian summoned his carapace and was prepared to fight. Indeed, the subsequent situation became more and more disadvantageous for Zhou. Finally, Zhou's general had nowhere to go. The word victory appeared in the mobile game. He had followed the black-robed chess soul's moves and had actually won against the computer's special grandmaster. Without any hesitation, Zhou switched to the heaven opening scripture and prepared to fight the black-robed chess soul. The black-robed chess soul looked up and stared at Zhou with a strange smile. You want to contract the Guardian, right? Chapter 953 Don't Belong Here. Zhou looked at the black-robed chess soul in puzzlement. He had won the game, but he didn't immediately use the rules to control his body. He even asked such a question, so Zhou was unsure what he was up to. I have a companion who wants to contract the Guardian. Zhou didn't say that he was the one wanting to contract the Guardian. If the black-robed chess soul allowed him to contract the Guardian for some quirky reason, wouldn't it be awkward? Was he to attack or not? One wouldn't rush over and kill the person who had just given you a treasure with a smile, right? It's that one, right? The black-robed chess soul glanced at Li Xian. Yes. Zhou nodded. The black-robed chess soul said, I can give him a chance to attempt the contract, but there's a condition. Zhou looked at the black-robed chess soul in shock. This was the first time he knew that the guardian beast could negotiate with others. This intelligence should be considered above par among the dimensional creatures on Earth, right? Zhou thought for a moment and asked, What's the condition? The black-robed chess soul pondered for a moment before saying, If you can't contract it, you have to help me destroy the guardian in the cocoon. Zhou was even more alarmed when he heard that. He never expected the black-robed chess soul to make such a request ahead of time. Pardon me for asking, but aren't you protecting it? Zhou asked. The black-robed chess soul didn't answer. It only asked Zhou. You can consider it. If you agree, you can get your companion to try the contract. If you don't agree, you can leave now. Why did you choose us? Zhou asked again. Because you can help, especially you. The black-robed chess soul answered directly, without hiding anything. I need to discuss it with my companions, Zhou said after some thought. Sure. The black-robed chess soul nodded slightly. Zhou felt the taboo power on him vanish. He could stand up from the stone block. Seeing Zhou return, Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan wore looks of curiosity. Li Xian asked, Old Zhou, what's going on? The black-robed chess soul said that he can let us attempt to contract the Guardian, but there's a condition. Zhou said, We can even negotiate? Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan widened their eyes in disbelief. I originally thought that it wasn't possible, but from the looks of it, I seem to have had some misunderstandings in the past. Zhou now felt that the relationship between the Guardian Beast and the Guardian wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Coach, what are the black-robed chess soul's conditions? Feng Qiuyan asked. Zhou repeated the words of the black-robed chess soul. Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan looked at each other after hearing that. Like Zhou, they found it unbelievable that such a thing would happen. It had completely exceeded their imagination. If the contracting fails, do we have the ability to kill the Guardian? Li Xian asked Zhou. We can give it a try. Since the black-robed chess soul dares to take action, I believe he has some confidence. If you want to give it a try, go ahead. Zhou also wanted to eliminate the Guardian to prevent another enemy in the future. Alright, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Li Xian no longer hesitated. After the three of them reached a consensus, they went up empty Chinese chess and arrived in front of the black-robed chess soul. So as long as we agree to help you, we can attempt contracting the Guardian? Li Xian asked. That's right. The black-robed chess soul nodded slightly. Alright, we agree. Can I attempt to contract the Guardian now? Li Xian looked at the black-robed chess soul. Anytime. The black-robed chess soul looked very easygoing. It didn't request Zhou and company to make an oath. In fact, not all dimensional creatures had the ability to bind people with oaths. It was a very high-level ability that only a few powerful dimensional creatures had. Then I'll be going. As Li Xian walked towards the Guardian cocoon, he looked at the black-robed chess soul. The black-robed chess soul sat there leisurely, without any intention of stopping him. Li Xian had long understood the method of contracting a Guardian from Zhou. Without any hesitation, he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Guardian cocoon. Unfortunately, this Guardian wasn't interested in Li Xian. Li Xian's blood flowed down without seeping into it. You don't know what's good for you. Li Xian retreated gloomily. Both of you can give it a try as well. The black-robed chess soul said to Zhou and Feng Qiuyan. There's no need for me. Zhou said. I don't need to either. Feng Qiuyan said firmly. The black-robed chess soul was somewhat surprised. It glanced at them and said, Since you can't contract it, you should fulfill your promise now. What do you plan on doing? What can we help with? Zhou asked. The black-robed chess soul got up and looked at the Guardian cocoon. He said with a heavy expression, This Guardian cocoon shouldn't be here. Zhou was enlightened. In that case, you don't need to protect it? To his surprise, the black-robed chess soul shook its head and said, My duty is indeed to protect it. Therefore, before it's contracted, I can't injure it unless something special happens. Zhou guessed the special situation the black-robed chess soul mentioned. He looked at the Guardian cocoon and said, Let it break out of the cocoon without a contract? The black-robed chess soul nodded and said, Guardians without a contract are not allowed to break out of the cocoon. As long as you can help me break its cocoon and force it out, I can deal with it. In other words, we only need to break the cocoon of the Guardian and don't need to participate in the battle, right? Zhou thought. Of course, if you wish to participate you can, said the black-robed chess soul. Zhou and company looked at each other. They never expected the black-robed chess soul's request to be so simple. What did you mean by it shouldn't be here? Li Xian asked. The black-robed chess soul said with a strange expression. This explanation is very complicated. To put it simply, this Guardian and I don't belong to this dimensional zone. We appeared here due to some accident. In that case, you aren't a chess soul? Zhou and company looked at the black-robed chess soul in a daze. No. The black-robed chess soul answered firmly. This answer made Zhou and company's expressions turn even odder. Li Xian asked, You aren't a Chinese chess soul? How do you have such good skills at Chinese chess? All chess souls have similarities. Although I'm not a Chinese chess soul, I'm a type of chess soul. Therefore, learning Chinese chess isn't difficult, said the black-robed chess soul. Chapter 954 Strange Chess Game. Li Xian asked curiously, What kind of chess do you play? The black-robed chess soul smiled without answering. You humans are just too curious. Now isn't the time to explain this. You should fulfill your promise. Zhou thought for a moment and said, take your down the mountain first. If it's just destroying the guardian cocoon, I alone am enough. Before Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan could say a word, the black-robed chess soul said, it's useless. Once the guardian breaks out of the cocoon, the surrounding area will be under its control. Let alone the foot of the mountain. Even if you walk another 50 kilometers, he will still be able to cover the area with his ability. However, Zhou didn't care. He got Li Xian and company to descend the mountain, while he stood in front of the cocoon alone. As he didn't know what abilities the guardian inside had, Zhou didn't forcefully tear open the cocoon. He summoned Explosive Fiend Man, and made it use time bomb on the cocoon. When I'm far away, I'll blast open the guardian cocoon. It's best you stay away, Zhou said, as he descended the mountain and retreated a distance with Yer and company. At the limit of Explosive Fiend Man's range, Zhou ordered Explosive Fiend Man to detonate the time bombs that covered the guardian cocoon. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the guardian cocoon exploded into pieces, as the guardian inside appeared. Guardians were basically in human form. Although they were somewhat different from real humans, they weren't too different. At most, they had wings or heads that resembled animals. However, the guardian that appeared looked completely different. At first glance, nothing about it resembled a human. This guardian looked like a canine or feline, but its body wasn't made of flesh and blood. Its outer shell appeared metallic, like a kind of mechanical creature. The moment this strange guardian appeared, it immediately confronted the black-robed chess soul. A powerful aura erupted between the two. Is the battle about to begin? Li Xian said excitedly, as he looked at the mountaintop. It has already begun. Zhou looked around. Ever since the guardian appeared, a certain nomological force had covered a large area. They were already far enough from Chess Mountain, but they were still within the range of influence. Furthermore, this nomological force was clearly different from MT Chinese Chess's nomological forces. Zhou also focused on the mountaintop. This battle might be different from ordinary battles. After all, the power possessed by the chess soul and guardian was different from ordinary battle-type guardians and dimensional creatures. Just as Zhou was looking forward to the battle between them, he saw them sit down in front of a chessboard. What the hell? So it's still a game of chess? Li Xian said in disappointment. However, what they saw next was somewhat different from what they had imagined. The chess pieces on the chessboard automatically exploded. Even the chessboard was somewhat different. Clang! When a chess piece landed on the board, the three of them took a look. It was still the familiar Chinese chess piece with the word horse written on it. Quick dodge! The moment the chess piece landed, Zhou felt his heart palpitate. He suddenly pushed Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian as he quickly retreated with Yer in his arms. Boom! A huge hoof print appeared where they had been standing, as though some invisible terrifying creature had landed there. Thankfully, Zhou had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, they would have been flattened. What the hell was that? Li Xian got up and threw out a goo. The goo charged at the hoof mark, but it rushed straight through it as though there was nothing there. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. Not far from them, a hill collapsed as though something heavy had fallen. Zhou hurriedly looked at the chessboard and saw that there was an additional chess piece on it. It was a piece played by the black-robed chess soul. The chess piece was different from the guardian's chess piece. Although it was also a horse, there were no words written on it. Instead, it was a statue-like chess piece in the shape of a horse's head. That piece should be chess from the West District, right? Zhou said with an odd expression. Probably. Although I've never played it before, I've seen others play it before. It should be from the West District. It's completely different from the Chinese chess in the East District. Li Xian used insect eyes to see the chessboard on the mountain. Boom! Boom! As the guardian and the black-robed chess soul kept placing pieces down, the surrounding space seemed to have invisible giants land, causing the ground, mountains, and rivers to constantly crack. As for the guardian, it seemed to deliberately target them. Every time it placed a piece, it would cause a disaster where they were. It made Zhou and company constantly move to avoid the disasters that appeared out of nowhere. We can't stay here. We have to get out. Li Xian led the way out. However, disasters continued to descend. They were nearly hit several times. Due to the nomological force, they would probably be instantly killed if they were struck. No matter how strong their bodies were, it was useless in front of laws. Get on! Zhou summoned the earth elemental beast and got Li Xian and company to sit on it before letting it leave by burrowing through the earth. However, when the earth elemental beast reached about 50 kilometers, it couldn't escape. No matter how it tried to escape, it kept circling around the edge. Zhou used the heaven opening scripture and attempted to take a step out. He did exit himself, but Yer was isolated inside. He couldn't take her out. From the looks of it, everything within a 50-kilometer radius has become a chessboard that corresponds to the game. Wherever the chess piece lands, it will form a connection with the corresponding location, causing terrifying destructive power, Feng Qiuyan said. Boom! Another chess piece landed where they were standing. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had already seen the spot where the chess piece landed. He determined the corresponding spot in reality and dodged it with them. I have to deal with that guardian. Zhou Wen handed Yer to Li Xian and rode the earth elemental beast to the side, heading straight for empty Chinese chess. He didn't care about the rules. He wanted to kill the guardian. Perhaps the guardian's target was Zhou Wen. The moment Zhou Wen appeared, its chess piece landed again. This time, it was a piece with the word cannon. When it landed, it left a huge blast crater in the ground. With the protection of the heaven-opening scripture, Zhou Wen ignored the laws and pulled out light concealment sword. With a sky slash, he slashed at the canine robot-like guardian, hoping to kill it and end the terrifying game. Chapter 955 Tor Chapter Dragon's Ferocious Might. Sky Slash could tear through space and had astonishing destructive power. Just as the Sky Slash was about to hit the Guardian's body automatically split open, like the disassembly of mechanical components. Sky Slash slashed past its body, but it failed to injure it. The light concealment sword in Zhou Wen's hand crisscrossed like lightning, but the Guardian's body kept disassembling into components. Wherever the Sky Slash slashed, it would disassemble into smaller pieces to dodge the Sky Slash's power. Furthermore, every part of its body seemed to possess intelligence. When it fought Zhou Wen, its fingers were still tapping down on the chessboard. Every time it tapped his finger, a new piece would appear on the chessboard. However, the position where the chess piece landed wasn't where Zhou Wen was, but where Li Xian and company were. Without Zhou Wen's ability to spy on the chessboard, they had no idea when a chess piece would land on them. They had relied on their intuition and experience to dodge a few times, but they were already in peril. Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth, Explosive Fiend Man, Torch Dragon, and other companion beasts to attack the Guardian. This move worked as expected. Under the siege of Zhou Wen's mythical companion beast lineup, the Guardian, who seemed to be able to infinitely disassemble, couldn't withstand the pressure. A portion of the disassembled parts were shattered by Tyrant Behemoth's punch. However, the shattered components actually reassembled like nano-machines. This terrifying Guardian actually managed to withstand the attack of the mythical lineup. With a chess piece, cannon, landing, Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian had no time to dodge. Li Xian pounced forward and held Yer and Feng Qiuyan in front of him. He supported himself with both hands as an evil aura on his body flickered. The power of the Carapace live soul was pushed to its limits. Boom! Under the terrifying strike, the Carapace on Li Xian's back shattered. The fragment stabbed into his body, piercing through his flesh and bones. Instantly, Li Xian was covered in blood. Blood dripped down as Li Xian continued supporting himself with both hands. A deep crater appeared in the surrounding rocks. Yer and Feng Qiuyan were protected by him. Yer wasn't injured, while Feng Qiuyan was only slightly injured. President! Feng Qiuyan couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw Li Xian's spine exposed from the strike. Furthermore, many parts of his body had torn open. Don't move! Li Xian shouted coldly, stopping Feng Qiuyan from crawling out. The injuries on his body healed at an extremely fast speed, and the carapace automatically healed. Boom! At that moment, there was another loud stomp. A terrifying force that resembled the hoof of a Pegasus stepped on Li Xian's back. Immediately, blood spewed out of his mouth. Li Xian, who had yet to fully recover, suffered serious injuries once again. His armor shattered and his bones were almost crushed. But even so, Li Xian didn't die. His injuries and shattered carapace rapidly healed once more. Zhou Wen knew that Li Xian couldn't last long, but he had yet to find a way to kill the Guardian. All he could do was get Tyrant Behemoth to rush over to provide support. The Guardian struck Li Xian again and again, but Li Xian managed to survive. Even so, the situation was only worsening. Thankfully, Tyrant Behemoth finally rushed over and protected the three of them under its body, blocking the terrifying bombardment. Tyrant Behemoth, who had activated absolute strength, spat out a mouthful of blood after suffering the strike. It was immediately severely injured, and its bones fractured. Zhou Wen knew that it wasn't because the Guardian was powerful, but because it had borrowed the power of MT Chinese Chess's dimensional zone. Tyrant Behemoth wasn't only resisting the Guardian's power, but also the rules of MT Chinese Chess. This was a truly terrifying power. No matter how strong a companion beast was, it was difficult for it to withstand the power of an entire dimensional zone. Previously, Li Xian had been able to resist the rules thanks to his life providence. The rules of MT Chinese Chess implied destruction when struck by a chess piece, but his life providence was indestructible. Furthermore, Li Xian's live soul was extremely strange, allowing him to withstand the strikes of the chess pieces. If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to withstand it even with a mythical body. Zhou Wen was also attacking the Guardian with all his might, but the Guardian was as tenacious as Li Xian. No matter how many times its body components were destroyed, they could still be combined to form new parts even if they were shattered. Its entire body seemed to be made of nanomachines. Unless one could directly vaporize it or make it disappear into nothingness, it was very difficult to kill it. Die! Zhou Wen knew that they couldn't hold on any longer. He ordered Torch Dragon Youngling to use Bright Torch Vision World. The power of the Bright Torch Vision World immediately sucked in the Guardian's body, but the body sucked in seemed to be only a part of its body. Soon, another nano-machine appeared out of nowhere and began reconstructing the Guardian's body. Chess Soul, think of a way to escape. Zhou Wen roared at the black-robed Chess Soul before putting away all the companion beasts other than Torch Dragon. He also wore the Jade Crystal Essence armor. In the next second, Torch Dragon's body emitted a bright glow as rows of Torch Dragon eyes opened. Like an ancient ferocious god, it simultaneously activated Bright Torch Vision World. The black-robed Chess Soul turned pale with fright when it saw this. Its figure flashed and vanished. The Guardian's disintegrated body was rapidly sucked away by the Bright Torch Vision World. Even the empty Chinese chest below suffered a terrifying energy strike as it vanished piece by piece. The Guardian seemed to realize that it was about to die. Unable to withstand Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World in its World King transformation state, the Guardian suddenly made a strange move. Its remaining components rushed towards the spot where the Guardian cocoon was. However, very quickly, under the omnipresent Bright Torch Vision World, the Guardian's body was sucked in. Even half of empty Chinese chess vanished. The power of the chess game finally vanished. Apart from the Dimensional Zone's nomological powers, the other powers vanished. Torch Dragon Youngling landed weakly, and was almost unable to raise its head. Using the World King transformation and Bright Torch Vision World at full strength expended too much of its strength. Thankfully, it had only lasted for a blink of an eye. If it had lasted any longer, Torch Dragon Youngling would have died first. The black-robed Chess Soul crawled out from beneath empty Chinese chess and looked at the mountaintop that had vanished. Li Xian, are you alright? Zhou Wen didn't have the time to bother with the black-robed Chess Soul as he quickly arrived in front of Li Xian and company. Tyrant Behemoth was covered in injuries and looked severely injured. It had only suffered 2 strikes, but Li Xian had suffered at least 5 strikes. I'm fine. Li Xian crawled out from below as his body and carapace healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 956 Defective Guardian. Just as Li Xian's carapace was being repaired, a strange scene suddenly ensued. Tiny specks of dust appeared where his carapace shattered. The specks of dust mixed into the carapace and fused with it, allowing the carapace to recover faster. However, the repaired carapace was somewhat different from the other intact parts of the carapace. It suffused a strange metallic luster, as though it was mixed with metallic granules. This is... that Guardian. What does it want? Don't tell me it wants to occupy my body. Li Xian was given a fright. It chose to use the drop of blood from before to contract with you, allowing it to escape death. The black-robed Chess Soul floated over and said to Li Xian, Isn't it said that a contract needs both parties to agree? Why don't I feel anything? Li Xian asked with a frown. The Guardian contract naturally requires both parties to agree. However, under such circumstances, it no longer has the time to wait for your agreement. Therefore, it chose a method that doesn't require your agreement, said the black-robed Chess Soul. Isn't this forcing himself on me? Li Xian looked at the extremely patchy carapace on his body. The metallic parts looked like patches. It looked ugly. The black-robed Chess Soul said with a strange expression. Usually, both parties have the right to terminate a Guardian contract at any time. However, under the present circumstances, the Guardian has made a huge sacrifice. Unless you are willing, it's impossible for it to terminate the contract with you. If you die, it dies. It can be said that you have absolute dominance. It sounds pretty good, but isn't this a little too ugly? Li Xian still didn't like the appearance of the carapace. It's fine. It will continue fusing with your carapace. In the future, when your carapace is shattered and reconstructed, everything will become uniform. Perhaps you can wait a little while longer. It's still injured and has little remaining strength. It won't be able to fuse completely. After it recovers, even if your carapace isn't shattered, it will completely fuse with it. When that happens, it will contact you. The black-robed Chess Soul continued. Since it has come to this, it looks like I can't reject it. I'll reluctantly accept it. By the way, what's the name of this Guardian? Li Xian asked the black-robed Chess Soul. Alpha. The black-robed Chess Soul said its name. However, even if he didn't say it, Alpha would directly communicate with Li Xian after it recovered some energy. Zhou Wen listened from the side, unsure if he should congratulate Li Xian for his good luck or feel sorry for him. His life soul was problematic to begin with. Now, he had contracted a heavily injured guardian. Furthermore, it was some unknown contract that allowed the guardian to fuse with his problematic life soul. He didn't know what would happen in the future.
Thank you for your help. Alpha's mutation has exceeded my expectations. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been defeated.
The black-robed chess soul said to Jowen.
Why did you want to destroy it?
Jowen asked. The black-robed chess soul hesitated for a moment before saying,
As you know, the place Alpha and I should preside over should be a dimensional zone in the West District. Although the two dimensional zones are both Chinese chess dimensional zones, the rules are completely different. It was because of an accident that Alpha and I came here. This accident was caused by Alpha itself. It had a problem and lost control. It's a defective product that can't represent our race. In addition, after it came to MT Chinese chess and absorbed the powers here, its problems worsened. It's impossible for it to represent our race, so I can only choose to destroy it.
Zhou Wen's expression turned even odder when he heard that. Not only did Li Xian have a problematic life soul, but he also had a highly problematic guardian. Who knew if anything would happen to him in the future?
Please accept this. I'll be heading to the West District. If you come to the West District in the future, you can take this to the Black and White Chess Country's dimensional zone. I'm willing to guide you and contract my race's new guardian.
The black-robed chess soul handed something to Jowen. It was a white chess piece that looked like a king in international chess.
I'll visit when I have the chance, but I can't guarantee you that I'll be contracting the guardian.
Jowen accepted the chess piece.
My race's guardian is very compatible with your attributes. If you can fuse together, you will definitely be invincible in the present era. I hope you can consider it carefully. I'll wait for your answer in the Black and White Chess Country.
As the black-robed chess soul spoke, it bowed slightly and left MT Chinese chess. The group continued on their way, and soon left MT Chinese chess's dimensional zone. Jowen searched the entire way, but he unfortunately failed to find the tiny palm symbol. Jowen didn't take the black-robed chess soul's words to heart. The black-robed chess soul only said what he had said because he saw how powerful his companion beasts were. Jowen was certain that he didn't even know what attributes he had or what essence energy art he cultivated. Ignoring the fact that Jowen didn't plan on contracting a guardian, even if he really wanted to, he wouldn't choose a guardian of the Black and White Chess Country. However, if there was a chance, he could head to the Black and White Chess Country to take a look. Perhaps there would be a tiny palm symbol. It would be nice to download an instance dungeon. Over the next few days, they didn't have any accidents. Occasionally, dimensional creatures would appear, but their levels weren't high. They could be easily dealt with. However, for some reason, Feng Qiuyan spoke even less along the way. Jowen thought that it was because of his nostalgia for his hometown, but Li Xian could read a little of Feng Qiuyan's mind. However, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. While having a break one day, Feng Qiuyan suddenly came to Jowen's side and asked with a solemn expression,
Coach, can I ask you a question? Just ask it directly. Why are you standing on ceremony with me?
Jowen said with a smile. Feng Qiuyan looked at Jowen and asked,
Coach, you don't plan on contracting a guardian, right? Not at the moment.
Jowen answered.
But if you don't contract a guardian, a perfect body life soul is already the final destination for humanity. How do we proceed from there?
Feng Qiuyan asked. Jowen couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't immediately answer. He planned on using the Lost Immortal Sutra to advance to the mythical stage, but Feng Qiuyan had never cultivated the Lost Immortal Sutra. It seemed impossible for him to rely on his own strength to advance to the mythical stage.
Currently, humans have confirmed that there are two ways to advance to the mythical stage. One is to fuse with a guardian and transform oneself like my teacher, Wang Mingyuan. This way, a human's body can break through its limits without the restrictions of being unable to advance to the mythical stage. The other way is to contract with a guardian and use the guardian's power to advance to the mythical stage. However, this advancement is only the advancement of a guardian. One's body won't become stronger.
Jowen wasn't a true coach, so he couldn't decide which path Feng Qiuyan should take.
Coach, which path are you taking? The first one?
Feng Qiuyan asked.
Neither. I want to rely on my own strength to advance to the mythical stage. However, this path is basically a dead end.
Jowen answered. Chapter 957 Feng and Qin. Jowen activated his Glimmer Life Soul the entire journey. When he arrived near Sea Return, the Glimmer Life Soul had improved significantly, but it was still lacking a little when it came to advancing to the perfect body. Every time he rested, Jowen would switch to cultivating the Qi refinement art. He would absorb essence crystals in game to raise Sword Pill's essence energy. As many of the essence energy crystals Jowen absorbed in game were at the mythical stage, Sword Pill's essence energy increased rapidly. He could sense that Sword Pill's essence energy had reached a certain limit and was about to advance again. However, Zhou Wen still didn't understand how Sword Pill could advance to a perfect body. The last time he advanced to an evolved body, Zhou Wen had cultivated 3,000 sword intents, but it didn't seem to be effective this time. From the looks of it, the key to advancing to a perfect body wasn't the sword intents. Since it's called Sword Pill, it probably has something to do with swords. Could it be that I should transform Sword Pill into a sword? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen had already considered this problem previously. He didn't have a sword he especially liked. If he needed to turn Sword Pill into a sword, Zhou Wen planned on using Light Concealment Sword as its prototype. However, Sword Pill failed to be molded, nor did it advance to a perfect body. If it can't be transformed into a sword, how can I advance Sword Pill? Zhou Wen considered all sorts of possibilities and tried many methods, but he still failed. When they finally arrived at Sea Return, Feng Qiuyan invited Zhou Wen and Li Xian to stay at his place. Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't stand on ceremony as they followed Feng Qiuyan to the Feng family residence. In fact, there weren't many places in Sea Return City that they could stay. If they didn't go there, their only choice was Sea Return City's only hotel. There were two famous Feng family branches. One was in the imperial capital, and the other was the Feng family of Sea Return. As Sea Return was close to the sea, the breakout creatures in the nearby sea often appeared ashore, making the vicinity of Sea Return City very desolate. There were very few pedestrians on the streets. When the Feng family saw Feng Qiuyan return, they were overjoyed. It looked like Feng Qiuyan was very favored by the Feng family. Upon hearing that Zhou Wen and Li Xian were Feng Qiuyan's schoolmates, the Feng family was especially warm to them.
Little Yan Yan, you have quite a high status in your family. You actually have special guest rooms,
Li Xian said as he sized up the room. Feng Qiuyan said,
as the eldest son and grandson of the family, I have some privileges, but I'll be responsible for the Feng family in the future. Qiuyan, you're back.
Just as the three of them were chatting, a beautiful and dignified woman walked over.
Sis Ling, I've just returned. I originally planned on visiting you after settling my classmates down.
Feng Qiuyan chatted with the woman.
Little Yan Yan, why didn't you introduce such a beauty to us? Is this your sister? She's really beautiful.
Li Xian praised the woman. Li Xian didn't mean to curry favor, but this woman was indeed very beautiful. Even Zhou Wen took a second look.
This is Qin Ling, Sis Ling. These are my schoolmates, Zhou Wen and Li Xian. They helped me a lot in school.
Feng Qiuyan introduced the three of them. Qin Ling was a very polite woman, but at the same time, she kept an arm's length distance from people despite looking very gentle. People couldn't build a closer relationship with her. After Qin Ling left, Li Xian asked Feng Qiuyan.
Little Yan Yan, she isn't a blood sister, right? How did you know?
Feng Qiuyan was somewhat surprised.
Apart from practicing martial arts, you are really an idiot in other aspects. Her surname is Qin and yours is Feng. How can she be your blood sister?
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Feng Qiuyan explained.
Then you're wrong. Our Feng family has a tradition. The boys have the surname Feng, but girls have the surname Qin. Why the strange rules? Could it be that your mother's surname is Qin? That's not right either. It's impossible for all the women who marry into your Feng family to have the Qin surname,
Li Xian said in puzzlement. Feng Qiuyan said.
Actually, I'm not too sure about the reason. I heard from my elders that it seems that a person with a Qin surname had done our Feng family a great favor, so to thank him, all the girls in the Feng family have the Qin surname. This tradition existed many years before the dimensional storms, and it has been continued to this day.
After a pause, Feng Qiuyan said in embarrassment.
However, Qin Ling isn't my sister. She doesn't have any blood ties with our Feng family. Then what's her relationship with you? There's something amiss between the two of you,
Li Xian asked nosily. Feng Qiuyan blushed.
Actually, Sis Ling is my fiancé. Holy sh*t, you're only 17, right? How do you have a fiancé? And she's so beautiful. She looks much older than you. She should be in her 20s, right?
Li Xian widened his eyes. Feng Qiuyan explained.
Sea Return is actually more traditional. My father and Sis Ling's parents are good friends. This marriage was arranged by our family. What era is this? To think there are still arranged marriages. Why didn't I encounter such a great deal? Why don't I have such a beautiful fiancé? Heaven is unfair.
Li Xian sighed at his fate. However, Feng Qiuyan's expression darkened.
It's not what you think. The reason we are engaged is related to our life providences. It's not an arranged marriage. Life providence? I remember that your life providence is Swift Saber Heavenly King. Could it be that her life providence is Swift Saber Heavenly Queen, making her a match for you? Then you are so lucky, Li Xian said. Stop talking. Let Qiuyan finish.
Zhou Wen could tell that there was something amiss with Feng Qiuyan's emotions. Feng Qiuyan said,
Her life providence is scabbard, and her life soul is the saber sacrificer. However, any saber that lands in her hand will become stronger. The reason my father made her my fiancée was because he fancied her life providence and life soul, believing they would be of help to me. Although that's the case, Qin Ling is so beautiful. Even if she's a little older, you can still count yourself lucky,
Li Xian consoled.
Sis Ling is indeed very nice,
Feng Qiuyan said with a sigh. Li Xian was good with reading people as he added.
But you don't like her, right? It's not that I don't like her. I should say that I've never thought about these things. All I want now is to become stronger,
Feng Qiuyan said.
That's an excuse. If you really liked her, you wouldn't have such thoughts. She just hasn't caught your eye,
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Feng Qiuyan looked out the door, and seeing that no one was there, he lowered his voice, and said to Zhou Wen and Li Xian,
I'll tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Don't worry. Don't you trust our character? We definitely won't tell anyone. Quick, tell me what's going on. Could it be that Qin Ling has a boyfriend outside? It's no wonder considering how she made you a cuckold. She's already in her 20s, so it's not too much to have already had a boyfriend,
Li Xian said excitedly.
What are you talking about? Sis Ling isn't that kind of person.
Feng Qiuyan hesitated for a moment before saying,
I think Sis Ling isn't human.
Zhou Wen and Li Xian were taken aback as they looked at Feng Qiuyan in a daze, unsure what he meant. Chapter 958 Electric Power.
No, I don't understand. What do you mean?
Li Xian looked at Feng Qiuyan in puzzlement. Feng Qiuyan explained,
Because the two families have a good relationship. When I was young, I often tagged along behind Sis Ling. Once, I followed Sis Ling to the nearby coast to have some fun. Back then, breakout creatures seldom appeared, so the two of us played by the seaside.
After some hesitation, Feng Qiuyan continued,
I vaguely remember a breakout creature rushing out of the sea and pouncing at us on the beach. It even had a particularly fishy smell. I turned groggy when I smelled it, as though I was about to faint. At that moment, I saw Sis Ling turn extremely terrifying in my spinning mind as she charged at the breakout creature. Then I fainted. When I woke up, I saw Sis Ling beside me, but I didn't see any breakout creature. When I mentioned the breakout creature, Sister Ling wore a puzzled expression. She asked me if I was too tired from playing and had a nightmare after falling asleep,
Feng Qiuyan said with a strange expression.
But I don't think it was a dream. It was just that I didn't find any traces of the dimensional creature nearby, so I kept this matter to myself and didn't tell anyone. How old were you then?
Li Xian asked.
3 years old,
Feng Qiuyan said.
How old was Qin Ling?
Li Xian asked again.
13,
Feng Qiuyan answered after some thought.
It's very normal for a 3-year-old child to have wild thoughts. Perhaps you had really dreamed it. If Qin Ling was only 13 years old, she wouldn't have reached the legendary stage, right? It's virtually impossible for her to use a companion beast,
Li Xian analyzed.
That I know,
Feng Qiuyan said with a strange expression.
If you are really sure that you didn't see wrongly, then there's something wrong with Qin Ling,
Zhou Wen said. Feng Qiuyan said.
I can't be sure if I was dreaming back then, so I hope you can help me confirm what happened. How can we help you? We can't drag Qin Ling over to beat her up and ask if she can transform into a monster, right? Even if we dared ask, she won't admit it, right?
Li Xian said.
I also know that it won't be easy, but I can only ask for your help,
Feng Qiuyan said.
Alright, let's try our best. We can't guarantee that we can get to the bottom of the matter,
Zhou Wen said after some thought. Despite being delighted, Feng Qiuyan said to Zhou Wen,
Coach, I hope this matter can be carried out secretly. No matter the outcome, don't let a fourth person other than us know. I understand.
Zhou Wen agreed.
Old Zhou, how do you plan on investigating this matter?
Li Xian asked Zhou Wen after Feng Qiuyan settled the two of them in, and took them to meet his elders.
I don't know. Let's wait and see. Didn't Qiuyan say that he will arrange for us to interact with Qin Ling? We'll think of something when the time comes,
Zhou Wen said.
I got a goo from the South District. If it can be attached to a person, it can affect their will. Do you want to give it a try?
Li Xian said with narrowed eyes.
It's best we don't. After all, we are guests. It won't be nice if the Feng family discovers our actions,
Zhou Wen said with a shake of his head.
I'm meeting Hui Haifeng. Do you want to come with me?
Zhou Wen asked Li Xian.
I don't know him well, so there's no point. Go yourself. I'll take a look around,
Li Xian said. After the two of them separated, Zhou Wen took her to see the Hui family. The Hui family was a major family in Sea Return,
so he didn't need to ask around to quickly find their residence. Before arriving, Zhou Wen gave Hui Haifeng a call. Hui Haifeng quickly came to the door to welcome him.
I never expected you to come so quickly.
Hui Haifeng smiled and gave Zhou Wen a hug. Zhou Wen wasn't used to such enthusiasm.
The journey was rather smooth, but the situation in Sea Return seems to have deteriorated far earlier than others.
Hui Haifeng nodded.
It's indeed terrible. This month isn't over yet, but we've had 2 small-scale marine dimensional creatures hordes come ashore. Although there weren't any casualties, it will be exhausting for us if this happens every month. It's very easy for problems to arise. Furthermore, the strongest marine dimensional creatures that have come ashore are at the epic stage, but who knows when a mythical dimensional creature will come ashore. In short, Sea Return City is in a very thorny situation.
Have you thought of migrating inland? Zhou Wen asked.
How can it be that easy to migrate? Ignoring the fact that we have family and business here in Sea Return, even if we can abandon these businesses, how can we find a city willing to share resources with us elsewhere?
Hui Haifeng led Zhou Wen into a yard.
Let's not talk about this. I'll show you something good.
The Hui family residence was huge. In fact, it could no longer be considered a normal home. It was more like a base. They arrived at a place resembling a warehouse. Hui Haifeng opened the door and pointed inside.
What do you think of this thing?
Zhou Wen saw huge machinery inside the warehouse. There were all sorts of gears and electronic devices. On the left side of the warehouse were many devices that resembled treadmills. Many companion beasts were running on them.
Companion beasts can be trained like this?
Zhou Wen looked at the companion beasts in surprise.
What training? We are using companion beasts to generate electricity. Using the power of the companion beasts to drive the generator, we can store the electricity produced. Anyway, the companion beasts have nothing to do when not fighting. This way, we can use their strength and also give them some training,
Hui Haifeng said. Zhou Wen had already heard that many places were powered by companion beasts, but this was the first time he had seen an example of one.
Is this considered environmentally friendly?
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
I don't know if it's environmentally friendly, but companion beasts can automatically recover their stamina without needing external replenishment of their energy. It's indeed very convenient,
Hui Haifeng said as he continued walking into the warehouse. When he reached the deepest part of the warehouse, there was a room that was separated by glass. Zhou Wen could see many high-precision instruments inside. Many staff members were busy inside. After Hui Haifeng and Zhou Wen changed into special work clothes, they entered the glass room. Then, Hui Haifeng pointed at something in the culture tank and said,
Look at this. This is our main area of research now.
Zhou Wen looked at the culture tank and saw a white blob inside. It looked like a white piece of fat, but it also looked a little like a fungus.
What's this?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Chapter 959 Marine Dimensional Creatures Coming Ashore.
This is an artificial dimensional creature we are researching,
Hui Haifeng answered.
Artificial dimensional creatures? How do you create them?
Zhou Wen knew nothing about this. Hui Haifeng explained.
Dimensional creatures are somewhat different from Earth's creatures. Earth's creatures are basically carbon-based, but dimensional creatures are different. Although some dimensional creatures have flesh and blood, carbon isn't the building blocks of their bodies. Research has shown that creatures on Earth are affected by the dimensional storms. Their bodies undergo some changes, causing some abnormal elements to appear in originally carbon-based matter. Therefore, we extracted this element and attempted to culture and use it. Based on our present research, this element can rapidly mutate Terran creatures. It's even possible for them to mutate into lifeforms similar to dimensional creatures in a short period of time.
With that said, Hui Haifeng pointed at the creature in the culture tank excitedly.
This is the latest result. We used this element to successfully turn ordinary Terran bacteria into a dimensional creature. Although it's only at the most ordinary mortal stage, this is already huge progress. In the future, we will conduct experiments on plants and animals. If everything goes well, perhaps one day, humans can become as powerful as dimensional creatures through the injection of this element. Are there any side effects from injecting this element?
Zhou Wen asked worriedly.
We haven't discovered any side effects. Don't worry, we will do rigorous experiments. We won't let humans take risks easily,
Hui Haifeng continued.
Our goal is to let the human race evolve as a whole. The bodies of humans now are too weak. In the future, if humans can have powerful bodies, like dimensional creatures, and have a life providence and life soul at birth, we won't have to be afraid of any invasion from dimensional creatures. It sounds pretty good.
Zhou Wen nodded.
However, we are still in the early stages. There's still a long way to go before the real human trials. I hope that day won't come too late,
Hui Haifeng said. After leaving the laboratory, the two of them chatted about their past days in college and their current situation.
You are native to Sea Return.
Are there any special dimensional zones you can show me?
Zhou still wanted to download more dungeons. Hui Haifeng smiled and said,
If you want to see special dimensional zones, you've really come to the right place. Although there aren't many people in Sea Return, there are quite a number of dimensional zones. They are on land and in the sea, but especially in the sea. You definitely won't be able to see such places further inland. What's so special about them?
Zhou was intrigued.
There's too much to tell. Sea God Reef, Undersea Blue Hole, Infinite Island, and so on are all extremely mysterious dimensional zones. Very few humans can enter them. Even the great devils overseas can only take a detour when they encounter these dimensional zones.
Hui Haifeng recounted the famous dimensional zones near Sea Return to Zhou when as if he knew everything.
Since it's still early, I'll head to the nearby Sea God Reef to take a look,
Zhou said.
I still have work to do, so I can't accompany you. Give me a moment. I'll find a reliable person to guide you,
Hui Haifeng said.
There's no need to go through so much trouble. Feng Qiuyan from the Feng family is a member of our Xianling Club. He has also returned. He can be my guide,
Zhou said.
Look at me, almost forgetting this matter. It's best if Feng Qiuyan goes with you.
Hui Haifeng pondered for a moment before reminding Zhou.
Recently, Sea Return hasn't been peaceful. There are many more breakout creatures coming ashore than before. I'm afraid something major will happen soon. Don't go too deep. Just take a look at the coastal areas.
After bidding Hui Haifeng farewell, Zhou was just about to contact Li Xian when he heard warning sirens in Sea Return City. The ear-piercing sound echoed in the city. There weren't many people on the streets originally, but suddenly, many people appeared, fleeing towards the underground bomb shelters.
What happened?
Zhou got a hold of someone and asked.
Marine creatures have come ashore again. Aren't you going to take refuge in the bomb shelter?
The man asked as he hurriedly left. Therefore, Zhou ran towards the coast. A high wall made of steel and concrete had been built around the city's periphery. The members of Sea Return's major families gathered here. After Zhou went up the high wall, he looked in the direction of the sea and was somewhat alarmed. The waves in the distant sea weren't huge, but huge crabs that resembled tanks crawled out of the sea. There were quite a number of them. Large swarms of crabs were heading for Sea Return City. The large crabs at the front of the swarm were less than 5 kilometers away from the high wall. Looking at the black swarm of crabs that resembled a legion of tanks, Zhou couldn't help but lick his lips. He felt his saliva secreting significantly. Previously, Ouyang Lan had treated him to eat a meal of crabs. He had heard that they were very expensive, but they tasted great. Back then, the crabs were about the size of a plate. The crabs here were so huge that if cooked, they would probably be more delicious than what Zhou had eaten before.
Which family are you from? Why aren't you taking refuge in the bomb shelter? Why are you here?
A middle-aged man asked when he saw Zhou sprawled on the tall wall and staring blankly at the huge crabs on the beach.
I'm here to help defend the city,
Zhou said.
Why are you bringing a child here to mess around? Quickly go back and hide,
the middle-aged man said as he left to help in the supply transportation.
Boom!
Zhou heard a loud bang. A cannon set up on the high wall fired. A cannonball mixed with essence gold exploded among the crabs. Amidst the intense blast, the cannonball fragments scattered in all directions. Some of the fragments struck the crab shells, but they were of limited effect. They only left some superficial wounds on the shells without leaving any fatal injuries. However, a few crabs had their legs injured, causing their movements to slow down. Boom! Boom! The salvo constantly rang out as shells exploded among the crabs. Zhou could tell that the bombs weren't used to kill the giant crabs, but to blast their legs apart. This way, the crabs could no longer charge into Sea Return City after losing their mobility. However, there were too many huge crabs rushing out of the sea. The crabs in front had their legs blasted apart, but the crabs behind them crawled over them and continued charging towards Sea Return City. The bombardment continued, but it didn't put any end to the crab horde. When the crabs approached the city, the members of the few families began shooting with their guns. However, their target was the crab's legs. They tried their best to hit the crab's joints and make them lose their mobility. Capable legendary and epic experts summoned their companion beasts and stood guard outside the high wall. They were in charge of repelling the large crabs that came close. Zhou looked for a while, and suddenly realized that there was a huge creature in the sea near the coast. Chapter 960 Deep Blue Crab Sovereign. Zhou used Truth Listener to observe carefully, and heard a massive object moving in the sea. Before he could determine what the behemoth in the sea was, he suddenly saw the seawater suddenly rise, forming a huge wave. And within that wave, a huge, castle-sized, dark blue crab crawled out from the sea. The huge crabs that looked like tanks on the beach were already huge, but in front of the dark blue crab, they looked like baby crabs.
Even the 20-meter-tall wall appeared much shorter in front of the huge crab. Its pincers were terrifyingly large. Everyone was stunned seeing the giant crab come out of the sea. Even the epic experts, who were fighting the crabs, had a drastic change in expression. Before the giant crab's legs could walk out of the sea, it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out countless bubbles. The bubbles flew towards Sea Return City and filled the sky. Someone shot at the bubbles that flew over. When the bullet hit a bubble, the bubble that looked light and thin didn't burst. Instead, after the bullet entered the bubble, it immediately floated in the bubble as though it had escaped gravity. Some people used sabers or ordered their companion beasts to charge forward and destroy the bubble, but no matter what it was, it would be sucked into the bubble the moment it touched it. Then, the bubbles that had sucked in something seemed to be pulled into the sky by some force. In the blink of an eye, they flew hundreds of meters high and continued rising rapidly, as though they were about to break through the atmosphere and enter outer space. When people saw this scene, they began to dodge the bubbles in horror. After all, there were very few humans who knew how to fly. Some epic humans couldn't fly in the air because they didn't have flying pets. If they fell from such a height, they would probably die a terrible death. Furthermore, the bubbles rose rapidly. If they really entered outer space, they would definitely die. Instantly, the entire defense line of Sea Return City fell into chaos. Ignoring ordinary people, even epic experts began retreating. As for the Crab Legion, the effective resistance against them collapsed, allowing them to rush to the high walls of Sea Return City. They used their steel-like crab pincers to strike the high walls, splattering concrete and cracking steel alike. Before long, the high walls would be breached. The air bubbles that filled the sky had already floated into the city. Seeing that Sea Return City definitely couldn't withstand such an attack, Zhou Wen put on the Jade Crystal Spirit armor and suddenly flew into the sky, quickly arriving above the sea. He held a golden harp in his hand as he strummed it. Hum! A strange sound spread out. All the bubbles in the radius of the golden harp burst. The crabs that had either reached the shore or were still in the water were struck by the terrifying sound wave. They spewed out water and fell to the ground. About 80% of them died. Those that survived were severely injured as they struggled to get up. Zhou Wen deliberately used String Aural Quake above the sea at a spot relatively far from Sea Return City. Although String Aural Quake's power still affected the city, it was already relatively weak. It didn't possess much lethality against humans. Humans who could fight on the front lines had some level of cultivation. After being shaken by the aftershocks, they would at most spit out blood. After being shaken, the people from Sea Return City turned to look out. When they saw that the water bubbles that filled the sky had almost all burst and that countless crabs had died, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They looked up and immediately saw Zhou Wen in the distant sky. Sea Return City was several kilometers from the coastline. It wasn't that they had good eyesight, allowing them to see Zhou Wen from such a distance. It was because Zhou Wen was wearing the mirror-like Jade Crystal Spirit armor. When the sun shone on him, he was like a humanoid light source. It was difficult not to see him. The might of String Aural Quake isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's too useless. I can only use it once. Zhou Wen glanced at the golden harp in his hand. A few of the strings had snapped, so he couldn't use it again. All he could do was unsummon it and let it slowly recover. The giant crab was very close to Zhou Wen. It staggered and nearly collapsed into the seawater. It couldn't help but fly into a rage as it brandished its huge crab pincers and smashed them at Zhou Wen. Although it was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. The crab pincer swung in front of Zhou Wen like a gust of wind. At that moment, many people in the city were looking at the airborne Zhou Wen. They were given a fright when they saw the giant crab move like a ghost. Zhou Wen didn't flinch as he unsheathed his bamboo blade. At the same time, his body rapidly flashed in transcendent flying immortal form as he struck out with Sky Slash. The people in the city only saw the humanoid figure rapidly flicker around the giant crab like streams of light crisscrossing. When Zhou Wen stopped again, the giant crab stopped with its pincers raised in the air. Crack! Crack! The giant crab shell suddenly cracked open. The crab pincers it held up broke into several pieces and fell into the water, stirring up waves. Boom! In the end, even the giant crab's body crumbled into a few pieces and fell into the sea. It couldn't be more dead. When the humans in the city saw this scene, they were momentarily taken aback. They stared blankly at the gigantic crab's sorry state and at Zhou Wen, who was like a human-shaped sun in the sky. Moments later, everyone finally reacted and cheered. The joy of escaping death was incomparable. Zhou Wen rushed into the sea and vanished from everyone's sight. By the time he returned to Sea Return City, the Jade Crystal Spirit armor on his body had vanished. He looked like a young father carrying him. He wasn't conspicuous at all. However, there was an additional crab tattoo on Zhou Wen's body. It was obtained from hatching the giant crab companion egg he had fished out from the sea. Deep Blue Crab Sovereign, Mythical. Life Providence, Ocean Overlord. Life Soul, Heart of the Ocean. Wheel of Destiny, Loss of Gravity. Strength, 80. Speed, 71. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 79. Talent Skill, Gravity Bubble, Overlord Pincer, Deep Sea Emperor. Companion Form, Mount. Is it an ocean mount? Not bad. Zhou didn't have an underwater mount yet. The Great Might Vidra Bull was afraid of water. It was fine for it to walk in a stream, but it was impossible for it to enter the sea. The Earth Elemental Beast was of little use in water. He happened to lack an underwater mount. However, the Deep Blue Crab Sovereign was too big. He probably couldn't use it for tiny streams and rivers, so he could only use it in the ocean. From the looks of it, my luck has been pretty good recently. I obtained such a good mythical companion beast shortly after coming to see Return. Perhaps this is a lucky place for me, Zhou thought. Chapter 961 Sea God Reef. Why are you still loitering around? What if the child gets injured? Don't you know the severity of the matter? Thankfully, a powerful human expert killed those giant crabs. Otherwise, if they were to rush into the city and something happened to the child, I'd like to see how you explain it to your wife when you return. The middle-aged man bumped Zhou again and reprimanded him. I'll leave now, Zhou hurriedly said, knowing that he meant well. Stay at home and take care of the child. Children are our future. The middle-aged man lectured Zhou again. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Zhou to return. Zhou carried the child and headed for a city gate in an opposite direction. He still needed to visit Sea God Reef. His luck today seemed pretty good. He had a feeling that he might find the tiny palm symbol. The Sea God Reef was also known as the Dragon King Reef by the locals. Every time the tide receded, one could see a dragon-shaped reef surface above the sea like a divine dragon undulating over the sea. Legend had it that the reef was originally formed by a divine dragon. As there were restrictions in the world, sea dragons couldn't go ashore. However, the divine dragon's newborn child was caught by a fisherman during one of its playful escapades. In order to save its child, the divine dragon ignored the restrictions and rushed onto land to snatch back its child. However, because it had violated the restriction, it turned into a rock before returning to the sea. It had been left here ever since. This was originally just a legend. Later, after the dimensional storms, an area near Sea God Reef became a dimensional zone. Many terrifying dimensional creatures appeared inside. No one had really landed on Sea God Reef to this day. It was unknown if the Sea God Reef had transformed back into a divine dragon. Now, Sea God Reef couldn't be seen from the beach. In the shallow sea, there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They were all powerful epic existences. Legend had it that deeper in the Sea God Reef was the Turtle Minister, a powerful dimensional creature at the mythical stage. Of course, no one dared to enter the deep sea, so they didn't know if these legends were true. There weren't many people from Sea Return City who dared enter Sea God Reef. Zhou didn't encounter anyone when he arrived. Before coming, Zhou had contacted Li Xian, but his call didn't connect. The latter was probably in a dimensional zone. Young man, why aren't you listening to my advice at all? Why are you running around with a child? Zhou had just arrived at the periphery of the Sea God Reef dimensional zone when he heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed the middle-aged man from before. Brother, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Zhou asked the middle-aged man with a smile. The crabs that came ashore this time might be related to Sea God Reef, so I came to investigate. I say, what's wrong with you? You're already an adult, and even have a child. Why can't you weigh up the consequences? The middle-aged man asked. This is my sister, Zhou explained. Then even more reason why you shouldn't bring her to such a dangerous place. Your mother is already so old. How much effort and risk did she endure to give birth to a daughter? If anything happens, how are you going to answer your parents? The middle-aged man tried his best to educate Zhou. Just as Zhou was about to explain, he suddenly heard a dragon's roar coming from the sea. The two of them subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the dragon's roar was coming from the direction of Sea God Reef. However, as they were still in the area outside the dimensional zone, the sea was covered in fog. They couldn't see anything clearly. They could only find out by walking in. Quickly send your sister back. If you want to take risks, do it yourself. Don't joke around with the child's safety. The middle-aged man exhorted Zhou before running towards Sea God Reef. Brother, we don't know what's going on inside. It's best you don't enter. Zhou reminded him out of goodwill. My job is to investigate the nearby dimensional zones. If there's any danger, I have to sound the warning ahead of time. Go back quickly. I have to figure out what happened here, the middle-aged man said as he rushed into the dimensional zone. Zhou originally didn't plan on entering and only wanted to search for the tiny palm symbol outside. However, seeing that the middle-aged man wasn't a bad person, He thought for a moment and decided to enter. If anything really happened, he could help him. In this day and age, there weren't many people who were willing to care about others. Zhou Wen really didn't want anything to happen to him. He walked into the fog with air in his arms. The fog looked so thick that it couldn't be dispelled, but when Zhou Wen walked in, he saw a beautiful golden beach. The middle-aged man was standing on the beach, staring blankly at the sea. Zhou Wen traced his gaze, and his eyes lit up. He saw a golden divine dragon frolicking in the seawater. Its scales seemed to be gilded, as they shimmered with a mysterious glow under the sunlight. Zhou Wen had his fair share of grand experiences. He had seen many dragons, and had killed some before. He quickly reacted and hurriedly used Grand Turtle Aura to converge his aura to the limits to prevent himself from attracting the golden dragon's attention. The aura on the golden dragon was comparable to the white dragon Zhou Wen had seen at the bottom of Dragon's Well. They were extremely terrifying existences, so Zhou Wen wasn't willing to fight it without understanding its abilities. The golden dragon didn't seem to care about the insect like humans as it swam in the sea. It seemed to be in a good mood. The middle-aged man snapped out of his shock. Clearly, he knew very well that he was nothing compared to the golden dragon. He slowly retreated, hoping to leave the Sea God Reef dimensional zone. After taking a few steps back, he saw Zhou Wen hugging him. His expression changed immediately. Zhou Wen hurriedly gestured for him to remain silent to prevent him from alarming the golden dragon. Thankfully, the middle-aged man wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't alarm the golden dragon, so he didn't plan on speaking. He held back his tirade on Zhou Wen. The two of them slowly retreated. They didn't dare to retreat too quickly as they moved step by step. However, not long after, the golden dragon seemed to sense something and turned to look at Zhou Wen and company. The dragon's golden, crystalline eyes lit up when it saw them. Then, half its body extended out of the sea and stared at them. "We're doomed." The man's heart trembled. Being targeted by such a terrifying creature, his chances of survival were slim. The golden dragon stared at them for a while, before suddenly raising its head and letting out a shocking dragon roar. Accompanying the dragon roar, the originally calm surface of the sea instantly broke into turmoil. Then, Zhou Wen and the middle-aged man saw rows of strange-looking shrimp soldiers and crab generals rush up the coast. "Leave quickly!" The middle-aged man pulled Zhou Wen and turned to rush out of the dimensional zone. However, when he turned his head, he saw rows of shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing behind them at some point in time. They had long sealed off their retreat. Chapter 962 Dragon Palace. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals looked terrifying. They stood up upright and were about 2 to 3 meters tall. Their faces were strange, and the shells on their bodies were in battle armor form. Their limbs were still as sharp as blades, giving them a ferocious and terrifying feeling. They didn't have the cuteness and charm they had on the dining table. However, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals only blocked their path and didn't immediately attack. More shrimp soldiers and crab generals had already arrived on the beach. There were thousands of them. It was unknown how many there were, but they had already surrounded the trio. The middle-aged man's expression was nasty as he sighed and said to Zhou Wen, "I told you not to take risks with the child around, but you refused to listen. There's no chance of leaving now. They don't seem to have any animosity towards us." Zhou Wen found it odd. Typically, dimensional creatures would attack humans immediately, but these shrimp soldiers and crabs were in an orderly formation without showing any signs of aggression. "Is there a need for animosity? Just a mouthful of saliva from each of them can kill us." The middle-aged man summoned his companion beast and planned on risking his life. Then, he said to Zhou Wen, "Although it's probably impossible for a chance to appear, escape anytime there's an opening once the fight breaks out." With that said, the middle-aged man prepared to charge forward and fight the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who blocked the way. However, at that moment, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals suddenly parted to the side and opened up a path. A huge, black armored turtle that was 20 to 30 meters tall walked over like a human. It carried a tusk spear. Looking at the strange humanoid turtle with bulging muscles and ferocious armor, the middle-aged man was alarmed. Can it be the legendary mythical creature, Turtle Minister? Clang! The Turtle Minister walked in front of him step by step. With every step, it was as though a mountain was moving horizontally, causing the ground to tremble. It stabbed the tusk spear on its shoulder into the ground, and the weight of the spear immediately stabbed a huge hole in the beach. A shockwave surged out from the yellow sand beside it, giving it an extremely powerful aura. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Although he knew that he was no match for the creature, he couldn't just sit idle as death approached. He would kill whatever he could before dying. Just as he was about to engage in battle, he suddenly saw the Turtle Minister kneel down on one knee respectfully. He bowed at Zhou Wen and lowered his head as he said in a thunderous voice, "My lord, my master invites you to enter the sea for a gathering. I hope you can agree." I'll be very grateful.
The middle-aged man was somewhat dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the turtle minister, who was kneeling on one knee, almost believing that he was dreaming. The legendary mythical creature, Turtle Minister, actually bowed to the young man and respectfully addressed him as Lord. It was unbelievable. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression. He was beginning to suspect that Zhou Wen was a terrifying dimensional creature disguised as a human.
Who's your master?
Zhou Wen looked in the direction of the sea, but the golden dragon had vanished.
Sir, you have already met my master. Now my master is waiting for you in the Dragon Palace,
said the turtle minister.
Then I'll meet your master. This person has no ill intentions towards you. Let him leave,
Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the middle-aged man.
We will obey your orders, my lord.
The turtle minister stood up and waved his hand. The shrimp soldiers blocking the way immediately made way.
Dimensional creatures are ferocious and ruthless.
It's best you don't take risks, the middle-aged man said hesitantly.
It's fine. It's just a dragon palace. It can't trap me. Go back now,
Zhou Wen said. The middle-aged man wore a strange expression, but he couldn't say anything else. He turned around and headed for the exit of the dimensional zone. The shrimp soldiers didn't stop him as expected. They lined up and welcomed Zhou Wen into the sea like a procession. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals lined up on both sides, parting the seawater. It was as though a curtain had been lifted, revealing a path that led deep into the sea. When the middle-aged man saw Zhou Wen carry the child into the sea, he gritted his teeth and left the dimensional zone. When he arrived outside the dimensional zone, he looked back at the misty beach and sea. He felt as though he had been dreaming. A dimensional creature from myths would actually kneel to a human youth. I'm afraid no one will believe me even if I tell them, right? The middle-aged man even wondered if he had been hallucinating. The turtle minister led the way as Zhou Wen walked deep into the sea. The underwater scenery was gorgeous and mysterious. In the seawater that resembled a curtain, there were all sorts of sea creatures wandering everywhere. He even saw a few beautiful women lying in clams. They were probably the legendary clam fairies. Zhou Wen had always believed that the sea dragons lived in the underwater palace. Just like the famous Crystal Palace was the residence of the East Sea Dragon King. However, this Dragon King didn't seem too particular. When Zhou Wen arrived at the so-called Dragon Palace, he realized that it was a huge shipwreck. Zhou Wen didn't know much about ships, nor did he know what type of shipwreck it was. However, from the scale of the ship, Zhou Wen guessed that it was likely an aircraft carrier, humanity's top marine combat unit before the dimensional storms. However, after the dimensional storms, the aircraft carriers, various fleets, and cruise ships had mostly been sunk by dimensional creatures. Even if this ship wasn't an aircraft carrier, it didn't look anything like a dragon palace. The sunken ship seemed to be protected by some force, preventing the seawater from approaching it. Zhou Wen followed the turtle minister to the deck. The turtle minister knelt on one knee again and lowered his head towards the cabin.
Master, the Lord is here to meet you. My lord, please follow me.
A graceful clam woman walked over and bowed at Zhou Wen before extending an inviting gesture. Zhou Wen followed her into the cabin and quickly arrived at a relatively large cabin space. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering how the gigantic golden dragon entered the cabin, he saw a voluptuous woman wearing golden armor. She had dragon horns on her head and golden hair. She sat on the wide chair opposite him like a queen. However, the chair didn't look like the legendary Dragon King Coral Throne. Instead, it looked like a chair in front of a human worship's console. So the golden dragon is actually female. It can even take human form. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, as he couldn't help but size up the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen had fair skin, but her irises were golden. She looked at Zhou Wen and asked,
Are you the spokesperson of the ancient dragons? What ancient dragons? I've never heard of them,
Zhou Wen said.
If you're not the representative of the ancient dragons, why do you have the keepsake of the ancient dragons?
The Dragon Queen asked with a frown.
A keepsake of the ancient dragons?
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback before he thought of something. He took out the dragon tooth pendant on his neck and said,
Are you talking about this? This was carved by my teacher using a dragon tooth. It's just an ordinary gift, not a keepsake.
The Dragon Queen sized up Zhou Wen for a while.
Since you have the ancient dragon's keepsake, no matter where you got it from, you are the representative of the ancient dragons. From today onwards, you are the son-in-law of my dragon palace.
Chapter 963 Heavenly Happiness Token. Zhou Wen looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. He never expected her to say such a thing even in his wildest imagination. He was a pure human, while the Dragon Queen was a dimensional creature. They weren't of the same species. How could he become the son-in-law of the Dragon Palace? Furthermore, Zhou Wen had never thought of marriage. All he could do was say,
Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of getting married.
When the Dragon Queen heard Zhou Wen's answer, her expression immediately turned cold.
You can only choose one of two choices, die or become the Dragon Palace's son-in-law.
Zhou looked at the Dragon Queen with an odd expression and asked,
There are plenty of humans. If you want to get married, many human men should be willing. Why must you choose me?
The Dragon Queen said with a cold expression.
A mere human doesn't even have the right to look at me. Aren't I human?
Zhou asked in puzzlement. The Dragon Queen didn't answer. She only stared at him coldly and said,
Answer me immediately. Are you willing to become the Dragon Palace's son-in-law, or do you want to die here? Sorry, I don't plan on getting married.
Zhou naturally wouldn't choose to be the Dragon Palace's son-in-law. They weren't of the same species. The Dragon Queen immediately turned hostile.
Take him down.
With the order issued by the Dragon Queen, a shrimp soldier immediately rushed forward and thrust its shrimp-headed spear at Zhou. Zhou used his movement technique and rushed towards the cabin's exit. The row of shrimp soldiers guarding the exit also thrust their spears at Zhou. Zhou unsheathed bamboo blade and sliced off the shrimp-headed spear in front of him. Zhou carried her to the deck. The turtle minister was standing on the deck. His previous humble attitude was completely gone. He carried the huge spear and smashed it at Zhou. The spear was fast and ferocious. Furthermore, it was extremely heavy. Zhou guessed that his strength probably couldn't withstand such a powerful attack, so he could only use his movement technique to dodge. The turtle minister brandished the spear like a raging wind sweeping away fallen leaves. His massive body didn't show any signs of clumsiness. Zhou dodged left and right. Although he dodged the attacks, he was momentarily unable to shake off the turtle minister. The turtle minister is already so ferocious. That Dragon Queen must be even more terrifying. Zhou didn't panic. He had the ability to teleport and conceal himself. Even if he couldn't defeat her, he could escape. This fellow is completely different from the turtle prime minister in myths and legends. He's practically a super berserker. Zhou realized that the turtle minister was becoming more and more ferocious as the battle progressed. Furthermore, it was invulnerable. Zhou's attacks didn't pose much of a threat to it, so he didn't wish to be entangled with it. He directly switched to the new era life soul, and used his teleportation ability to rush out of the Dragon Palace and into the sea. No matter how ferocious the turtle minister was, he couldn't catch up to Zhou who had teleported. After a few teleportations, Zhou had already left the turtle minister in the dust. Just as he was about to swim out of the sea, he suddenly saw a golden figure flash. It was the Dragon Queen in golden dragon scales. She had a hot figure, but her fists were even more explosive than her figure. With a single punch, the seawater formed a terrifying vortex under her fist, causing Zhou's body to involuntarily be sucked towards her fist. Zhou hurriedly used teleportation to rush out of the terrifying fist's range, but just as he teleported out, the Dragon Queen appeared in front of him. The terrifying fist was about to land on Zhou. Zhou had no choice but to teleport again, but he failed to escape the Dragon Queen despite teleporting several times. Every time he teleported, the Dragon Queen would appear in front of him. What was even more terrifying was that Zhou should have escaped the sea after teleporting so many times. Yet, instead of arriving at the beach, all he could see was endless seawater, as though he was still deep in the sea.
Where we are is known as Deep Blue. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape the sea. Agree to becoming the Dragon Palace's son-in-law, and I can still spare you,
the Dragon Queen said as she pursued Zhou.
What do you see in me? I'll change, all right?
Zhou said speechlessly.
Unless you die, you have to become the Dragon Palace's son-in-law.
The Dragon Queen wasn't human. She couldn't hear the sarcasm in Zhou's words.
You are a dragon, and I'm a human. We aren't of the same species. It's impossible for us to copulate,
Zhou said as he dodged. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape.
Who said I'm copulating with you? I want you to become the Dragon Palace's son-in-law by marrying my sister. She has half a human's bloodline,
said the Dragon Queen.
Wait, you mean you want me to marry your sister? But I've never seen your sister. Who's your sister?
Zhou was slightly taken aback. The Dragon Queen stood opposite Zhou and didn't continue attacking. She took out a clam and opened it. Immediately, light shot out from the shell like a holographic projection. The light condensed into a woman's figure.
Qin Ling!
Zhou cried out when he saw the woman's figure. Without a doubt, that figure was none other than Qin Ling. It was impossible to mistake it.
You've met her? That's great. In that case, stay in the Dragon Palace and wait to marry my sister,
said the Dragon Queen.
Wait!
Zhou extended his hand to stop the Dragon Queen, who was about to capture him. He looked at the Dragon Queen and said,
If your sister is really Qin Ling, she already has a fiancé, and they have a good relationship. I think even if I were willing to marry her, she wouldn't be willing to marry me. I think you're mistaken. It's best you ask your sister first,
the Dragon Queen said coldly.
Ordinary humans aren't qualified to marry my sister. Your sister's fiancé isn't an ordinary human. He's very talented and will definitely become a top expert in the future. He's far better than me.
Zhou Wen praised Feng Qiuyun to no end. However, his words were sincere. Feng Qiuyun's talent was indeed unparalleled. Furthermore, he was very diligent, no less than Zhou Wen.
It's useless no matter how outstanding he is. Without the recognition of the Dimension's rules, it's impossible for them to marry,
said the Dragon Queen.
What Dimension's rules? I'm also a human. If he isn't acknowledged, I won't be acknowledged either, right?
Zhou Wen was even more puzzled.
You are different. You have already been acknowledged,
said the Dragon Queen.
I've been acknowledged? When?
Zhou Wen was even more puzzled. He didn't have a seal of approval on his head, so why did the Dragon Queen say that he had been acknowledged? The Dragon Queen snorted and said,
You're still acting dumb. Do you think I don't recognize the Heavenly Happiness Token? Heavenly Happiness Token?
Zhou Wen immediately realized something as he hurriedly took out the stone token that Emperor Shang had given him.
You mean this?
Chapter 964-7 Sees Dragon King.
That's right,
said the Dragon Queen as she nodded at the stone token.
If that's the case, it's very simple. I can give it to your sister's fiancé. That way, they can be legitimate,
Zhou Wen said.
The Heavenly Happiness Token has already bound you. What's the point of giving it to him?
The Dragon Queen snorted coldly. Holy *T, why did Emperor Shang give me such a token? I really don't want to get married. Zhou Wen was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have wanted the token. However, on second thought, Feng Qiuyun's fiancée was indeed not human. At the very least, she wasn't a pure human. What Feng Qiuyun saw when he was young probably wasn't wrong.
Your Majesty, actually, it doesn't matter if there's a token. I think your sister and my schoolmate, Feng Qiuyun, are truly in love. Why do you have to separate them?
Zhou Wen wanted to use words to move the Dragon Queen. On careful thought, this Dragon Queen was considered Feng Qiuyun's sister-in-law. They would all be family in the future, so fighting her wasn't a good idea.
Without the Heavenly Happiness Token, whatever you say is useless. If we can't use the Heavenly Happiness Token to reverse her fate and break the taboo, she can only become the concubine of the Seven Seas Dragon King,
said the Dragon Queen.
What Seven Seas Dragon King?
Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled when he heard that. He had only heard of the Four Seas Dragon King. What the hell was the Seven Seas Dragon King? Why would Qin Ling become his concubine? Since the Dragon Queen needed Zhou Wen's help, she had no choice but to patiently explain.
This sea is called the Seven Dragon Sea. In fact, it's a huge dimensional zone. The Sea God Reef is only a tiny dimensional zone in it. In every dimensional zone like the Sea God Reef, there's a dragon monarch. However, the supreme ruler of the Seven Dragon Sea is the Seven Seas Dragon King. He's the supreme existence that rules over everything in the Seven Dragon Sea.
After explaining everything, Zhou Wen finally had a clearer understanding of the entire matter. Dragons were extremely lascivious by nature. In fact, the Seven Dragon Monarch domains in the Seven Dragon Sea were the harem bases of the Seven Seas Dragon King. Once a new female dragon was born, they would be added to the Seven Seas Dragon King's harem. The Dragon Queen's father was the Dragon King of the Sea God Reef, and her mother was also a dragon. As the Seven Seas Dragon King wanted her mother for his own, the old Dragon King of the Sea God Reef fought the Seven Seas Dragon King and was ultimately killed by him. Her mother was also severely injured in that battle and was saved by a human. Later on, for some reason, her mother and that human had Qin Ling before she passed away. The Seven Seas Dragon King didn't kill them all and made the Dragon Queen the Dragon Monarch of the Sea God Reef. However, the Seven Seas Dragon King didn't do it out of goodwill. He was waiting for the Dragon Queen and Qin Ling to grow up. Once they grew up, they had to become Seven Seas Dragon King concubines.
Have you never thought of killing the Seven Seas Dragon King?
Zhou Wen asked.
The Seven Seas Dragon King is a terror-grade existence. Even if the Seven Dragon Monarchs join forces, they are no match for him,
the Dragon Queen said indifferently. Terror grade? Zhou Wen felt his head ache when he heard that. Banana Fairy's evolution hadn't been completed, so he didn't have a good solution to deal with terror grade existences.
Can't you escape inland with your sister? The world is so huge. It's impossible for the Seven Seas Dragon King to find you, right?
Zhou Wen said after some thought. The Dragon Queen nodded and said,
I think so too. However, we are limited by the dimensional zones. It's impossible for us to leave the sea. I can't even leave the dimensional zone. My sister's partial human bloodline allows her to leave the dimensional zone, but she can't be too far from the sea. Unless...
With that said, the Dragon Queen didn't continue as she looked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen immediately understood what she meant and said,
The Heavenly Happiness Token on me can remove the dimensional zone's restrictions on her, right? That's right. That's why the person she marries can only be you. She can use the Heavenly Happiness Token's power to escape the Dimensional Zone's restrictions on her,
the Dragon Queen said. However, Zhou Wen shook his head and said,
I only have one Heavenly Happiness Token. Even if I can save Qin Ling, I can't save you, right? I'll handle my own matters. You just need to marry Qin Ling and take her inland,
the Dragon Queen said.
Impossible.
Zhou Wen shook his head.
If you don't do it, you'll die,
the Dragon Queen said with a cold expression. Zhou Wen looked at the Dragon Queen and continued.
It would be okay if I didn't know about this, but now that I do, I'll feel terrible if I watch the tragedy happen to you and your sister without doing anything. If you are willing, please let me help you kill the Seven Seas Dragon King and save your sister and the entire Seven Dragons Sea.
Zhou Wen thought to himself that this might be a good opportunity. He might be able to obtain immense benefits, while the Seven Dragons Sea was in chaos. The Dragon Queen looked at Zhou Wen as though she was looking at a fool.
Do you know what a Terrorgrade existence is? It's an existence that can kill you thousands of times with one finger. Actually, I've seen a few of them. They aren't as terrifying as you make them out to be. If you believe me, give me some more time and I'll definitely be able to save you.
Zhou Wen thought about how he could convince the Dragon Queen to become his spy in the Seven Dragons Sea.
Forget about giving you more time. It's impossible for a human like you to defeat the Seven Seas Dragon King. Besides, there's no time. According to the dragon standards, Qin Ling will be an adult in 6 months,
said the Dragon Queen.
What about you?
Zhou Wen asked the Dragon Queen.
Less than a month.
The Dragon Queen hesitated for a moment before answering Zhou Wen's question.
Less than a month?
Zhou Wen pondered. It was clearly very difficult to advance to the terror stage. Zhou Wen didn't know if Banana Fairy could complete her advancement in a month.
Stop dreaming. There's only one path for you now. Marry Qin Ling and take her inland so that the Seven Seas Dragon King can never find her,
the Dragon Queen said.
If I want to take anyone away, you should be the one taken away.
Zhou Wen meant that Qin Ling still had 6 months, while the Dragon Queen only had a month left. He naturally had to rescue her first. They could still stall for time for Qin Ling to think of a solution. However, these words sounded different to the Dragon Queen. She looked at Zhou Wen in a daze. Zhou Wen didn't think there was anything wrong with his words, nor did he notice the Dragon Queen's abnormality. He was now thinking that this might be a huge opportunity. It was very difficult to kill a Terror-grade dimensional creature, but with the help of a traitor, there might still be a chance. According to the Dragon Queen, the 7 dragon monarchs of the 7 Dragons Sea probably didn't have a good impression of the 7 Seas Dragon King. They might even hate him to the core. If he could incite internal strife, he might have a chance to kill the 7 Seas Dragon King. It was unrealistic to kill the 7 Seas Dragon King in its terror form, but a terror-grade existence wasn't always in a terror form. If he could take advantage of it, he might not need to wait for Banana Fairy to complete her evolution.
You should have a name, right? How should I address you?
Zhou Wen asked the Dragon Queen. Chapter 965 Mia.
Mia,
the Dragon Queen answered.
Mia, taking Qin Ling away actually isn't a good idea. The dimensional zones will definitely be lifted in the future. When the time comes, will the 7 Seas Dragon King let her off? I'm afraid the hatred will only deepen when the time comes. If she's caught, it will be even worse. The only solution is to kill the 7 Seas Dragon King. Only then can you and your sister obtain true liberation,
Zhou Wen said with a sincere expression.
We can first deal with the 7 Seas Dragon King. Can you tell me what kind of dimensional creature the 7 Seas Dragon King is? Unless I can advance to the terror grade, there's no hope.
Although Mia said that, she still informed Zhou Wen about the situation with the 7 Seas Dragon King. As Mia's father had once risked his life against the 7 Seas Dragon King, Mia had personally witnessed the battle. She knew the abilities of the 7 Seas Dragon King quite well. However, even Mia didn't understand some of the abilities used by the 7 Seas Dragon King. Therefore, when she explained them, some of them were just in narrative form. According to Mia, the 7 Seas Dragon King didn't seem to be a divine dragon in a traditional sense. It had 7 dragon heads, and its body was huge. Every dragon head had unparalleled strength. Furthermore, as long as one was grabbed by the 7 Seas Dragon King, it would be difficult for them to escape. Back then, Mia's father's combat strength was extremely high. With the accolade as Golden Dragon King, he was a top-notch existence in the 7 Dragon Seas thanks to having the strongest combat strength. The Golden Dragon body was almost immortal. However, after being grabbed by the 7 Seas Dragon King, the Golden Dragon body was unable to withstand the terrifying power. In the end, Mia watched as her father's Golden Dragon body was devoured by the 7 Seas Dragon King.
Does every dragon head of the 7 Sea Dragon King have different attributes? For example, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, etc.?
Zhou Wen thought of Orochi he had seen before.
No. The powers of the 7 dragon heads are the same. They can spew out a terrifying liquid. Once one is touched by the liquid, their bodies will become immobile. Their only fate is to wait to be slaughtered, said Mia. What's its terror form? Zhou asked in detail. I didn't see it. When it used the terror form, the sea produced huge waves. All I could see were terrifying dragons tumbling in the waves. I couldn't see its full appearance, Mia answered. From what you said, if you are willing to join forces with me, we might have a chance of killing the 7 Seas Dragon King. If you can contact the other 6 dragon monarchs and get their help, the chances are even higher, Zhou said. You can't even defeat me. What makes you think you can kill the 7 Seas Dragon King? Although Mia still retorted, she didn't say that Zhou was delusional for some reason. Who said I'm not your match? I'm just unwilling to use my true strength to harm you, Zhou said. Mia looked at Zhou and said, Then show me your true strength. Unless you really have the strength to convince me, I definitely won't let Qinling take such a risk. Zhou knew that Mia's combat strength was powerful. Her strength and constitution seemed to be in no way inferior to Tyrant Behemoth. It wouldn't be easy to defeat her. Thankfully, Zhou was known as the man with the most companion beasts, and they were also of the highest quality on Earth. Zhou summoned Tyrant Behemoth, who landed in front of Mia. He looked at Mia and asked, Do you know what this is? Tyrant Behemoth. I've seen it on the rankings. So its owner is you. Mia was slightly surprised. She never expected Zhou to have a powerful companion beast like Tyrant Behemoth. However, although Tyrant Behemoth was powerful, Mia didn't believe that she was inferior to Tyrant Behemoth. Even if Zhou was Tyrant Behemoth's master, he definitely didn't have the ability to challenge the 7 Seas Dragon King. Even she and Turtle Minister couldn't. Do you believe me now? Zhou asked. Although Tyrant Behemoth is strong, it might not be able to defeat me, said Mia. Then, what if we add on these? Zhou began summoning his companion beasts. He summoned the 3 Demon Blood True Dragons, Light Concealment Sword, and Deep Blue Crab Sovereign. When Mia saw that Zhou had so many mythical companion beasts, she couldn't help but be alarmed. She began to believe Zhou's words. No matter how many ordinary mythical companion beasts there are, it's impossible for them to kill the 7 Seas Dragon King. The Terror Grade is in existence on a different level. It's not something that can be defeated with numbers alone, said Mia. It's not just quantity. There's also quality. Zhou summoned Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon. Mia recognized Torch Dragon at a glance. Dragons were probably dimensional creatures with the most branches. There were almost countless dragon-type creatures. Some dragons weren't very strong, and they couldn't even reach the mythical stage. However, some dragons were terrifyingly strong and could even fight calamity-grade existences. Torch Dragon was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying existences among dragon-type creatures. As a dragon, Mia naturally recognized it. Unfortunately, it's still a youngling. If it can reach adulthood and transform into its terror form, it might really be able to kill the 7 Seas Dragon King, said Mia in disappointment after carefully observing Torch Dragon. Even if it's still young, it's still Torch Dragon. Its bright torch vision world should still be of some use against the 7 Seas Dragon King. Furthermore, we don't need to fight it head-on. As long as you tell me the details of the 7 Seas Dragon King, I can think of a way to assassinate it without it transforming into its terror form. Zhou continued persuading Mia. It's too dangerous. There's almost no chance of success, said Mia after some thought. As long as you believe me, we can think of a solution. I'll rescue you and your sister from the Sea of Bitterness. Zhou knew that it wouldn't be easy to make Mia believe him. After all, they were facing the Terror Grade 7 Seas Dragon King. However, Zhou needed Mia's help, so he could only patiently win her trust. What do you want to do? Mia asked after some hesitation. Do you think we can convince the other 6 dragon monarchs? Zhou asked. Absolutely impossible, answered Mia with certainty. Why? Aren't they also oppressed by 7 Seas Dragon Kings? Don't they want to resist? Zhou said in disbelief. That's if you have the ability to resist. Other than me, the other dragon monarchs won't risk their lives to resist, Mia said with certainty. In that case, tell me the situation of the other 6 dragon monarchs and their dimensional zones. Perhaps I can think of a solution. Zhou wanted to obtain as much information as possible. Mia explained the situation in the 7 Dragon Seas in detail to Zhou, making him sigh at how good it felt to have a spy providing information. He didn't need to go anywhere to understand the situation in the 7 Dragon Seas clearly. Chapter 966 Dragon Pearl Companion Egg. After Zhou figured out the situation in the 7 Dragon Sea, he realized that they weren't proper dragon monarchs. Mia was already considered the most normal dragon in the 7 Dragon Sea. According to her, the dragon monarchs in the other 6 dimensional zones didn't have true dragon forms. Some looked like crocodiles, some looked like lobsters,
and one looked like a whale. However, because all of them had some dragon blood in them, they called themselves dragon monarchs. That Seven Seas Dragon King shouldn't be a purebred dragon king. In Zhou Wen's impression, a purebred dragon king had to be like the white dragon in Dragon's Well. If it were any other time, Zhou Wen wouldn't have gone to unknown dimensional zones to kill the dimensional creatures. However, with Mia's intelligence, things were different. As long as Mia's information was correct, it wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen to rush into the dimensional zones to kill the dragon monarchs. After all, it was impossible for those single mythical creatures to be a match for his divine pet lineup.
Do you think that if we were to fight the Seven Seas Dragon King to the death, those dragon monarchs would help him and become our enemy?
Zhou Wen slowly got more information from Mia.
If the Seven Seas Dragon King summons them, they wouldn't dare disobey orders,
said Mia.
Alright, I'll get rid of the trouble first. Wait for my good news in the Dragon Palace,
Zhou Wen said as he prepared to leave.
Stop,
Mia called out. Does that not work?
You are a human after all. If you walk in the sea, you will definitely be discovered. Here's a dragon pearl. Take it with you. As long as you aren't close to a mythical creature, it will be difficult to discover you. It also provides a certain level of water warding.
Mia handed a pearl to Zhou Wen.
How can I accept this?
Zhou Wen looked at the bead and was somewhat embarrassed to take it. He only wanted to use Mia's intelligence to achieve his goal of killing monsters. He felt somewhat embarrassed that Mia would give him something.
It's nothing. You are risking your life for us sisters after all.
Mia clearly believed that Zhou Wen really wanted to help them. Zhou Wen blushed slightly. Although he did wish to help Mia and Qin Ling, he mostly wanted to use Mia's intelligence to kill dimensional creatures to obtain more resources.
Ahem, alright then. I'll take it. I'll return it to you in the future.
Zhou Wen took the dragon pearl and realized that it was a companion egg.
There's no need to be surprised. This is something my father left behind after he died. Since you want to help us sisters, let it aid you. If you have the ability, you can hatch it and use it to fight the Seven Seas Dragon King,
said Mia. Zhou Wen was really embarrassed as a result. Mia seemed to completely trust him. It made Zhou Wen feel uneasy that she was willing to give him such a thing. He had originally planned on helping as much as he could. All he needed to do was do his best. If he really wasn't a match for him, he could retreat. However, seeing that Mia seemed to have placed all her hopes on him, he felt a little uncomfortable running away if he really couldn't kill the Seven Seas Dragon King. You trust people too easily. If you were to encounter someone evil in the future, you might even end up helping them count the money they receive from selling you. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly, and put away the Dragon Pearl companion egg before leaving the Sea God Reef Dimensional Zone. I should let Feng Qiuyan know about this matter first. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill the Seven Seas Dragon King. Once the Seven Seas Dragon King takes revenge, I wonder if it will implicate the entire Feng family because of Qin Ling Zhou Wen decided to return to the Feng family first. After telling Feng Qiuyan about this matter, it wouldn't be too late to head to the other 6 dimensional zones in the Seven Dragons Sea. Just as Zhou Wen left Sea God Reef, he bumped into someone. The person was walking in the direction of Sea God Reef, and was taken aback when he saw Zhou Wen.
Are you going to the Dragon Palace?
Zhou Wen asked her. This person was naturally Qin Ling. She clearly wanted to go to the Sea God Reef.
What Dragon Palace? I just want to go to Sea God Reef to hunt dimensional creatures,
Qin Ling said.
I've met Mia,
Zhou Wen said. Qin Ling's expression immediately changed as she bit her lip and stared at Zhou Wen.
Will you tell Qiuyan about me? Yes,
Zhou Wen answered with certainty. Qin Ling's pupils immediately constricted as she stared intently at Zhou Wen. A terrifying aura rose from her body as her originally black pupils turned golden. Even her skin began to show faint golden scales. Her strength was clearly nothing like an epic being. She had half a golden dragon bloodline. Apart from the epic strength of humans, there was an even more terrifying power hidden in her body. Zhou Wen didn't know if a mixed blood like her could inherit all the power of the golden dragon. Even if she couldn't, she was much stronger than an ordinary human's body.
Don't tell Qiuyan about this,
Qin Ling said through gritted teeth as she stared at Zhou Wen.
He has the right to know.
Zhou Wen looked at Qin Ling without backing down. The killing intent in Qin Ling's eyes burned as she slowly raised her palm. Her nails also turned pale gold like sharp daggers. However, in the end, Qin Ling still lowered her hand, and her body gradually returned to her original human appearance.
Leave. You can tell Qiuyan that I won't return.
As Qin Ling spoke, she turned around and walked towards the Sea God Reef Dimensional Zone.
Would you be willing to give up just like that? Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps Feng Qiuyan doesn't mind,
Zhou Wen said as he looked at Qin Ling's back.
How can he not mind? I'm not a human, but a monster. No one can accept a monster like me as their wife. He suffered a fright back when he saw my true body during his childhood. Why should I frighten him a second time?
As Qinling spoke, she charged into the sea god reef. Zhou Wen watched as Qinling's figure vanished into the fog, only to hear someone sigh nearby.
I never expected little Yin Yan's fiancé to really be non-human.
Li Xian walked over. He had seen the message Zhou Wen had left him. He had originally come to look for Zhou Wen, but he never expected to hear their conversation.
You are better with words. I'll leave this matter of telling Feng Qiuyan to you,
Zhou Wen said to Li Xian.
I never like to say things that make people sad. It's best you say it yourself.
Li Xian shook his head in rejection.
It might not be a bad thing,
Zhou Wen said, as he walked in the direction of the Feng family. Some things had to be faced eventually. Furthermore, Zhou Wen felt that Feng Qiuyan was already mentally prepared. The two of them returned to the Feng family residence and found Feng Qiuyan.
Coach, you were the one who killed the giant crab at sea, right? Now, all of Sea Return is discussing your deeds. They want to know who you are,
Feng Qiuyan said.
We'll talk about this in the future. Is there a place where we can talk in private? I have something to tell you,
Zhou Wen said.
Come with me.
Feng Qiuyan quickly took the two of them to a small building. Then, he looked at Zhou Wen and said,
Coach, tell me directly. Qinling isn't human. She has half the bloodline of a dimensional creature,
Zhou Wen said directly. Chapter 967 Seven Seas Dragon King.
Little Yin Yan, you don't have to be sad. Actually,
Li Xian wanted to comfort Feng Qiuyan, but Feng Qiuyan didn't show an expression that needed his comfort.
What's the other half of her bloodline?
Feng Qiuyan asked calmly.
Sea God Reef's Golden Dragon King bloodline,
Zhou Wen answered Feng Qiuyan.
I see. My memories back then were indeed correct. I saw strange horns growing from her head and scales appearing on her body.
Feng Qiuyan muttered to himself.
When I returned, I met Qinling. She told me to tell you that she has gone to Sea God Reef and will never return again.
Zhou Wen conveyed Qinling's words to Feng Qiuyan.
That's good too.
Feng Qiuyan nodded slightly. Zhou Wen then told Feng Qiuyan the full story about the Seven Seas Dragon King.
What's that Seven Seas Dragon King? I don't care if it hoards the monsters in the sea, but it actually wants to target a human beauty. Damn it, I can't tolerate it. Old Zhou, count me in if you want to take down that Seven Seas Dragon King,
Li Xian said. However, Feng Qiuyan didn't say a word. He turned around and left the building, but he didn't leave the Feng family residence.
From the looks of it, little Yan Yan suffered quite a heavy blow,
Li Xian said with a sigh.
People have to suffer some blows to grow. It's not a bad thing,
Zhou Wen said thoughtfully.
I'm just afraid the blow is too great.
Li Xian shook his head slightly.
Don't be sentimental here. Are you going to kill the Seven Seas Dragon King? What are you waiting for? Go and prepare. We are about to set off,
Zhou Wen said.
Are we really going?
Li Xian asked with widened eyes.
Didn't you say that you couldn't tolerate it?
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
I was just responding to the mood back then. That's an old Terror Grade monster. Didn't you say that only a Terror Grade can kill a Terror Grade? The two of us aren't at the Terror Grade. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths if we went?
Li Xian said.
Enough, we're just going to deal with the other ordinary dragon monarchs. We aren't going to kill the Seven Seas Dragon King.
Zhou Wen rolled his eyes at him. The two of them left the Feng family residence and headed for the seaside again. When they arrived at the seaside, Li Xian looked back and couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he didn't see Feng Qiuyan.
Let's go!
In an area without anyone else, Zhou Wen summoned Deep Blue Crab Sovereign and got Li Xian to sit with him. A gravity bubble appeared around the Deep Blue Crab Sovereign's body. A hemispherical bubble was hooked onto its back, protecting Zhou Wen and company, preventing them from being hit by the seawater. The Deep Blue Crab Sovereign wasn't slow at all. It moved in water, as though it was flying. Furthermore, it didn't walk horizontally. It walked forward normally like a spider. The first dimensional zone Zhou Wen planned on heading to was known as Undersea Blue Hole to humans. The sea surface appeared to be an extraordinary blue color. It was very different from the surrounding seawater, as though it was a blue hole. In fact, the seawater there was the same color as the surrounding seawater. The difference was that there was a bottomless cave at the bottom of the sea. As it was underwater, and it was very difficult for humans to fight underwater for long periods of time, very few humans entered the Undersea Blue Hole. According to Mia's intelligence, there was a huge sea snake in the Undersea Blue Hole dimensional zone. The sea snake was extremely poisonous. As it had a sliver of a dragon's bloodline, it also claimed to be a sea dragon king. In the Undersea Blue Hole, there were a large number of poisonous sea snakes. The toxicity of these sea snakes was very intense. Once someone's body was injured, the snake venom would enter their bodies through their wounds. It was doubtful many humans could withstand it.
Zhou poison stat was very high. Furthermore, he cultivated a poison-type essence energy skill, so he wasn't afraid of poison. Li Xian had an indestructible body, and with the carapace that had fused with Alpha, he probably could shrug off ordinary sea snakes. He only needed to be careful against the Sea Dragon King. However, Zhou had already learned of the Sea Dragon King's weakness from Mia. He had brought Li Xian here because he wanted to use his strength to safely finish off the Sea Dragon King. Although Zhou could handle it himself, it was relatively more troublesome without help. After all, reality wasn't a game. Zhou didn't wish for any accidents to happen. In a while, after we enter the undersea blue hole, leave the ordinary sea snakes to me. You don't have to worry. When the Sea Dragon King comes out, I'll hold it back. Then, you can release the ice silkworm and use it to lower its temperature. Zhou explained his plan to Li Xian. The Sea Dragon King didn't have any natural enemies in the water. The only thing it was afraid of was the cold. If the temperature was too low, its body would turn stiff. Zhou didn't have any mythical ice-type pets, so he could only rely on Li Xian's ice silkworm. When he arrived at the entrance of the undersea blue hole, Zhou looked around and couldn't help but feel disappointed when he didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Quite a number of sea snakes had already appeared near the blue hole. These sea snakes looked rather odd. Their bodies were flat and looked similar to fish, but they were more than 10 meters long. Furthermore, their bodies were blue in color. It was difficult to discover them when they melded into the environment. When the sea snakes approached, there was no need for Zhou to do anything. The crab sovereign brandished its crab pincers and snipped the sea snakes into two. No sea snakes could approach them. After entering the blue hole, a large number of sea snakes appeared in Zhou and company's line of sight. They watched as countless sea snakes twisted and squirmed in the seawater. The scene left them shuddering. Crab Sovereign spewed out a large number of gravity bubbles. The moment the sea snakes encountered the gravity bubbles, they were sucked into them. Then, as though gravity had lost its effect on them, they floated in the bubbles, unable to rush out. There were many sea snakes, but there were even more gravity bubbles. A large number of sea snakes were trapped by the gravity bubbles, unable to rush over. Suddenly, a blue-scaled, nearly 100-meter-long, strange sea snake with a horn on its head rushed out from the depths of the blue hole. Its eyes were filled with anger, as it stared coldly and sinisterly at the Crab Sovereign. How ugly! That Seven Seas Dragon King sure is hardcore. To think that he can even lay his hands on a harem of this quality. Li Xian couldn't help but criticize when he saw the Sea Dragon King's appearance. They are dragons. They have different standards of beauty from us. Zhou watched the Sea Dragon King rush over and wasn't in a rush to attack. All he did was order the Crab Sovereign to continue spewing out the gravity bubbles. Thankfully, Qinling isn't this fellow's sister, Li Xian said with a strange expression. The Sea Dragon King was unbridled as his body tore through the gravity bubble. He opened his terrifying snake mouth and was about to swallow both the humans and crab. The Crab Sovereign exerted all its strength as it raised its pincers and clamped down on its jawbone. However, the Sea Dragon King's strength was just too great. It forcefully pressed down the Crab Sovereign's pincers. The latter was no match for the Sea Dragon King. Zhou summoned Sword Pill, which transformed into a stream of light that stabbed at the Sea Dragon King's eyes. At the same time, he signaled Li Xian with his eyes. Without any hesitation, Li Xian summoned the two ice silkworms. While the Sea Dragon King was distracted by the Sword Pill, the male and female ice silkworms landed on the Sea Dragon King's body from both sides and attached to it like leeches. Chapter 968 Unexpected Gain. The two ice silkworms stuck to the Sea Dragon King's body. The Sea Dragon King immediately shivered and his actions became unnatural as he struggled to get the ice silkworms off him. However, the Crab Sovereign held onto its head tightly. The Sea Dragon King was momentarily unable to escape, so its body became increasingly stiff. What powerful ice silkworms! Zhou could see with his naked eye that frost was spreading on the Sea Dragon King's scales. The Sea Dragon King's body was turning stiffer. Before long, the gigantic Sea Dragon King lost its combat ability. It was as though it was in hibernation as its body froze. Indeed, it's better to have a restraining effect when killing monsters. Zhou didn't even need to attack. As the Sea Dragon King couldn't retaliate, the Crab Sovereign finished it off. The two ice silkworms were still stuck to the Sea Snake King's body. The blood in the Sea Snake King's body had already frozen. After a while, the Crab Sovereign's two giant pincers finally split the Sea Snake King's body into two, but he only found a stacked crystal. How stingy! He didn't even drop a companion egg, Li Xian said gloomily. How can companion eggs drop so easily? Zhou was already used to it. After putting away the stacked crystal, he glanced at the bottomless blue hole and thought for a moment. Since we're here, let's go down and take a look. The Crab Sovereign led the three of them deeper into the blue hole. There were many sea snakes around,
But with the Crab Emperor's gravity bubble opening up a path for them, no sea snake could approach them.
This blue hole is so deep. I'm afraid it's about to reach the other side of Earth.
After diving for a while, the Crab Sovereign still failed to reach the bottom of the blue hole. The blue hole seemed bottomless. They had dived so deep that even the sea snakes didn't appear again. Most of the sea snakes lived in snake caves on the rock walls, but at this depth, even the snake caves couldn't be seen.
There seems to be something down there?
Li Xian leaned on the Crab Sovereign and looked down as though he had seen something. Zhou Wen also looked over and indeed, he saw a swath of crystalline jade blue below, as though the crystal cave was glowing. However, even crystals needed light to show any reflection. It was naturally impossible for light to exist in such a deep sea. The glowing crystals were definitely extraordinary. As the Crab Sovereign dived deeper, the blue light gradually became clearer. Only then did the two realize that it was a thick glacier.
That's strange. Isn't the Sea Dragon King afraid of the cold? Why would it live in such a cold place?
Li Xian asked in puzzlement.
There must be a reason. Perhaps the secret is in the glacier. The ice definitely wouldn't glow by itself. There might be something inside,
Zhou Wen said as he sized up the glacier.
Could it be a snake egg produced by the Sea Dragon King? If it's a snake egg, perhaps I can tame it like a goo.
Li Xian reached his hand into the water and touched the glacier. He was immediately given a fright. The glacier was extremely cold. Just touching it nearly froze his fingers.
The Sea Dragon King is so afraid of the cold, so how can it lay its eggs here? At such a low temperature, I don't think the Sea Dragon King would dare approach because of the cold, right?
Zhou Wen ordered the Crab Sovereign to dig the ice. The Crab Sovereign was very resistant to cold. Under Zhou Wen's orders, it brandished its huge crab pincers and quickly cracked open the glacier. More and more ice blocks were dug out as Zhou Wen and company finally saw what was glowing with blue light.
Is that a tooth? The Sea Dragon King's tooth?
The thing that emitted blue light from the glacier was a meter-long blue tooth that looked like it was carved from ice.
It's obviously not.
Zhou Wen got the Crab Sovereign to grab the tooth. After grabbing it, he immediately felt a chill from the tooth. Almost instantly, Zhou Wen's hands froze. Clang! Zhou Wen hurriedly threw the tooth onto the Crab Sovereign's back and couldn't help but be alarmed. With his physical strength and essence energy, ice immediately formed on him. The coldness emitted from the tooth was no less than a strike from a mythical creature.
Could this thing be?
Zhou Wen thought of a possibility.
What is it?
Li Xian asked.
Typical dimensional creatures, even mythical creatures, will rot and disintegrate after death. Only a very small number of corpses can be stored for a long period of time, but it's impossible for them to maintain the strength back when they were alive, unless it's the corpse of a terror-grade creature. A body in its terror form can preserve terror-grade power. It won't rot and disintegrate so easily,
Zhou Wen said.
In that case, this is a tooth of a terror form? What kind of creature is it? It can't be the Seven Seas Dragon Kings, right?
Li Xian said. Zhou Wen looked at the tooth and said,
It's not impossible. The Sea Dragon King is clearly afraid of the cold, but there's such a tooth here. I think it's unlikely that the Sea Dragon King placed it here. Perhaps the Seven Seas Dragon King placed it here to suppress it. Who cares who placed it? Since it's good stuff, let's take it. What do you think this thing is for? Can it be made into a weapon?
Li Xian said.
I don't know. I don't know much about the terror grade. I just heard that it is the true mythical stage. Perhaps the materials obtained from a terror grade creature are useful.
Zhou Wen put on the dragon scale armor and forcefully threw the ice blue tooth into the chaos bead. Although it only took a short period of time, the dragon scales on his hands had produced a layer of frost. He got Crab Sovereign to dig deeper into the glacier, but it didn't find anything. This wasn't unexpected because other than the tooth, there was no more glow in the glacier. Seeing that there was nothing else in the blue hole, Zhou Wen ordered Crab Sovereign to lead them out.
Where are we going next?
Li Xian asked.
Let's go to Evil Dragon Island. I heard from Mia that there's a dragon monarch that looks like a crocodile there. Its defense and combat strength are extremely shocking. Furthermore, it's not afraid of the cold. The eye silkworm will be useless this time, but I've already thought of a way to kill it. It shouldn't be difficult,
Zhou Wen said as he ordered Crab Sovereign to head towards Evil Dragon Island. No human dared to approach such an island. Even the great devils overseas wouldn't casually enter such a place. Using Mia's information, Zhou Wen and company easily found Evil Dragon Island and Dragon King. It indeed looked like a crocodile, but it wasn't completely like a crocodile. Its body was much longer than a crocodile, and it had horns on its head. It could barely be considered a dragon. Mia had explained that the dragon was afraid of poison. Zhou Wen secretly used the invisibility cloak and stabbed it in the eye. When it opened its mouth in pain, he threw the poisonous hair formed from Fatal Temptation into its mouth. Soon, the evil dragon died. There was nothing there when they tore open its corpse.
This fellow is even stingier than the previous one,
Li Xian said, as his eyes suddenly lit up.
Old Joe, do you think there's a tooth here?
Chapter 969 The Remnants of Terror Creatures.
No way.
Zhou Wen found it unlikely.
Let's search. Who knows?
Li Xian began searching the dragon's lair. Zhou Wen originally thought that there was no hope, but to his surprise, Li Xian found something.
There really is one. Look here. There's also the same ice as the bottom of the blue cave.
Li Xian's voice sounded from inside the dragon lair. Zhou Wen went over to take a look, and indeed, he realized that there was a thick layer of ice in the stone cave. There was an ice blue glow inside.
That does seem to be the case.
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, as he got Crab Sovereign to dig up the ice layer. At the same time, he said,
If there's also the same tooth here, it means this matter won't be that simple.
Li Xian nodded.
The Sea Dragon King is afraid of the cold, so it's possible that the tooth was put there to suppress it, but this evil dragon isn't afraid of the cold. There's no reason to put one here.
With that said, Li Xian's eyes suddenly lit up.
By the way, didn't you say that the 7 dragon monarchs are the concubines of the 7 Seas Dragon King? Do you think this tooth is a token the 7 Seas Dragon King gave to his concubines? Something similar to the tooth having the same authority and presence as the dragon? How would I know? Let's wait until we dig it out.
Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly. Soon, the Crab Sovereign dug out something else. It wasn't the tooth they had imagined. Instead, it was a bone that looked like a rib. However, it had a broken section. It didn't look complete. Although it was a bone, it was similar to the tooth. They were both ice blue and crystalline. It was obvious that they originated from the same creature.
The 7 Seas Dragon King probably wouldn't remove his rib to use as a love token, right?
Zhou Wen said as he looked at the rib.
From the looks of it, the tooth and rib are unlikely to belong to the 7 Seas Dragon King. However, apart from the 7 Seas Dragon King, are there any other Terrorgrade creatures in the 7 Seas? Why are the things from its body in the 2 dragon monarchs' nests?
Li Xian stroked his chin in thought.
We can go to the other dragon monarchs to take a look. Perhaps there's something similar in their lairs. If that's the case, it will really be interesting,
Zhou Wen said.
Why?
Li Xian asked in puzzlement.
I heard that deities were born because of humanity's fear. Therefore, as long as human fear remains, deities are immortal existences that will never die. That's also the origins for the Terrorgrade.
Zhou Wen paused for a moment before continuing.
I don't know if the legend is real or fake, but from the looks of it, there's still a terrifying terror form power on the tooth and bone. If we can really find all its bones, do you think it will suddenly revive? Don't scare me. If we ended up killed after going through great trouble to find the bones and teeth, wouldn't that make us look stupid?
Li Xian said.
If there really are more parts in the other dragon monarchs' lairs, do you think we should dig them up or not?
Zhou Wen asked Li Xian.
We dig. Of course we have to dig. These terror-form teeth and bones must be extremely high in value. If every dragon monarch has some terror-form item, we just won't dig them all out. I often see on television that those devils who want to revive need to find their bodies. As long as their bodies aren't complete, they can't be revived,
Li Xian said with a smile.
That makes sense.
Zhou Wen didn't care. At most, he would put them all into the chaos space. Even if the owner of the teeth and bones really revived, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the chaos space. If something major really happened, Zhou Wen could get the owner of the bones to meet the Ice Maiden, who was trapped in the chaos bead, and let them fight to the death. Therefore, the two of them went to another few dimensional zones, and avoided some terrifying taboos along the way. Soon, the two of them killed 2 more dragon monarchs. In the end, they really found something similar at the 2 dragon monarchs' lairs. They found a crystal-like strand of hair in one lair, and a broken horn in another. They were also cold and crystalline. It likely originated from the same creature as the tooth and bone from before.
Why do I feel like we are villain minions trying to revive a demon king?
Li Xian said with an odd expression.
How can we be villains? When villains revive a demon king, they have righteous protagonists who try their best to stop them. How can there be villains as successful as us?
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
That's true.
Li Xian thought for a moment and asked.
Where are we going next? The closest dimensional zone is the Death Water Zone. It will be troublesome there. The seawater in the Death Water Zone is affected by the dimensional zone. Any creature that enters will sink. Even if they can fly, it's useless inside. All they can do is constantly sink. To kill the lobster-like dragon monarch inside, the greatest obstacle is the Death Water Zone itself,
Zhou Wen said.
You are good at this. Here and I will wait for you outside,
Li Xian said. When they arrived near the Death Water Zone, Zhou Wen got Crab Sovereign to stay outside to protect Li Xian and Ye, while he put on his invisibility cloak and entered the Death Water Zone. With the protection of the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, the Death Water Zone prevented Zhou Wen from drowning. At the same time, Zhou Wen used Grand Turtle Breath to restrain his vitality. The lobster-like dragon monarch was blind. It could only rely on vital aura to determine the location of other creatures. Zhou Wen's Grand Turtle Breath could restrain it. Not only was the water in the Death Water Zone not black, but it was crystalline, like pure water without any impurities. There were no dimensional creatures in the water. Apart from the dragon monarch, ordinary dimensional creatures didn't have the ability to swim in the Death Water Zone. They were all at the bottom of the sea. Ordinary people would quickly sink into the Death Water Zone and be eaten by them. Zhou Wen naturally didn't have any qualms. He quickly swam through the Death Water Zone and easily passed through it under the cover of the invisibility cloak and Grand Turtle Breath to find the dragon monarch. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the dragon monarch. The dragon monarch was much more beautiful than he had imagined. Although it looked like a lobster, its carapace was crystalline, revealing a mysterious sapphire color. There were countless shimmering streams of light inside. When it stood still, it was like a sapphire art piece that was illuminated by starlight. Mia said that its carapace isn't only beautiful, but it's also hard. If I want to kill it, I have to attack from the inside. Zhou Wen turned invisible and approached the huge lobster. At the same time, he summoned the ancient splitting tadpole and stuffed it into its mouth in the form of a grenade. Boom! As the ancient splitting tadpole kept exploding, the lobster's body kept tumbling. Pieces of flesh spat out from its mouth, but its carapace remained intact. Ding! With the lobster's death, a companion egg dropped. Chapter 970 Galaxy Shell Dragon. A companion egg has finally dropped. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly picked it up. Then, he used the mysterious phone to read its information. Galaxy Shell Dragon, mythical. Life Providence, unbreakable. Life Soul, astral array. Wheel of Destiny, absolute defense. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Constitution, 81. Essence Energy, 80. Talent Skill, Deathwater Domain, Dragon Head Raising, Ghost Armor. Companion Form, Armor. One attribute is actually 81. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Unless it was some excellent grade mythical companion beast, it was impossible for it to have a stat reach 81 points. The Galaxy Shell Dragon actually had one stat reach 81. This meant that it had broken through its limits in a particular aspect. It was considered an excellent grade mythical companion beast. Zhou Wen looked at its stats and abilities, and was very curious about the absolute defense ability. He had previously seen Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength amongst the absolute series for Wheels of Destiny. The Wheel of Destiny of the Galaxy Shell Dragon was very similar to Tyrant Behemoth's. It was unknown if it had the same level of might. There was nothing else to say. It looked like a defensive companion beast. Now that Zhou Wen had dragon scale armor, he didn't have much need for defensive mythical companion beasts. However, Zhou Wen still hatched it and summoned it in its armor form. He wanted to see if this pure defensive companion beast armor had higher defense. When the armor appeared on Zhou Wen, he couldn't help but be surprised. A translucent blue armor that shimmered with nebulous starlight appeared on Zhou Wen's body, tightly enveloping him. It accentuated his slender and muscular figure, making him look like a god surrounded by starlight. Ignoring its defense, just the appearance of the armor is far better than the dragon scale armor. Zhou Wen still remembered about the terror creature's material, so he searched the vicinity while wearing the armor. The dimensional creatures at the bottom of the sea rushed forward. Zhou Wen wanted to test the strength of the armor, so he didn't fight back and allowed them to attack. The ordinary dimensional creatures couldn't injure the armor at all. From the looks of it, I have to fight a mythical creature to know how strong this armor's defense is. Zhou Wen searched the vicinity for a while, and indeed found the ice block. After digging open the ice, he discovered a damaged scale. Like the materials from before, it was extremely cold. Zhou Wen stored it in the chaos space. After leaving the Deathwater Zone, Li Xian and Ye were still waiting for him outside. The three of them continued on their journey. I found another scale. All the dragon monarchs have the same material. I'm wondering if Mia has something like that, Zhou Wen said. Tooth, bone, hair, horn, and scale. The more I look at it, the more it looks like we are preparing to revive a divine dragon. When we gather the other two materials, can we summon a divine dragon and make a wish? Li Xian teased. There's still the last dragon monarch. After we deal with this dragon monarch, we'll go to Mia and ask her. She might know what these things are for. After a pause, Zhou Wen continued. However, this dragon monarch is a little troublesome. She seems to be a mixed blood with clam and dragon heritage. She's known as a dragon granny, but she's actually a clam lady with some dragon blood. However, her abilities are somewhat special.
She can suck people into shells and trap them until they die. Furthermore, I heard that the Seven Seas Dragon King often lives with her. I'm afraid that we'll encounter the Seven Seas Dragon King when we head there. It will be troublesome when that happens. Then what should we do?
Li Xian also knew that this wasn't a joke. If they really encountered a terror-grade Seven Seas Dragon King, they would die.
Infinite Island where Dragon Granny lives is relatively close to the coast.
Let's head back now.
Later, I'll secretly sneak up to Infinite Island and take a look at the situation first.
Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless.
That's the only way.
Li Xian nodded as the three of them returned to the beach.
Since we have to return, why don't we go to Mia's place and ask her what these materials are for?
Li Xian was curious and couldn't help himself.
All right.
Zhou Wen didn't think that it would waste much time, so they took a detour to Sea God Reef. This was the first time Li Xian had seen the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He felt very curious and said in puzzlement,
That's strange. Why does Mia's place look like the only place that resembles what a real dragon monarch should have? The other dragon monarchs are just a haphazard mob. They don't look like something a dragon monarch should have. There aren't even shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I find it odd too. Perhaps Mia's bloodline is really different. She's indeed the creature that looks most like a dragon among the 7 dragon monarchs,
Zhou Wen said. When the two arrived at the beach, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals took them to the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace, not only did he see Mia, but he also saw Qin Ling standing beside her. Li Xian secretly observed and didn't see Feng Qiuyan, so he didn't mention the matter again. All he did was greet Qin Ling.
Why are you back so quickly? Did you encounter trouble?
Mia didn't mention Qin Ling and only asked Zhou Wen in puzzlement.
We've already eliminated 5 dragon monarchs. Now, only Dragon Granny remains. We didn't rashly head over because we were afraid of encountering the 7 Seas Dragon King at Dragon Granny's place,
Zhou Wen said.
You actually killed the Galaxy Shell Dragon and the rest so quickly?
Mia looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief.
I did. Furthermore, I discovered something strange at the Sea Dragon King's place, so I wanted to ask you if you know what it is.
Zhou Wen took out the tooth and placed it on the ground. The ground in the cabin immediately froze. Furthermore, the frost was rapidly spreading throughout the cabin. The coldness in the tooth was too intense.
This is Dragon King's tooth?
Mia sized it up for a while, before her expression gradually changed into surprise.
Are you saying that this is the tooth of the 7 Seas Dragon King?
Zhou Wen asked. Mia shook her head.
It's not from the 7 Seas Dragon King. I heard that there was a true dragon in the 7 Dragon Sea to begin with. After the 7 Seas Dragon King came, he killed a true dragon and became ruler of the 7 Dragon Sea. However, these are only legends. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I see this tooth, I believe it a little. This is clearly a dragon's tooth after its terror transformation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be preserved. In the entire 7 Dragon Sea, other than the 7 Seas Dragon King, only a legendary true dragon can reach the terror grade. Furthermore, according to legend, it's an ice elemental true dragon. I see.
Zhou Wen looked at Mia and asked.
We discovered some items at the other dragon monarch's lairs. Don't tell me you have something from the true dragon?
Mia shook her head and said.
Perhaps, but I've never seen it before. The Dragon Palace in Sea God Reef wasn't here originally. During the battle between my father and the 7 Seas Dragon King, the original Dragon Palace was destroyed, so I moved here. If you are interested, I can take you to the original Dragon Palace.
Chapter 971 7 Seas Dragon King appears. The original Dragon Palace was now in ruins. There were broken coral reefs everywhere. According to Mia, the original Dragon Palace was a coral palace, but there was no longer anything left. All that was left was ruins. Mia didn't wish to live in this sad place, so she stayed in the sunken ship. Zhou Wen got the Crab Sovereign to dig up the coral reefs to search for the possible ice block. He never expected to find it, but beneath a coral reef rock, a blue ice block appeared. After digging it open, he found a blue crystal that looked like an eyeball. Mia said that it might be the Dragon King's dragon eye. As Mia didn't know what these things were for, Zhou Wen had no choice but to put them away. He had a nagging feeling that they would be of some use. After leaving Sea God Reef, Li Xian felt that something was amiss the more he thought about it.
Old Zhou, I think something's amiss. What's wrong?
Zhou Wen asked.
If that terror-grade true dragon was really killed by the 7 Seas Dragon King, why would the terror objects on its body be hidden in the 7 Dragon Monarch's lairs? Even if the 7 Seas Dragon King doesn't need these materials, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble to hide them in 7 different places, right?
Li Xian said.
It's indeed a little strange. Perhaps the 7 Dragon Monarchs also participated in the battle. These terror items might be a reward from the 7 Seas Dragon King. Zhou Wen had also thought of this problem. How can these fellows help in a battle at the Terra Grade? Li Xian pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think the 7 dragon monarchs were subordinates of that ice elemental dragon to begin with? In the end, they betrayed the ice elemental dragon and pledged allegiance to the 7 Seas Dragon King. That's why they obtained these terror items as rewards? Possibly. Zhou Wen felt that it was indeed possible. I still feel that something is amiss. Li Xian continued pondering with a frown. After returning to Sea Return City, Zhou Wen got Yer to temporarily follow Li Xian. He planned on visiting Infinite Island. If the 7 Seas Dragon King wasn't there, he could take the opportunity to kill Dragon Granny. However, before he went, Zhou Wen sent a message to the Dharch to ask if the Terror Grade materials were of any use. Where did you get the terror items? The Dharch quickly replied. Zhou Wen roughly explained the matter regarding the 7 Dragons Sea before asking the Dharch. If we find all the terror items, will this terror creature revive? How can it be that easy to revive one? However, those terror items are considered pretty good materials due to the existence of the power of fear. It's useless for you to keep them anyway. Why don't you let me experiment with them? The Dharch said. How is it useless? I still plan on turning these materials into weapons. Weapons made from terror items should be very powerful, right? Zhou Wen hurriedly replied. Do you think that's scrap metal? That it can be made into a weapon just by smelting and refining them? Different terror items have different uses. As you said, those are ice elemental terror items. It's best used to make a refrigerator to store experimental items at low temperatures, the Dharch said. Zhou Wen didn't know if the Dharch was telling the truth or not. In any case, he definitely wasn't willing to use the terror items to build a refrigerator. After chatting with the Dharch for a while, he didn't obtain any useful information. Just as Zhou Wen was about to head to Infinite Island, he suddenly saw a violent gust of wind on the surface of the sea. The waves transformed into a huge tsunami that surged towards the coast. Large numbers of dimensional creatures rushed onto land with the tsunami. Another dimensional creature tide? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he felt that something was amiss. This dimensional creature tide was much more terrifying than the previous crab tide. Many dimensional creatures in the water found it difficult to unleash their combat strength on land. However, this time, the seawater expanded and rushed towards the land. Many marine creatures that couldn't enter the land were also swept forward. Could it be that the 7 Seas Dragon King wants revenge after discovering that the 5 dragon monarchs are dead? Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed. Sea Return City was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The terrifying tsunami even crossed the high wall and poured into Sea Return City. Shark-like dimensional creatures could be seen charging through the city with the waves. Thankfully, the people who remained in Sea Return City were all wealthy families. There were no longer any commoners. Most of them had a certain level of combat strength, so they didn't suffer too much damage. However, as the tsunami continued to inundate the city, more and more marine dimensional creatures swept forward. The situation was extremely bad. Thankfully, he hadn't discovered any mythical creatures. Zhou Wen estimated that he had killed most of the mythical creatures in the 7 Dragon Sea. There weren't many mythical creatures left. After putting on the invisibility cloak, Zhou Wen flew towards the sea, hoping to see what power had triggered the tsunami. Ordinary mythical creatures definitely couldn't produce such a tsunami. Zhou Wen guessed that the 7 Seas Dragon King had personally arrived. Flying far into the air, Zhou Wen didn't dare approach the sea. If the 7 Seas Dragon King was really here, he would still have room to escape. The tsunami came wave after wave. Soon, Zhou Wen saw the source of the tsunami. He saw huge strange dragons stirring up trouble in the sea. The reason they were called strange dragons was that although they looked like dragons, they weren't completely dragons. They did have dragon faces, but there were no scales on their bodies. Instead, they had smooth skin that looked extremely tight. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't see any dragon claws on them. Instead of calling them dragons, they looked more like snakes, but they didn't look like snakes either. There was a strange ring on their abdomen. From the looks of it, it's the 7 Seas Dragon King. Zhou Wen counted, and indeed, there were 7 of them. However, their tails were beneath the sea, so he couldn't tell what they looked like. As Zhou Wen was sizing up the 7 Seas Dragon King, the 7 Seas Dragon King seemed to notice Zhou Wen in midair. The strange dragons raised their heads and looked at the invisible Zhou Wen. I've been discovered. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he saw the 7 strange dragons spew out white liquid at him. The liquid was clearly not ordinary water. It was probably the mucus that Mia mentioned. Once touched, he would be stuck and rendered immobile. Zhou Wen quickly dodged without touching the white liquid. The 7 Seas Dragon King was enraged when he saw this. His body rose out of the water, as though he wanted to rush out of the sea to attack Zhou Wen. As the 7 Seas Dragon King's body rose up, the seawater surged to the sides. Zhou Wen finally saw the lower half of the 7 Seas Dragon King, and his expression turned odd. Chapter 972 Mysterious Person. How was that a dragon? It was a huge octopus monster. The 7 strange dragons were its 7 tentacles. However, it was different from ordinary octopuses. Its tentacles had a dragon head growing at the tip, as well as eyes, ears, tongue, and nose. It looked both like an octopus and a dragon. It looked extremely strange and evil. The enraged 7 Seas Dragon King revealed most of its body. Its strange dragon-like tentacles spewed out white liquid into the air, hoping to strike Zhou Wen down. Although it was very fast, Zhou Wen wasn't slow either. Furthermore, he was very far from the sea, preventing the 7 Seas Dragon King from touching him. Realizing that he couldn't hit Zhou Wen, the 7 Seas Dragon King suddenly stopped and retracted his 7 tentacles. When Zhou Wen saw the 7 Seas Dragon King's pose, he found it baffling. Its current appearance was like a sitting Buddha. Its 7 tentacles curved into a motionless pose, like a Buddha's hand that was forming seals. Zhou Wen could even vaguely hear the chanting of scriptures coming from the 7 Seas Dragon King. With the strange chanting, the 7 Seas Dragon King's entire body seemed to fall into a fog, preventing others from seeing clearly. Not good. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boundless fog rose around him, as though the entire world was enveloped by fog. Furthermore, the chanting continued. An illusion? A mental attack? Or is it some special power? Zhou Wen couldn't be sure what power the 7 Seas Dragon King was using, but without a doubt, it was a power at the terror grade. Zhou Wen used teleportation to teleport out of the fog, but just as he teleported out, he realized that not only was he unable to teleport out of the fog, but he ended up being delivered to right in front of the 7 Seas Dragon King. The 7 Seas Dragon King swallowed Zhou Wen, who was beside its mouth. Zhou Wen felt a terrifying suction force pull his body towards the 7 Seas Dragon King's stomach. Zhou Wen wanted to teleport again, but he realized that this place seemed to be a sealed space. He couldn't teleport out. Plop! Zhou Wen's body fell into the white liquid. In an instant, the dragon scale armor he wore was stuck to the white liquid. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. Soon, his entire body sank into the white liquid. After the 7 Seas Dragon King devoured Zhou Wen, it sank into the sea in satisfaction and quickly vanished. As the 7 Seas Dragon King vanished, the tsunami gradually subsided. The dimensional creatures that rushed to the coast gradually decreased. Zhou Wen fell into the white liquid and used many methods, but he couldn't escape no matter what. Furthermore, he realized that his dragon scale armor was being assimilated by the white liquid. A portion of it had already turned into white liquid. Even the mythical dragon scale armor couldn't withstand the corrosion of the white liquid. Just the thought of the white liquid stuck to his flesh made him shudder. What should I do? Should I release the Ice Maiden? Zhou Wen thought of this idea, but he didn't immediately take action. The Ice Maiden was a double-edged sword. Letting her out had pros and cons. If it wasn't a last resort, Zhou Wen didn't want to take that step. He switched to a few more essence energy arts, but they were useless. The dragon scale armor was about to be penetrated. Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg with the intention of giving it a try. However, he didn't have much hope for the Chaos Egg. After all, even the mythical dragon scale armor couldn't withstand the white liquid, while the Chaos Egg was only an epic life soul. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, when the Chaos Egg enveloped his body, the white liquid failed to corrode it like the dragon scale armor. Zhou Wen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that the Chaos Egg could ward off the white liquid. I never expected the Chaos Egg to be so magical. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, its defense is rather good. Zhou Wen hid inside the Chaos Egg and used Truth Listener's ability to pay attention to the commotion outside. The 7 Seas Dragon King was advancing in the sea. From the direction it was heading in, it wasn't Infinite Island where Dragon Granny was. He didn't know where he was going. The Chaos Egg's defense is impressive, but it can't move and doesn't have any offensive strength. How can I escape from here? Zhou Wen thought about it, but couldn't think of a good solution. Not long after, the 7 Seas Dragon King stopped somewhere. Zhou Wen listened attentively and took in the situation outside. He realized that he was beside a huge rift at the bottom of the sea. Without any hesitation, the 7 Seas Dragon King entered the underwater rift and entered a place that resembled an abyss. In the abyss, Truth Listener's ability couldn't extend far. It could only hear the nearby situation. After a while, the 7 Seas Dragon King arrived in front of a palace. This octopus sure knows how to enjoy itself. It actually has such a gorgeous palace in such a place, Zhou Wen thought. However, Zhou Wen soon felt that something was amiss. When the 7 Seas Dragon King arrived in front of the palace, it made a strange gesture as though it was bowing. Come in! A human voice sounded from the palace. How can there be humans in such a place? It can't be a human, right? Zhou Wen was alarmed. The 7 Seas Dragon King entered the palace. At the same time,
Zhou heard the situation inside. There was really a human inside. The human wore black armor as he sat high on a throne, looking like an emperor. After the Seven Seas Dragon King entered the palace, he prostrated himself as though he was expressing his humility to the human.
Has it all been resolved?
The man asked casually. The Seven Seas Dragon King couldn't speak. All he could do was nod with all his might. Even the dragon heads at the tip of his tentacles nodded.
That's good. After spending so much time planning, I finally created a mixed blood Drakator. How can I let her escape my control?
The man said indifferently. Who is this person? Zhou was alarmed. Zhou was very certain that the man was definitely a human and had likely contracted a guardian. However, even so, it was unbelievable that an existence like the Seven Seas Dragon King would humbly serve him. The Seven Seas Dragon King nodded repeatedly, as though he agreed with the man. The man didn't seem willing to communicate with the Seven Seas Dragon King who couldn't speak. He waved his hand, and made the Seven Seas Dragon King retreat to the side. As for him, he sat there, fiddling with something in his hand. Zhou couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the item. It was a blue dragon pearl that resembled an ice crystal. It emitted a cold aura that was very similar to the terror items he had previously obtained. Chapter 973 Drakator Bloodline. At this moment, a clam maiden walked into the palace and bowed to the man.
Master, everything is normal at Sigad Reef. Qin Ling has been residing in the sunken ship and hasn't left.
This is that dragon granny, right? Zhou thought. The man nodded slightly.
Watch her. I don't want any more accidents.
Dragon Granny glanced at the Seven Seas Dragon King and said in a seductive tone.
Master, that Zhou is Wang Mingyuan's disciple after all. If we kill him like this, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to your plan if Wang Mingyuan comes looking for trouble.
The man said coldly.
So what if it's Wang Mingyuan? He was nowhere when I dominated the Federation. Even if he was lucky and became the Dragon God's Lord, it was just a moment of luck. When my plan succeeds, the Dragon God's Lord will be nothing. Both humans and dragons will acknowledge me as their master. How should we deal with Mia? If she hadn't revealed the details of the other dragon monarchs, Zhou wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily.
Dragon Granny asked carefully.
Qin Ling is still with her. Don't worry about her for now. However, to prevent any problems from developing, we need to let Qin Ling mature as soon as possible and extract her Drakator bloodline.
As the man spoke, he took out an item and threw it to Dragon Granny. He sneered and said,
Take this to the sunken ship and let Qin Ling eat it. In less than 6 months, her Drakator bloodline will be of use. When the time comes, all humans will be transformed into Drakators. It's useless even if the other guardians win. Earth will forever be mine. I'll do it now.
Dragon Granny took the items and bowed before leaving the hall. Zhou was alarmed when he heard that. This person is even more ruthless than Teacher and Jing Daoxian. Teacher only brought a portion of people into the dimension, while Jing Daoxian only experiments on talented people. This fellow actually wants to turn all humans into Drakators. He's too crazy. From his tone, he seems to be a high-ranking member of the Federation a long time ago. Who is he? Upon realizing that Dragon Granny had already gone to Sigad Reef, Zhou was somewhat anxious. However, he could only help himself now. He couldn't even rush out of the Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach, so it was even more impossible to inform Qin Ling.
Go! Guard the 7 dragons sea well, and don't let any outsiders come into contact with Qin Ling.
The man waved his hand and gestured for the Seven Seas Dragon King to leave. Inside Sigad Reef, Qin Ling was talking to Mia.
Sister, how can you trust a human so easily?
Qin Ling said. Mia sighed and said,
It was a moment of bewitchment. I actually believed that he could defeat the Seven Seas Dragon King. Now, not only is the Seven Seas Dragon King alive, but even his life has been lost. If I had known, I would have insisted that he take you away from the 7 Dragon Sea.
However, Qin Ling shook her head and said,
I won't leave with any human. I'm not a human to begin with.
Mia reached out to rub Qin Ling's head and sighed.
If it wasn't for the Seven Seas Dragon King, you could have stayed here forever, but not now. I have to think of a way to send you out of the 7 Dragon Sea. You have human bloodline in you, so you still have a chance of breaking the Dimensional Zone's restrictions. So what if I leave? Won't I still be treated like a monster?
Qin Ling was ashen. Feng Qiuyan already knew the truth about her, but he hadn't appeared again. Qin Ling had already given up.
Little Feng probably hasn't thought it through yet. Give him some more time,
Mia said helplessly. In fact, Mia couldn't understand Qin Ling's feelings. As she was a pure dragon, she didn't think that there was anything wrong with being a dragon. However, Qin Ling had half a human bloodline. Furthermore, she had grown up in human society. The other half of the dragon bloodline gave her immense pressure other than strength. As the two of them were talking, a shrimp soldier reported.
Master, Dragon Granny is here. Why is she here?
Mia thought for a moment and said to Qin Ling.
Stay here and don't come out. I'll go and see what Dragon Granny is doing here.
With that said, Mia left the cabin. After arriving on the deck, she saw Dragon Granny floating in the seawater outside.
Dragon Granny, why are you here instead of Infinite Island?
Mia asked coldly.
Several dragon monarchs in the Seven Dragon Sea have been killed. The Dragon King asked me to come and see if you had encountered any trouble here and to provide you help if necessary.
As Dragon Granny spoke, she had already passed through the water curtain and landed on the deck.
I appreciate your kindness, but there's no trouble here. You can return,
Mia said expressionlessly.
Why are you in such a hurry to chase me away? I heard that your human sister has returned. Why don't I see her?
Dragon Granny asked with a smile.
She's not feeling well and is resting. Please return.
Mia didn't have a good impression of Dragon Granny.
I'm good at essence energy recovery. I can help her. Take me to her,
said Dragon Granny.
Don't let me personally send you off.
Mia stared at Dragon Granny, her voice already turning cold.
You can give it a try.
Dragon Granny was still smiling and wasn't angry at all. Mia didn't stand on ceremony as she threw a punch at Dragon Granny. Mia had inherited the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and strength. The might of this punch was extremely powerful. Even Tyrant Behemoth was nothing against it. However, Dragon Granny wasn't flustered. She took out a small rattle drum from the clamshell and shook it gently. Suddenly Mia lost all her strength. A golden incantation appeared on her neck like a necklace, strangling her neck as if it was about to snap. Boom! Mia revealed her Golden Dragon King body. The huge golden dragon body rolled on the deck, but the golden incantation on her neck kept glowing. No matter how Mia struggled, she could not escape. As the rattling of the rattle drum in Dragon Granny's hand sped up, the incantation on Mia's neck tightened. Mia was already paralyzed on the deck, her neck about to break.
Sis, what's wrong?
Qin Ling ran out and was shocked when she saw Mia. She wanted to help Mia remove the incantation on her neck. However, just as her hand touched the incantation, it suddenly shrank, causing Mia extreme pain. However, she couldn't make any sound. She was about to die. The turtle minister rushed over with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but Dragon Granny only said indifferently,
If you want her to die, feel free to come. What do you want?
Qin Ling stared at Dragon Granny and asked. Dragon Granny opened the box in her hand and took out a crystal bottle inside. She handed it to Qin Ling.
Drink this and I'll let her go. What is it?
Qin Ling asked as she looked at the transparent liquid in the crystal bottle.
Poison. A life for a life. Do you dare drink it?
Dragon Granny said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 974 Slaying Dragon Granny.
Will you let my sister off if I drink it?
Qin Ling said as she looked at the bottle in her hand.
Qin Ling, throw it away.
Mia struggled to say. Dragon Grandma shook the rattle drum again. Mia was immediately strangled to the point of not being able to make another sound. All she could do was tremble in pain on the ground.
Of course. I always keep my word. Today, your sister offended me, so one of you has to die. Between you and your sister, choose who is to die.
Dragon Granny smiled at Qin Ling and said,
Of course, you can choose not to drink it. You can let your sister die. Anyway, she doesn't share the same father as you and can't be considered a real sister, right? I'll drink it. Let my sister go,
Qin Ling said through gritted teeth.
It's easy for me to kill you. There's no need to lie to you. Once you drink it, I'll immediately release your sister,
said Dragon Granny slowly. Mia failed to make a sound. She struggled to get up and snatch the bottle from Qin Ling's hand, but Dragon Granny shook the rattle drum, causing Mia to immediately collapse on the deck and tremble in pain. Mia knew that someone must have done something to her. Otherwise, with the power of Dragon Granny, it was impossible for her to be her match, much less torture her so badly. However, Mia couldn't recall when anyone had done something to her.
Stop shaking. I'll drink it,
Qin Ling said as she opened the bottle and was about to drink the liquid inside.
Don't drink it.
With a clear voice, a saber beam slashed at Dragon Granny.
Little foam.
Qin Ling was pleasantly surprised when she saw the person. Feng Qiuyan was expressionless as he slashed at Dragon Granny with his life soul saber. Dragon Granny's figure moved as she dodged Feng Qiuyan's saber force. She originally wanted to counterattack, but she realized that Feng Qiuyan's saber aura was like a surging river. She couldn't find any flaws.
Your saber art isn't bad, but unfortunately you are too weak.
As Dragon Granny spoke, she used the clam shell to block Feng Qiuyan's saber before striking his chest, sending him flying.
Little foam.
Qin Ling flew over to catch Feng Qiuyan, who had flown back, only to see Feng Qiuyan's chest collapse and blood seep from the corner of his mouth.
Sis Ling, I'm sorry I came late.
Feng Qiuyan said in his usual tone.
You shouldn't have come.
Qin Ling checked Feng Qiuyan's injuries with a complicated expression.
How are you? He won't die yet. I'm in a good mood today. I just want to kill someone. Qin Ling, who do you think I should kill?
Dragon Granny stared at Feng Qiuyan and said. Qin Ling looked at Mia and Feng Qiuyan. She held the bottle and was about to raise it when Feng Qiuyan grabbed the bottle and threw it to the ground. However, the bottle was crack resistant. It didn't shatter, and the liquid inside didn't spill at all. Feng Qiuyan's actions immediately infuriated Dragon Granny. She originally wanted to trick Qin Ling into drinking it, but now, she could only use force. A strange aura rose from the Dragon Granny's body as her eyes suffused a red glow. She stared at Feng Qiuyan and wanted to kill him first before forcefully injecting the liquid into Qin Ling's body. Qin Ling wanted to help Feng Qiuyan block, but she was held back by him. Feng Qiuyan slowly stood up and stared at Dragon Granny. He said,
Sorry for making you wait so long, but there were some things I needed to settle before I could come. Otherwise, it would be useless even if I came.
As he spoke, a companion beast appeared on Feng Qiuyan's body. It was a male companion beast with a human torso and a snake as its lower body. It was wearing a robe that resembled a shaman.
Mythical companion beast. You went to the Wind God Cave?
Qin Ling asked in surprise when she saw Feng Qiuyan's companion beast.
Yes, there are some things that require sufficient strength to do. Therefore, I went to the Wind God Cave and contracted the companion beast inside before coming to pick you up.
Feng Qiuyan said. Qin Ling was delighted. She naturally knew what the Wind God Cave was. It was a dimensional zone that only people with the Feng family bloodline could enter. There was a special companion beast there. Although it wasn't a companion egg, as long as a person had the Feng family's bloodline flowing in them, it could be taken in as a companion beast like incubating a companion egg. However, the companion beast needed too much essence energy. Many generations of the Feng family, including many powerful epic experts, wanted to subdue it, but they ultimately failed. Although they didn't die, their cultivation levels were crippled. Feng Qiuyan had actually gone to the Wind God Cave for her, making Qin Ling's previously disheartened heart feel like a withering tree ushering in spring. The strange companion beast transformed into a gust of wind that attached itself to Feng Qiuyan's body as though it had vanished. However, Feng Qiuyan's aura was rapidly rising. Dragon Granny looked at Feng Qiuyan in surprise. Although she couldn't recognize the origins of the companion beast, she could tell from Feng Qiuyan's aura that it was no trifling matter.
If you don't want her to die, it's best you stand there and do nothing,
said Dragon Granny as she raised the rattle drum in her hand. Clearly, she wanted to use Mia to threaten Feng Qiuyan.
If I were you, I wouldn't move because as long as you shake that rattle drum, I will behead you,
Feng Qiuyan said calmly.
Interesting. A mere human actually dares to threaten me because of a companion beast. I want to see how you will behead me.
As Dragon Granny spoke, she was about to shake the rattle drum in her hand. However, just as her hand moved, Feng Qiuyan's figure vanished like the wind. When he appeared again, he was already behind Dragon Granny. Crack! The rattle drum in the Dragon Granny's hand snapped and half of it fell to the ground. Dragon Granny was alarmed. She didn't see how Feng Qiuyan moved. She wanted to turn her head to look, but despite her head moving, her body didn't move. The head landed on the ground before her body collapsed. One of the 7 dragon monarchs, Dragon Granny, had died just like that. Feng Qiuyan also spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious companion beast automatically separated from his body and transformed back into a tattoo. The incantation patterns on Mia's neck vanished as her body gradually recovered its strength. She looked at the corpse of Dragon Granny on the ground in disbelief.
What companion beast is that? It doesn't look like a dragon?
Mia asked Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan shook his head and said,
I don't know his name. I only know that his surname is Feng, and that he only follows people from the Feng family. However, my strength is too weak. I can't even withstand the shock produced when I use his strength.
Suddenly, the waves churned and the water stirred. The 7 Seas Dragon King charged into the Sea God Reef dimensional zone in a frenzy, as he had sensed Dragon Granny's death. Chapter 975 Grown Up.
No good. It's the 7 Seas Dragon King. I'll hold it back. You guys return to the land first.
Mia had only been restricted previously. She wasn't injured. Although Feng Qiuyan had obtained the mysterious mythical companion beast, its strength was too powerful. His body couldn't withstand it if it attached itself to him in a soul form. Previously, his body had already suffered damage from only using it briefly. It was obvious how powerful the companion beast was. Mia rushed out of the cabin and immediately saw the 7 Seas Dragon King's true body. Due to Dragon Granny's death, he was already enraged and didn't bother hiding. When he saw Mia come out, the 7 dragon-like tentacles swept over.
Mia transformed into the Golden Dragon King and charged forward to fight the Seven Seas Dragon King. Her body was no weaker than the Seven Seas Dragon King's. It was even stronger than the Seven Seas Dragon King's body. Golden beams of light shone resplendently, causing the seawater to surge and huge waves to appear on the surface of the sea. The Turtle Minister also rushed forward with his spear and helped Mia attack the Seven Seas Dragon King. However, the Turtle Minister wasn't as fast as Mia. He was accidentally hit by the white liquid spewed out from the strange dragon's mouth and was immediately stuck. It was as if he had been drenched by super glue. At first, he could still move, but soon, he couldn't even move. He was sent flying by the strange dragon's tentacles and smashed into the sand at the bottom of the sea. Qinling helped the injured Feng Qiuyan swim towards the sea. A golden glow suffused her body as fine scales appeared on her skin. Her hair and pupils also turned pale golden. Although she was still in human form, she didn't look like a human. However, she wasn't ugly. She just looked a little strange. After transforming, Qinling's speed in the water became extremely fast as she rapidly swam towards the coast with Feng Qiuyan. Mia constantly fought the Seven Seas Dragon King. The terrifying Golden Dragon King body didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. She was truly powerful. However, she had yet to advance to the Terror grade. The Seven Seas Dragon King once again used the posture that resembled a Buddha chanting scriptures and entered the Terror transformation state. Mia immediately felt that she had fallen into a heavy fog. She heard the chanting coming from all directions, but she couldn't tell where the Seven Seas Dragon King was. Suddenly, a strange dragon-like tentacle emerged from the fog and spat out white liquid at Mia. Mia reacted extremely quickly as she twisted her dragon body to dodge, but other tentacles kept tearing out of the fog. Before Mia could react, she was immediately sprayed with white liquid. Soon, Mia felt her body stiffen where the white liquid had hit. Her dragon claws were stuck to her body, making it abnormally difficult to brandish them. More and more white liquid sprayed onto the Golden Dragon King body. Mia was like a ferocious beast that had been bound. No matter how strong she was, it was useless. She was bitten by the Seven Seas Dragon King's tentacles. The seven strange dragons bit Mia's body, but she couldn't resist. Soon, she was covered in wounds. The Seven Seas Dragon King clearly hated Mia to the core, and didn't devour her. "Leave now! I want to go back and save my sister!" Qinling gritted her teeth and rushed back when she saw Mia's Golden Dragon King form being ravaged by the Seven Seas Dragon King. Feng Qiuyan grabbed her and forcefully pulled her to the shore. "It's useless if you go back. Go ashore first. I know it's useless, but if I don't return, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life." Qinling wanted to shake Feng Qiuyan off. "Sorry, Sisling." Feng Qiuyan lifted Qinling up and ignored her protests as he rushed to the coast. At that moment, the coast was filled with surging seawater. The beach could no longer be seen. Even the trees outside were covered in seawater. "Wait at a spot where there's no water. You are not to get down." Feng Qiuyan placed Qinling down before turning around and diving into the sea. Qinling stared blankly at Feng Qiuyan's figure as he rushed into the sea. She suddenly realized that this wasn't the Feng Qiuyan she had known in the past. The little boy that followed behind her all day like a tail, the affectionate boy who called her Sisling, these originally clear impressions suddenly became blurry. Replacing them was the feeling of a man, not a boy. He has really grown up. After Feng Qiuyan descended into the sea, he quickly rushed back to where the Seven Seas Dragon King and Mia were fighting. The Golden Dragon King form that Mia had transformed into was severely injured. Feng Qiuyan knew that he only had one chance. His body was already injured, so it was impossible for him to withstand the mysterious companion beast's possession for long. He had to resolve the problem in one strike. The Seven Seas Dragon King seemed to want to tear Mia apart. It thought that Mia had killed Dragon Granny, so he had a raging resentment. This is a good opportunity. Feng Qiuyan summoned the mysterious companion beast and attached it to him in a soul form. After succeeding, Feng Qiuyan didn't hesitate to draw his saber and slash. It was the power of the wind. In an instant, it sliced through the seawater and slashed at the Seven Seas Dragon King's body. However, when the blade struck the Seven Seas Dragon King, it was like a blunt blade slicing through a cow's tendon. The strike with the strength of a mythical companion beast only managed to slice through less than 10 centimeters. A 10-centimeter deep wound was fatal to humans. However, to the massive Seven Seas Dragon King, it was nothing. Bam! With a flick of the strange dragon tentacle, Feng Qiuyan's body was sent flying. He shot out of the sea like a cannonball with a huge splash. As though he had had enough of the cat and mouse game, the Seven Seas Dragon King opened his main body's mouth. It wanted to devour Mia alive, so as to appease the hatred in its heart. Mia was stuck to the white liquid and had no ability to resist. Knowing that it was impossible for her to live, she decided to transform into a human form and be swallowed by the Seven Seas Dragon King to prevent herself from being bitten and suffering so much pain. Feng! Qin Ling's expression changed drastically when she saw Feng Qiuyan being thrown out of the water. She hurriedly rushed over and hugged him. Seeing that Feng Qiuyan wasn't dead despite his serious injuries, Qin Ling felt a little more at ease. She glanced at the sea and gritted her teeth before rushing out of Sea God Reef with Feng Qiuyan in her arms. Although she really wanted to rush back and fight with Mia, she couldn't allow Feng Qiuyan to die in front of her. Just as they rushed back to the coast, they saw a man in black armor standing on the coast like a nobleman, blocking their path. Qin Ling, you don't belong to the world over there yet. Return with me. In the future, you will become the new human progenitor, the black-armored man said slowly. Chapter 976 Meeting Again. Zhou kept trying to figure out a way to leave the Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach, but the place was filled with white liquid. He couldn't even teleport in the white liquid, so it wasn't easy to leave. With the Chaos Egg's protection, Zhou's life wasn't in danger. He could slowly try all sorts of methods, hoping to restrain the Seven Seas Dragon King. Firstly, it was the power of fire. This power was clearly useless against the white liquid, or perhaps Zhou's fire power level wasn't high, so it was useless. Companion beasts with powerful bodies were useless. They would be stuck to the white liquid, unable to unleash their combat strength. Weapon-type companion beasts were the same. No matter how sharp a companion beast was, it would be stuck to the white liquid. They were useless. He basically tried all the companion beasts and abilities he had of every element, but they were useless. Could it be that this white liquid is really that invincible? Is there no power that can restrain it? Zhou didn't believe it. What other powers are there that I haven't used? After some thought, Zhou suddenly had an idea. It was the terror items he had put away previously. Those terror items were extremely cold. If he could freeze the liquid into a solid, it might lose its stickiness. Zhou attempted to take out the bone and placed it in the white liquid. It was unknown if it was because only a terror-grade power could restrain a terror-grade power, or if it was because the freezing power was the nemesis of the white liquid. But the nearby white liquid quickly froze once the extremely cold bone was inserted into it. Does it really work? Zhou extended his hand to touch it, and realized that the frozen white liquid was indeed no longer sticky. Furthermore, it no longer had any corrosive effects. So the Seven Seas Dragon King is also restrained by this ice dragon's power. In that case, the person who killed the ice dragon back then might not be the Seven Seas Dragon King. It's very likely the human who has a guardian, Zhou guessed. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain why the Seven Seas Dragon King could still kill the ice dragon when his power was restrained by the ice dragon's bone. Was Mia's father also killed by that man? Zhou thought of Mia's father again. The possibility of his father leaving a companion egg behind and being killed by a human was very high. With a method to restrain the white liquid, Zhou froze the surrounding white liquid, but he soon discovered another problem. The solidified white liquid was extremely tenacious and almost indestructible. He spent a lot of effort to shatter a small piece of the white solid. This is a little troublesome. If I don't freeze it, it will be too sticky. If I freeze it, it will be too hard. Zhou attempted to use the ice dragon bone to strike it. It was a little easier than using a mythical weapon, but his speed wasn't fast. Zhou was out of options. All he could do was freeze the white liquid as he shattered it. Thankfully, he had Tyrant Behemoth's help. Otherwise, Zhou's progress would have been even worse. The main reason was that Zhou's body didn't have enough resistance to the cold, preventing him from touching the ice dragon bone for long periods of time. Even Tyrant Behemoth needed to use absolute strength to hold the ice dragon tooth for long periods of time without being injured. As he was digging, he suddenly sensed the Seven Seas Dragon King's rage. Then, he saw him fighting Mia and Feng Qiuyan. Although Zhou wanted to help, he wasn't able to leave for the time being. Mia, who was covered in wounds, was swallowed and fell into the white liquid. She thought that she was doomed. Not only did the white liquid have a powerful stickiness, but it also had a terrifying corrosive ability. Even her golden dragon body would find it difficult to withstand it for a long period of time. Furthermore, she was severely injured. Just as Mia gave up hope of survival, she suddenly felt something grab her hand and pull her over forcefully. At the same time, she felt a terrifying coldness. The white liquid that stuck to her body slowly became less sticky due to the cold. Soon, Mia was released by the hand. When Mia came out of the white liquid, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. "Zhou, you're still alive?" Mia looked at Zhou in surprise and delight, almost believing that she was dreaming. After being devoured by the Seven Seas Dragon King for so long, Zhou was still alive. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be injured. "Is it strange that I'm alive?" Zhou said with a smile. "No, I just didn't expect you to survive in the Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach.
Mia looked around and realized that the white liquid had turned solid. It was no longer harmful.
It's all thanks to these things that I can survive in its stomach,
Jowen said as he pointed at the ice dragon tooth in Tyrant Behemoth's hand. This thing can actually restrain the Seven Seas Dragon King's mucus? Then how did the Seven Seas Dragon King kill the Ice Dragon King? Mia found it unbelievable when she saw it.
I suspect that the Ice Dragon King wasn't killed by the Seven Seas Dragon King at all, but by a human,
Jowen said.
A human? That's even more impossible. How can a human kill the Ice Dragon King? It's a terror-grade existence.
Mia refused to believe this.
Ordinary humans might not be able to do it, but it's not impossible for humans with guardians. Did the Seven Dragons Sea have a guardian cocoon in the past?
Jowen asked after some thought.
I don't think so. I've never heard of a guardian cocoon here. Typical guardian cocoons are in pure dimensional zones of a certain race. The dimensional creatures in the Seven Dragons Sea are too mixed. It's not suitable to release guardians here,
Mia said after some thought.
Makes sense.
Jowen told Mia the conversation he had heard. Mia's face was filled with disbelief when she heard that.
You mean that the Seven Seas Dragon King is only a puppet, and the person who really controls the Seven Dragons Sea is a human? That appears to be the case.
Jowen nodded.
He wants to extract Qin Ling's bloodline. Wouldn't that mean Qin Ling is in grave danger? I have to think of a way to save her.
Mia looked at the white liquid around her, but she didn't have a solution.
Calm down. The other party needs to wait for the human dragon bloodline in Qin Ling's body to completely take form before getting his way with her. It will take at least a couple of weeks. We still have time.
As Jowen spoke to Mia, he listened to the commotion outside. After the Seven Seas Dragon King had swallowed Mia, he left Sea God Reef and swam towards the abyss. Jowen's heart stirred as he made Tyrant Behemoth stop. Since he was safe now, he might as well follow the Seven Seas Dragon King into the Abyssal Palace. Perhaps he could learn more secrets. Chapter 977 Absolute Defense.
What's wrong?
Mia asked Jowen in puzzlement when she saw Tyrant Behemoth put down the ice dragon tooth and stop digging.
The Seven Seas Dragon King has gone to see that person. Even if we can leave, only death awaits us. Let's wait for now.
Jowen didn't have a good solution. Even if he didn't wish to eavesdrop, now wasn't the time to escape. Sitting on the crystal, Jowen took out his phone to continue gaming and grinding dungeons. He didn't know how much time he needed to stay here, so since he had nothing to do, he gamed. Mia knew that Jowen was right. They couldn't even defeat the Seven Seas Dragon King, much less the more terrifying human, so it was pointless for them to leave.
Qin Ling was captured by them, right?
Although Mia had already guessed the answer, she still hoped that Jowen could give her a different answer.
She's probably captured.
Although Jowen didn't see the man capture Feng Qiuyan and Qin Ling, he could guess that the man wouldn't let Qin Ling leave. Mia was vexed, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even leave to risk her life now.
When can we leave?
Mia asked, but she was suddenly stunned. She realized that she seemed to be overly reliant on the human in front of her. In the past, she wouldn't even spare humans a glance, much less ask such a foolish question. Jowen looked up at Mia and said,
"Don't worry. I'll save them."
Although it was a simple sentence, Mia felt much better after hearing it. It was as though Jowen could really do it. The Seven Seas Dragon King returned to the underwater abyss, but to Jowen's dismay, he didn't head for the underwater palace where the human was. Instead, he entered a cave to rest. Jowen could only wait patiently. With a minion like the Seven Seas Dragon King available, it was impossible for the human to let the Seven Seas Dragon King sleep in the cave. Jowen knew that it was useless to burn with anxiety. He grinded dungeons as usual and also farmed some mortal companion eggs for the evil Spirit King, hoping that he could evolve as soon as possible. He went to the ancient Sword Tomb dungeon again, a place where Jowen had often grinded in recent times. He hoped to obtain some inspiration, and perhaps have a chance of evolving Sword Pill. Furthermore, Jowen had personally pulled out the swords and killed them when he visited ancient Sword Tomb dungeons in recent times. He hadn't gotten Tyrant Behemoth to take action, or it would have been difficult for him to gain any insight. The ancient swords were pulled out by the blood-colored avatar and killed. Quite a number of crystals dropped, but nothing new triggered. Could it be that the advancement of Sword Pill has nothing to do with swords? Jowen thought to himself, but there was nothing he could do. This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Jowen came in front of a sword tomb again and pulled out a short sword. The short sword was red in color and looked like it was made of red bronze. It was exquisite and elegant. The hilt was in the shape of a phoenix's head, and the guard was a pair of wings. Furthermore, this short sword had a scabbard. At the instant the short sword was pulled out, terrifying flames erupted from the scabbard. It scalded Jowen so much that he immediately released his grip and hurriedly summoned and wore Galaxy Shell Dragon's armor. The short sword filled the sky with flames as it attacked Zhou Wen again. It was clearly a mythical fire elemental ancient sword. The power of the flames was rather powerful. The defense of the Galaxy Shell Dragon armor surprised Zhou Wen. It was able to block the ancient sword's attack without activating absolute defense. However, the flaming sword aura on the ancient sword heated the armor so much that it was scalding. After Zhou Wen activated absolute defense, he realized that he couldn't even feel the burning heat of the flaming sword beam. Zhou Wen stood there and allowed the ancient sword to constantly slash at him. At most, it would only send him retreating a few steps with absolute defense preventing him from being injured at all. What powerful defense! Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Such armor's defense was definitely a life-saving weapon. It was much stronger than Dragon Scale armor. The strength of absolute defense was probably comparable to Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength. However, one was for offense while the other was for defense. Thankfully, I ambushed and killed the Galaxy Shell Dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to kill it in a head-on battle. The duration of absolute defense was shorter than absolute strength, but it was already very strong. Even top mythical powers couldn't injure Zhou Wen when absolute defense was activated. Absolute strength. Absolute defense. Could there be something like absolute speed? If I can gather an absolute set, it will be really impressive, Zhou Wen thought greedily. After testing the strength of the Galaxy Shell Dragon, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to waste time with the ancient sword. He summoned Light Concealment Sword to fight it. Zhou Wen's sword techniques were pretty good now, but he couldn't gain an advantage against the short sword. As he fought, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that there was no need for him to work so hard. He didn't need to do it himself. He was a man with Sword Pill. Sword Pill was similar to flying swords. It could be used hands-free, so there was no need for him to use a sword to slash others. I wonder if Sword Pill's strength can withstand a mythical weapon. Zhou Wen summoned Sword Pill and planned on giving it a try. With a thought, the resplendent diamond-like Sword Pill appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Then, with Zhou Wen's will, it stabbed at the short sword. Clang! 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 Sword Pill and the short sword constantly clashed in midair, turning Zhou Wen into a spectator. It feels so good not having to use a sword to slash at others. It's no wonder so many people like flying swords. It's indeed a skill best suited for lazy people. Zhou Wen was somewhat delighted. It wasn't because he had found another way to be lazy, but because the strength of Sword Pill could actually clash head-on with a mythical sword without being damaged. It's really good stuff. Zhou Wen used the 3000 sword intense. Sword Pill already had the concepts of the 3000 sword intense. Now, with Zhou Wen using the 13 stances, the might and concepts were much stronger than when Zhou Wen slashed with his sword. Furthermore, Sword Pill didn't have any restrictions. It could use the moves far more frequently than when Zhou Wen used them himself. It also had a lot more freedom. If I can really raise Sword Pill to the mythical stage one day, will I be like the legendary sword immortals in ancient times, able to behead enemies from thousands of kilometers away? The more Zhou Wen used Sword Pill, the more he found it convenient. He decided to use the short sword as a sparring partner, and used all 3000 sword intense. Zhou Wen didn't notice that during the battle between Sword Pill and the short sword, some ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb would tremble gently, as though they were responding to the sword intense in Sword Pill. Chapter 978 Bronze Sparrow Sword. The characteristics of Sword Pill were very strange. Typical weapons or mobile life souls needed contact during usage for the injection of essence energy into the weapon. Even if one could transmit essence energy across space, there would be a transmission path that resembled a ribbon. However, Sword Pill was completely different. It seemed to have some spatial teleportation ability between it and Zhou Wen. Even if they were very far apart, Zhou Wen's essence energy could instantly transfer into Sword Pill without loss. He couldn't find any traces of transmission. Be it control or essence energy delivery, there was no delay. This was very rare. At the very least, Zhou Wen had never seen such an ability on other weapons. Exploiting the characteristics of Sword Pill, Zhou Wen could attack from afar without any worries. It was almost the same as him attacking with a sword in hand. Zhou Wen controlled the Sword Pill, and constantly fought the ancient sword. His control over Sword Pill became stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, Sword Pill was only an epic life soul after all. It was still somewhat difficult to defeat a mythical ancient sword. During the battle, Zhou Wen discovered some strange phenomena. When he made Sword Pill use a particular sword intent, some swords in the ancient sword tomb would react to the sword intent. Different ancient swords would react to different sword intents. The reaction to sword intent means that the ancient sword has a similar concept, which is why it resonates. Doesn't that mean that I can use the sword intent on Sword Pill to determine which type of ancient sword it is? However, just judging the type doesn't seem to be of much use.
If only I could directly determine which sword is at the mythical stage. As Zhou Wen fought, he observed the ancient swords that reacted. After a while, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that perhaps he could really determine the level of the ancient sword through the sword intent resonance. This was because low-level ancient swords had very weak sword intent resonance. They didn't even have sword intents, so it was relatively difficult to trigger a resonance with them. As for the stronger ancient swords, they were easier to trigger a resonance due to their stronger sword intents. These ancient swords were mainly at the epic stage. At a higher level, like the mythical ancient swords, Zhou Wen's sword intent had to be sufficiently high in order to trigger their resonance, because their sword intents were extremely powerful. Therefore, it was relatively difficult. Therefore, Zhou Wen came to a conclusion. Ancient swords that could easily resonate were typically at the epic stage, with a small number at the legendary stage. As for the ancient swords that didn't resonate easily, they were either the strongest mythical ones, the weakest legendary ones, or even mortal ones. In any case, they were either the best or the worst. Although he couldn't distinguish it accurately, eliminating a large number of options was huge progress for Zhou Wen. In the constant battle with the ancient sword, Zhou Wen had a strange thought. Since Sword Pill has already fused with 3,000 sword intents and can cause various types of ancient swords to resonate, it means that it has all sorts of different characteristics. Therefore, it's clearly wrong for me to want to turn it into a particular sword. However, there's no sword in the world that can be compatible with all characteristics. Then, can I make Sword Pill become a sword that's suited for a particular sword intent when the respective sword intent is used? Zhou Wen didn't know if Sword Pill had such a transformation ability, but he decided to give it a try. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of sword should be matched with what kind of sword intent, but with the ancient sword tomb, it wasn't a problem. All he needed to do was use one type of sword intent and pull out the ancient sword that resonated with it. Then, he could understand all the characteristics of the ancient sword through battle. However, before that, Zhou Wen had to defeat the ancient sword with fire elemental powers. The ancient sword was extremely difficult to deal with. It was clearly difficult to defeat it with Zhou Wen's sword techniques and strength alone. Zhou Wen didn't wish to waste any more time, so he summoned Tyrant Behemoth. With Tyrant Behemoth's help, he quickly snapped the short sword. Killed mythical creature, Bronze Sparrow's sword. Discovered companion egg. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be delighted. He didn't have many fire elemental companion eggs, and weapons were even rarer. This mythical ancient sword was rather good and could be used. After incubating the Bronze Sparrow's sword, Zhou Wen willed a red bronze short sword with a scabbard into his hand. The Bronze Sparrow sword had similar attributes with a light concealment sword, but its life providence and life soul both had fire attributes. When it attacked, it came with fire attributes. This was something light concealment sword didn't possess. The Bronze Sparrow sword's Wheel of Destiny was surprising. It wasn't a Wheel of Destiny with offensive abilities, but the ability to be reborn from flames. Even if the Bronze Sparrow sword was destroyed, as long as its scabbard remained, it could use the flames in the scabbard to self-repair. So the Bronze Sparrow sword has such an ability. Thankfully, Tyrant Behemoth destroyed the sword and scabbard together. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to kill it. Zhou Wen was quite appreciative of the Bronze Sparrow sword. However, after using it for a while, he realized that the sword was useless to him. Such a powerful fire attribute wasn't suitable for sneak attacks. Also, Zhou Wen wasn't good at fire elemental sword techniques. It was not as relaxing using Sword Pill. Yet, the advantages of the Bronze Sparrow sword were very obvious. It was very effective against ice elemental elements. Furthermore, it could be reborn from fire. It would be very useful at times. Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the Bronze Sparrow sword. He would use it when he needed it in the future, or if there was a suitable opportunity. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use it for fusion. After he was done with the Bronze Sparrow sword, Zhou Wen began his plan of matching his sword intent with the swords. He first used Sword Pill to trigger the ancient sword's resonance before pulling out a resonating ancient sword. Through combat, he fully understood the sword's characteristics. Although Sword Pill didn't change in the beginning, Zhou Wen realized that the matched sword intent became stronger during the battle. Bored, Zhou Wen had nothing else to do other than grind dungeons in the Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach. Thankfully, there was plenty of food in the chaos space, so there was no need to be afraid of starving. Zhou Wen took out plenty of food and drinks, and shared a portion with Mia. In order to rest better, Zhou Wen even stored mattresses and other items. He even took out a player that had many movies and music stored in it for Mia to kill time. When Mia saw that Zhou Wen was like a magical pocket that constantly produced all sorts of novel and strange things, she increasingly felt that he was different from the rest of humanity. For the next few days, the Seven Seas Dragon King slept in the cave, and didn't see the male human again. It was useless for Zhou Wen to worry. All he could do was get Tyrant Behemoth to open up a passageway, while he constantly grinded dungeons to practice his sword techniques. He hoped to raise Sword Pill to a perfect body. Chapter 979 Successful Parasitizing. Constant daily practice brought about excellent results. Although Sword Pill hadn't advanced, Zhou Wen's sword technique had improved tremendously. Although it wasn't as good as his movement technique, he had already gained some level of mastery in the way of the sword. It wasn't like before when he only used a sword as a blade to slash at people. With practice came interest. Although they were all swords, the usage and concepts of different swords were different. Some very subtle things could not be understood by just looking at them. He had to experience them personally. As he had truly put in hard work, be it his sword intents or the 13 sword arts, they had advanced by leaps and bounds. Zhou Wen felt that the 13 sword arts were likely to be the second mythical technique he would master. 7 days had passed, but the Seven Seas Dragon King remained motionless. It slept in the cave, somewhat different from what Zhou Wen had imagined. Although Tyrant Behemoth had already penetrated the white liquid and discovered that they were inside something that resembled a stomach, it was useless even if they could escape if they couldn't save Qin Ling and company. Therefore, Zhou Wen kept placating Mia, getting her to wait patiently. However, Zhou Wen didn't think it was feasible to just wait. Since the white liquid had been penetrated, Zhou Wen decided to try releasing Primordial Spore to see if he could parasitize the Seven Seas Dragon King from the inside. In theory, it was impossible for a mythical Primordial Spore to parasitize a Terror-grade Seven Seas Dragon King. However, Zhou Wen felt that it wasn't impossible for Primordial Spore to do so. After all, it was currently in the Seven Seas Dragon King's body. This was a huge advantage. Furthermore, the Seven Seas Dragon King was sleeping, so its bodily functions were at their lowest in all aspects. Perhaps Primordial Spore had a chance. The tiny Primordial Spore flew out of the Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach and quickly landed on the inner wall of an organ like a speck of dust. The organs of the Seven Seas Dragon King were still undulating evenly without any abnormalities. Only then did Zhou Wen heave a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know if he could successfully parasitize it, from the looks of it, Primordial Spore hadn't been discovered. Zhou Wen continued waiting. If Primordial Spore could successfully parasitize the Seven Seas Dragon King, it would undoubtedly be great news for him. Following that was another long wait. Zhou Wen spent every day grinding dungeons to train. His sword intents constantly became stronger, and his sword technique seemed to gain divine augmentation. In Zhou Wen's mind, he also memorized the characteristics and usage of various swords. Furthermore, Zhou Wen vaguely felt that Sword Pill seemed to show signs of advancing. 3,000 sword intents needed to be matched with 3,000 swords. Most sword intents could find their corresponding sword in the ancient sword tomb. However, there were still many sword intents that failed to find a sword to resonate with in the ancient sword tomb. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was because his sword intent wasn't strong enough to trigger the high-level swords, or if it was because there was no ancient sword with the corresponding sword intent in the ancient sword tomb. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that the former was more likely, so he planned on raising his sword intent level. Although sword intent stemmed from a sword art, it was something that required comprehension instead of practice. If one could comprehend it, they might only need an instant to raise their strength. However, if one couldn't comprehend it, they might not be able to improve even if they trained for 10 years. Training hard definitely doesn't work, but if I don't train, I won't be able to understand the true intent of the sword, so I naturally won't be able to comprehend sword intent. What should I do? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and he came up with a solution that wasn't a solution. He first used the 3,000 sword intents to trigger the ancient sword's resonance before plucking the ancient swords that had never resonated. Although he might encounter low-level swords, he might also encounter mythical swords. In that scenario, he would narrow down the range of finding mythical swords. During the battle with high-level swords, he could comprehend his own sword intent. Pulling out a sword, fighting, pulling out a sword, and fighting again, Zhou Wen kept repeating this process.
What's the thing you play all day?
Mia had observed Zhou Wen for many days. Although she wasn't interested in human games, it was boring here, so she couldn't help but ask after seeing him game on his phone.
This? A mobile game. I can obtain experience and equipment by killing monsters,
Zhou Wen explained. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Mia's expression turned odd. She didn't think of herself as a monster in the past, nor could she understand why Qin Ling was so vexed because of her golden dragon bloodline. However, after hearing Zhou Wen's unintentional words today, Mia suddenly understood why Qin Ling minded her dragon bloodline. This was because she also felt uncomfortable.
Do you want to play?
Zhou Wen looked up and asked Mia.
No.
Mia shook her head and sat back on her mat to watch some dramas. However, she couldn't get into it no matter what. She was somewhat in a daze. Zhou Wen didn't know what Mia was thinking as he continued practicing his swordplay in game. This was already the 11th day since Zhou Wen and Mia had entered the Seven Seas Dragon King's body. The Seven Seas Dragon King was still sleeping, but Zhou Wen received a signal that delighted him. Primordial Spore had successfully parasitized the Seven Seas Dragon King. Although it was only a preliminary parasitization, and it would take some time to truly control the Seven Seas Dragon King, this was already very good news for Zhou Wen. I hope there's still time. Zhou Wen had eavesdropped on the conversation between Dragon Granny and the man. He knew that if Qinling drank the thing, she would reach adulthood in a couple of weeks. When that happened, the man would extract Qinling's bloodline and create something that could turn humans into human dragons. Zhou Wen had to save Qinling before that. He didn't know if becoming a human dragon was good or bad, but humans needed the right to choose. Zhou Wen felt that such a forceful mutation was a little too much. At the very least, he didn't wish to become a Dracator. Wouldn't it be better to become a Catman? Zhou Wen thought to himself. If he had to choose to transform, he would rather become a cat. At the very least, it wouldn't be that ugly. Do you know sword arts? Zhou Wen suddenly asked Mia one day. No. Mia shook her head and asked curiously. Why are you suddenly asking this? If you know sword arts, I want to see your sword intent. After cultivating for so many days, Zhou Wen felt that his sword art had reached a bottleneck. If he could improve further, his sword art would probably break through to the mythical stage. However, this bottleneck was clearly not that easy to break through. Furthermore, time was indeed too short. It had only been a few days since he began practicing seriously. The concepts in the world are all interconnected. Although I don't know sword arts, I can let you see my concept if you want to see it, said Mia. Chapter 980 Myriad Sword Resonance. If it's possible, please let me take a look. Zhou Wen felt that he really needed to change his train of thought. Otherwise, he would only walk into a dead end if he just continued doing the same. Mia thought for a moment and said, I'm a golden dragon. All my powers are obtained through inheritance. I only know one concept, and that is Golden Dragon King Battle Intent. Battle Intent? How is it different from ordinary concepts? Zhou Wen asked. I'm not sure either. Have a feel of it yourself, Mia said as she pressed a hand to Zhou Wen's forehead. Zhou Wen didn't dodge and allowed Mia's palm to press on his forehead. As he didn't dare cause too much of a stir in the Seven Seas Dragon King's body, Mia directly imprinted her Golden Dragon King battle intent into Zhou Wen's mind, allowing him to sense her battle intent. At that instant, Zhou Wen seemed to see an extremely terrifying Golden Dragon King appear in the world. It was ferocious and domineering, as though it was the overlord of the entire world. The terrifying battle intent made all life tremble. It was a primordial era. Lightning, fires, floods, and all sorts of calamities frequently descended. All sorts of creatures died in the calamity. Only creatures with extremely powerful vitality could survive in such primordial times. The Golden Dragon King grew in such an environment. At the same time, due to the extinction of all things, food became extremely scarce. All sorts of terrifying creatures could only fight each other and eat each other's flesh and blood. Combat. Crazy combat. One could only survive through combat. The Golden Dragon King might not be the most powerful beast, nor was it the beast with the strongest defense, much less the fastest beast. However, through constant combat, the Golden Dragon King rapidly grew. It constantly transformed and evolved in battle, eventually allowing it to stand at the top of the food chain. The unyielding, fearless, brave, crazy, and intelligent will left even Zhou Wen, who was a spectator, deeply shocked. Zhou Wen knew that this was the inherited memories of the Golden Dragons. The Golden Dragon King in the battle intent was actually the first generation Golden Dragon King. It probably didn't exist in the world anymore. However, its fearless battle intent was eternal. There's no such thing as having good fortune after surviving a great calamity in this world. It's just that I've obtained enough insight and growth in a great calamity to improve myself. Zhou Wen came to a realization as though he understood why his sword art had yet to make a breakthrough. It wasn't because he didn't practice well enough, nor was it because his comprehension was lacking, nor was it because he wasn't diligent enough. It was because no matter how much Zhou Wen cultivated, he was ultimately learning something from others. He was learning the 3,000 sword intents without comprehending something that belonged to him in battle. This also had something to do with Zhou Wen's views. He hadn't planned on practicing sword arts to begin with. He had only learned sword arts to advance sword pill, so naturally, he just needed to master it. He hadn't planned on improving it further. Zhou Wen now realized that he had underestimated sword arts. Everything in the world had its own principles. If he didn't put his heart into it, no matter how smart he was, it would be difficult for him to reach the extreme. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that he hadn't lost to the sword art, but to himself. Indeed, one needs to put their heart in everything they do. Zhou Wen couldn't help but think hard. I hope my battle intent can help you, Mia said, as she retracted her hand when she saw that Zhou Wen had escaped the influence of her battle intent. Thank you so much. It was very useful. You've helped me greatly.
Zhou Wen thanked her sincerely. If Mia hadn't shown him the Golden Dragon King battle intent, he wouldn't have realized his problems. It was easy for animals, like humans, to discover the problems of others, but it was the hardest to discover their own problems. After figuring all of this out, Zhou Wen felt a sense of clarity. When he thought about the 3,000 sword intents again, he immediately felt different. It was as though he was observing the 3,000 sword intents from a different angle and discovered many things that he hadn't noticed before. Mia looked at Zhou Wen and suddenly realized that his aura had changed. It was ethereal and illusory in a rather surreal fashion. Although Zhou Wen was standing in front of her, she felt that he resembled a virtual projection. He didn't give of the feeling that he was an existence made of flesh and blood. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's presence continued to decrease. If she closed her eyes, she wouldn't even be able to sense him standing in front of her.
What did you do?
Mia looked at Zhou Wen in a daze, not daring to take her eyes off him. It was as though Zhou Wen would vanish if she didn't keep her eyes on him.
It's nothing. I just gained some insight after seeing your Golden Dragon King battle intent,
Zhou Wen said. Mia's expression turned even odder. She really didn't understand what Zhou Wen's performance had to do with the Golden Dragon King battle intent. If Zhou Wen's battle intent surged like the reincarnation of a Tyrannosaurus, Mia would believe that it was something he had comprehended from the Golden Dragon King battle intent. However, Zhou Wen's presence was getting weaker and weaker. This was completely at odds with the Golden Dragon King battle intent. Mia couldn't understand how Zhou Wen connected the two and comprehended such things. Are humans all so strange? Mia was secretly puzzled. Zhou Wen didn't explain further because some things couldn't be explained with words. After sitting down, he took out his phone and entered the game again. When he arrived at the ancient sword tomb again, Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to use his sword. He walked to a sword tomb and reached to pull out the sword. After the ancient sword was pulled out, it immediately struggled amidst Zhou Wen's palm and flew into the air, prepared to attack. However, the ancient sword spun a few times in midair, as though it couldn't see Zhou Wen. It didn't attack him. Zhou Wen ignored it and walked to another sword tomb, pulling out the ancient sword from it. The outcome was the same. The ancient sword streaked across the sky as though it couldn't see Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen pulled out swords as he walked. He pulled out hundreds of ancient swords of different levels and attributes, but none of them attacked him, as though he wasn't the one pulling them out. At that moment, Zhou Wen finally moved. With a tap of his finger, the resplendent sword pill tore through the air and streaked across the sky. More than 100 ancient swords were instantly sliced apart by sword pill. Not a single sword could withstand a single strike from sword pill. The remnant sword fragments fell to the ground, leaving only sword pill floating in front of Zhou Wen. Above Zhou Wen and sword pill was an extremely terrifying sword intent.
Hum.
Inside the sword tomb, the myriad swords resonated. Chapter 981 Perfect Sword Pill.
A swordsman, a ferocious weapon. If the sword doesn't move, it's like a Buddha or an immortal. If the sword moves, it will slaughter Buddha and destroy immortals. If you lack the intent, why move the sword? If I were to strike, I would make the entire world my enemy.
Zhou Wen muttered to himself as he stared at sword pill in front of him. Sword pill emitted a blinding sword beam, and the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb hummed even louder. Ancient swords tore out of the ground and flew out without anyone needing to pull them out. Countless ancient swords tore out of the tombs and charged at Zhou Wen and sword pill like a rain of swords. The turn of events was truly terrifying. Even the world changed color. However, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid. The baneful aura on sword pill surged as it circled around him. Any ancient sword that approached Zhou Wen was instantly sliced apart by sword pill. Ancient swords rained down. 3 feet around Zhou Wen's body were filled with shards and broken handles, but there wasn't a single sword within 3 feet. Only sword pill, which seemed as powerful as a god, called all the swords in a shocking manner. A dragon-like sword hum tore through the air. It was a white ancient sword with the aura of a WYRM on it. It was blinding as it transformed into a WYRM, like sword beam, that streaked across the sky towards Zhou Wen. The sword was clearly a mythical weapon, a sovereign of swords. However, Zhou Wen didn't seem to take it to heart. He extended his hand and beckoned at the sword pill before coolly saying, "Sword, come!" With that said, sword pill transformed into a stream of light that charged at Zhou Wen's palm. When it landed in his palm, sword pill had already transformed into a real sword. The sword was 4 feet long. The sword's spine was straight and firm, like a gentleman's back that never bowed. Blood patterns could be vaguely seen on the sword. The WYRM sword slashed down in midair, but Zhou Wen didn't retreat as he slashed out in defiance of the heavens. Clang! The WYRM, like sword beam, was forcefully cleaved apart by the sword in Zhou Wen's hand. The WYRM sword collided with the blade and was sent flying.
Hum! Another ancient sword tore out of the ground with a terrifying sword aura. The sword was wide and huge, and it was extremely heavy. When it slashed down, it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Its might seemed unstoppable. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid as he brandished his sword to meet it. However, the sword in his hand changed its appearance, turning into a soft azure sword. The sword was as thin as cicada wings and as light as muslin. When the two swords clashed, the sword in Zhou Wen's hand wrapped around the heavy sword like silk. He used the momentum to fling the heavy sword away, causing it to slam into a large sword tomb. Buzz! 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 Terrifying ancient swords tore out of the grave one after another, bringing with them boundless sword beams, as though they were determined to destroy Zhou Wen and the sword in his hand. Yet, Zhou Wen showed no fear as he brandished his sword to meet the terrifying mythical swords. When Zhou Wen struck, the sword in his hand transformed into thousands of shapes. When facing any sword, his sword moves, and sword intent would transform into a form that restrained the other party. Although the other party was at the mythical stage and was one level higher than him, Zhou Wen wasn't at a disadvantage in battle. From beginning to end, 7 mythical swords joined the battle. Zhou Wen single-handedly used his sword art to fight the 7 swords without being at a disadvantage. As Zhou Wen was engrossed in the battle, sword pill in his hand transformed into the shape of bamboo blade. He fused with the saber, and used immortal slaying to slice through one of the mythical swords. However, due to his excessive strength and expenditure, he was killed by 6 mythical swords before he could catch his breath. Seeing the game screen turn black, Zhou Wen wasn't vexed at all. Instead, he was delighted. Without a doubt, his sword art had advanced to the mythical stage, and his sword pill had also advanced to a perfect body. Dripping a drop of blood to revive, he launched the game again and read the blood-colored avatar stats. Indeed, Sword Pill had already advanced to a perfect body. Strangely, the name of Sword Pill didn't change this time. It was still the words, Sword Pill. Among the life souls that changed their names during the first evolution, only Sword Pill didn't change its name after the second evolution. It could be considered the only one. Zhou Wen looked at his skill column and indeed, there was an additional mythical sword art. Heart-defying sword, mythical. Zhou Wen was very satisfied with the sword art. Although he knew quite a number of mythical techniques, the only ones he had truly mastered independently were Transcendent Flying Immortal and the Heart-defying sword. Of course, the level given by the game wasn't important to Zhou Wen. What was important was that he finally knew how to use a sword. Furthermore, it was a very special sword art. As Sword Pill had advanced to a perfect body, his strength attribute also reached 41 points. The only remaining attribute was speed. I never expected that despite being best at movement techniques, my speed stat is the last to reach 41. Zhou Wen couldn't help but sigh. Some things were simply out of his control. If he were to choose, he would definitely raise his speed attribute, but he failed to do so. Thankfully, he only needed to raise Glimmer to a perfect body to raise his speed stat to 41 points. If everything went well, he could use the Lost Immortal Sutra to advance to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen entered the ancient sword tomb again. This time, he no longer had the mind of sword practice. However, with the heart-defying sword intent and sword pill, he had a good way of farming an ancient sword tomb. As long as he stimulated the heart-defying sword intent with all his might, he could trigger the myriad swords and get the mythical swords to attack him. Indeed, after Zhou Wen used the heart-defying sword intent, the entire ancient sword tomb boiled once again. The myriad swords resonated as many ancient swords automatically tore out of their tombs to kill Zhou Wen. Unfortunately, they couldn't pass Sword Pill at all. They were all sliced apart. Finally, the mythical swords were activated. Unlike before, only 6 mythical swords appeared. Furthermore, the mythical swords this time were somewhat different from the previous 6. Zhou Wen estimated that every time the ancient sword tomb respawned, 7 mythical swords would appear, but the type of mythical swords that appeared wasn't fixed. This time, Zhou Wen didn't have any intention of practicing his sword intent. After luring out the mythical swords, he activated his mythical companion beast lineup. The 6 mythical swords weren't their match at all, and were quickly killed. Ding! One of the mythical swords dropped a companion egg. From the looks of it, I'm really lucky. I just had a bronze sparrow drop not long ago. Now, there's another one. Zhou Wen picked up the companion egg, and was overjoyed when he saw it. It was Knight Immaculate's sword. Among the 3 famous swords in China, there was the high-grade light concealment, medium-grade shadow concealment, and low-grade Knight Immaculate. Now that Zhou Wen had the high and low-grade swords, he just lacked the middle-grade shadow concealment sword. If I can gather all 3 swords, I wonder if I can combine them into one? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, it wasn't easy to have shadow concealment drop. It was unknown when it would drop. After all, the famous swords in the ancient sword tomb were randomly respawned. He might not have shadow concealment sword appear every time. Chapter 982 7 Dragon sees great mutation. Knight Immaculate, mythical. Life Providence, corporeal sword. Life Soul, corporeal sword aura. Wheel of Destiny, Knight Immaculate. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 81. Talent Skill, Sword Aura Slash, Sword Aura Wheel, Sword Aura Rain, Dao Integration Strike. Companion Form, Sword. The attributes of Knight Immaculate were very similar to Light Concealment, but they were slightly different. It was also considered a top-notch companion beast, but Knight Immaculate couldn't turn invisible. Zhou summoned Knight Immaculate, and saw that it was condensed from a blob of sword aura. Although he could see it, that was all he could see, a blob of white sword aura. It was like a sword condensed from dense white fog. After giving it a try, he realized that the various skills of Knight Immaculate were about the same as Light Concealment. However, one was Sword Light, while the other was Sword Aura. After matching Light Concealment and Knight Immaculate, the compatibility between the two reached 91. If he wanted to fuse them, the success rate was very high. However, Zhou didn't choose to fuse them. He still wanted to see how different the three swords would be when placed together. Zhou grinded for 2 more days without seeing the Shadow Concealment sword, but something finally happened with the Seven Seas Dragon King. Indeed, the Seven Seas Dragon King arrived at the man's palace. The man wasn't inside. The Seven Seas Dragon King passed through the palace and stopped behind it. Zhou immediately saw the man, Feng Qiuyan, and Qin Ling. Feng Qiuyan was locked in a crystal coffin and looked like he was asleep. As for Qin Ling, she was in a huge device. Part of the device was a crystal container with pure water inside. This was very similar to the water in the Death Water Zone. Qin Ling was inside the pure water. The pale golden scales had already covered her body. Dragon horns grew out of her head, making her look like a golden human dragon. Zhou didn't know if Qin Ling's state was considered adulthood, but from the looks of it, the man's experiment was already underway. Zhou sized up the device, but he couldn't tell what it was used for. 7 Seas, the time is ripe. Gather all the dimensional creatures in the 7 Seas, the man said to the 7 Seas Dragon King. After the 7 Seas Dragon King heard the order, it raised its 7 strange dragon-like tentacles. The strange dragons opened their mouths and let out a silent roar. Zhou could hear a high-frequency sound wave with Truth Listener. This sound wave couldn't be heard by ordinary ears, but all the dimensional creatures in the 7 Dragon Sea approached after hearing this sound wave. The sea snakes in the undersea blue hole, the lobsters in the Death Water Zone, the clams on Infinite Island, and various dimensional creatures were gathering towards the abyss. The number was unimaginable. What's that man trying to do? Zhou felt that something was amiss. Qin Ling, we may begin now. A large number of dimensional creatures arrived outside the palace, but they could only swim in the sea and not enter the palace protected by a mysterious force. If I do as you say, will you let Feng Qiuyan off? Qin Ling asked through gritted teeth. I'm also a human. I don't like killing my own kind. You can rest assured about that, the man said. Qin Ling glanced at Feng Qiuyan in the crystal coffin and gritted her teeth. She bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was somewhat different from ordinary blood. It was actually golden. After the golden blood flowed out, it immediately mixed with the pure water. After being diluted by the large amount of pure water, the mouthful of blood quickly disappeared. The man reached out and pressed the device's switch. The liquid in the huge jar spewed out and fused into the seawater above. After the countless dimensional creatures outside were stained by the liquid in the jar, some low-level dimensional creatures quickly changed. The sea snake actually grew claws, and scales grew on the clam maiden's fair skin. All sorts of different dimensional creatures seemed to undergo changes. Even the fish-type dimensional creatures grew claws. Could it be? Zhou suddenly understood that after these dimensional creatures evolved, they had the characteristics of being close to dragons. Although they were still far from being comparable to real dragons, their bodies looked like they could already move on land. These dimensional creatures that were originally in the sea might very well break out of the 7 Dragons Sea and enter land. Just the thought of it left him horrified. It was impossible for Sea Return City's people to withstand so many dimensional creatures. Should I go out and stop him now? Zhou felt that even if he went out, he probably wouldn't be able to stop the man from doing all of this. He could still think of a way to deal with 1 Terror Grade, but it would probably be difficult for Zhou to deal with 2. Primordial Spore, hurry up. Zhou could only wait for Primordial Spore to finish the parasitization. If he could control the 7 Seas Dragon King to fight the man, he still had a chance of redeeming the situation. More and more marine creatures came here to be baptized by the liquid that contained Qin Ling's blood. Their bodies were also gradually transforming. After Qin Ling spat out the golden blood, the man didn't force her to do anything more. However, Qin Ling looked very dispirited. That mouthful of golden blood was unlikely to be as simple as ordinary blood. The dimensional creatures in the entire Seven Dragon Sea were mutating. With time, the changes in their bodies became more apparent. Even the dimensional creatures that had completed their evolution didn't leave. They kept circling the abyss. Zhou Wen could sense that the Seven Seas Dragon King's consciousness was gradually blurring as primordial spore silently parasitized its soul. To be able to parasitize a creature in a terror form in such a short period of time was already considered amazing. However, the situation was too urgent. Zhou Wen still found it too slow. In just a few days, a large number of dimensional creatures in the Seven Dragon Sea mutated. They possessed some of the characteristics of dragons, and had grown to a certain level. 7 seas, that's enough. Let them step onto land, and turn all the humans in the world into Drakators. The man ordered 7 seas. Shall I risk it? Zhou Wen wondered if he should go out and stop them, but on second thought, he gave up on the idea. If he were to go out and risk his life now, the chances of reversing the situation were very low. The man had been ordering the 7 Seas Dragon King to control the marine dimensional creatures. It looked like he didn't have such an ability. Since the 7 Seas Dragon King is the key to controlling these dimensional creatures, as long as Primordial Spore can successfully parasitize it, I can completely reverse the situation. Since Feng Qiuyan and Qin Ling weren't in danger for the time being, Zhou Wen decided to wait and see. Zhou Wen told Mia about the situation outside in his judgment. After Mia heard that, she heaved a sigh of relief. Since that man hadn't killed Qin Ling, nothing else was that important to her. Although I don't know what method that man used, I'm certain that those mutated creatures aren't going ashore to eat humans. They probably are trying to infect humans with their mutated blood, Mia said after some thought. Chapter 983 Alarmist. The people from Sea Return City realized that something was amiss over the past few days. The dimensional zones on land were fine, but they couldn't find any dimensional creatures in the dimensional zones in the sea. All the dimensional creatures in the sea seemed to have vanished. Sea God Reef, Undersea Blue Hole, Infinite Island, and other places were empty. There was almost no sign of dimensional creatures. The Hui family had contacted all the families in Sea Return City to discuss a countermeasure. As for the Feng family, they were also troubled by Feng Qiuyan and Qin Ling's disappearance. They had already sent people to search everywhere, but they were unable to find them. The situation in the Seven Dragon Sea is very strange. All the dimensional creatures have vanished. Everyone, let's discuss. What does this mean? Old Master Hui swept his gaze across the core members of the various families. The disappearance of dimensional creatures is a good thing for us. We don't rely on dimensional zones in the sea to begin with. All we need to do is guard the dimensional zones and mineral deposits on the shore, said Lu, a family head. That's true, but I'm afraid that the dimensional creatures in the sea will cause trouble again, an elder from the Feng family said. What can happen? After all, they are dimensional creatures in the sea. Only a small number of them have the ability to leave the sea to fight. Most of them will have their combat strength greatly reduced after they hit land. They won't be a danger to us. Family head Lu paused before saying. Besides, haven't we already made preparations? Even if Sea Return City really can't be defended, we can still retreat into the dimensional zones on land. Everyone has been in business here for so long. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Brother Lu is right. Those things are from the sea after all. They can only circle the area before leaving. Do you think they can grow legs to snatch our territory? Another family head said. Everyone immediately began discussing. Most people felt that they should stay behind and continue watching. Even if something really happened, it wouldn't be too late to retreat when the time came. I think we should evacuate immediately. A different voice sounded. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and saw a young man in his 20s. Most people knew that he was Hui Haifeng from the Hui family. Young Master Feng, what do you mean? Family head Lu asked Hui Haifeng. Hui Haifeng took out a small bottle and held it in his hand, allowing everyone to see what was inside. The bottle wasn't big, about the same size as a mineral water bottle. There was water inside, but there was something in the water that looked like a mushroom. It was similar to the test subjects he had shown Zhou Wen previously. However, the thing that should have been white now suffused a faint golden color. It looked very strange. What's this? Old Master Hui asked Hui Haifeng. He knew that Hui Haifeng was doing research, and he had supported him. However, he never expected Hui Haifeng to really figure out anything. Grandpa, this is a sample of the fungi I extracted from the marine plants to nurture. Originally, the evolution of these fungi took at least a year from a spore to its present state. However, this experimental product was something I just started cultivating this morning, but it has already evolved to such a level. Something must have happened in the Seven Dragon Sea. It's very likely that the dimensional creatures in the sea will undergo a large-scale evolution, so we have to evacuate immediately.
Hui Haifeng said seriously.
Young Master Feng, aren't you being a little too assertive? Perhaps something went wrong with your experiment, or perhaps it's just an anomaly. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps you need more experiments,
said family head Lu disapprovingly. He wasn't interested in so-called scientific research. He even felt that scientific research was useless in this era. It was the era of gods, and science was no longer feasible. There were quite a number of people who thought that way. Furthermore, most people weren't willing to give up on Sea Return City and the mineral deposits that they had been running for so many years. After all, Hui Haifeng was only making an inference. No one knew if his inference would come true. Even if it were true, it wouldn't be too late to leave when they really couldn't stop dimensional creatures. They still had dimensional zones operating on land as an escape route.
Everyone, perhaps you don't know what this evolutionary speed means. Let me make an analogy. According to the current evolutionary speed, if an ordinary rat is injected with this element, it will only need 3 days. In 3 days, it will evolve to have an elephant-like body and strength. If the creatures in the sea have such an evolutionary speed, are you still confident that you can safely retreat under their attacks? Do you still have the confidence to defend the dimensional zones?
Hui Haifeng said.
Young Master Feng, this is only your speculation after all. You can't just rely on your speculation to make us leave our homeland, right?
Family head Lu pondered for a moment before saying,
Why don't we do this? We'll send some capable people into the water to investigate what has happened in the sea. If it's really as you say, it won't be too late for everyone to leave when the time comes. That's right. What family head Lu said makes sense. Let's investigate first.
Many people supported family head Lu's suggestion. In the end, Hui Haifeng couldn't convince them. After all, Sea Return City wasn't under the jurisdiction of Hui Haifeng's family. Furthermore, many people in the Hui family felt that Hui Haifeng was being overly alarmist. In fact, many members of the Hui family disapproved of Hui Haifeng's research. If Hui Haifeng hadn't paid for the research funding himself, they definitely wouldn't have let him do so much.
How was it?
Li Xian asked Hui Haifeng after the meeting ended. Hui Haifeng shook his head and said,
It's useless. They are blinded by interest and comfort. They won't believe it unless they see the apocalypse with their own eyes.
Li Xian said gloomily.
Then what should we do? Old Zhou and little Yan Yan are missing. Something big must be happening. Let's return to the laboratory first. I need to make some preparations. We have to move the important things out first. We can't stay here.
Hui Haifeng quickly rushed to the laboratory. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Li Xian took her and returned with Hui Haifeng to make preparations. At the same time, Sea Return City sent some humans with underwater abilities into the Seven Dragons Sea to investigate the disappearance of the dimensional creatures.
What's there to investigate? Isn't this unnecessary? It's better if the dimensional creatures in the sea leave. It saves us the trouble of them coming ashore to harass us every once in a while.
A middle-aged man said.
Isn't it all because of that scion from the Hui family? He said that there will be a huge mutation in the sea, and that there will be many mutated dimensional creatures. It's not like we haven't seen them before. What's there to be alarmed about? He even said that he wants us to move out of Sea Return. I think he's studied too much and has lost his mind. What famous university? He's ridiculous.
The others laughed. They felt that a scion like Hui Haifeng only knew how to spout nonsense and give instructions blindly.
What's that?
Suddenly, someone realized that there seemed to be something in the seawater ahead.
Sea snakes? That's not right. Why do they look like they have claws? The color isn't right either. Sea snakes should be blue. This one looks blue with some gold in it. It's just a sea snake. Just kill it and bring it back for research.
Just as they were about to move, they suddenly saw the strange sea snake rush over. It was much faster than ordinary sea snakes. Before anyone could react, the sea snake had bitten him. Chapter 984 The Mutation Begins. The people beside him rushed forward and immediately diced the strange sea snake into several pieces.
Oldly, don't be afraid. My companion beast can restrain the sea snake's poison. I'll treat your injuries now,
the person said as he summoned a companion beast to treat the bitten person. He had treated poison wounds inflicted by sea snakes many times, so it wasn't a problem. Indeed, the wound was quickly healed without any signs of poisoning.
Let's go quickly. Let's take a look ahead. If we can't find anything, we should quickly return. Don't waste time here. The dimensional creatures in the sea have little to do with us,
the few of them said as they continued diving deeper into the sea. However, they didn't realize that Oldly, who was behind them, gradually turned problematic. His eyes gradually turned golden, and tiny golden spots appeared on his face. After a while,
Old Lee suddenly pounced on the person in front of him as though he had gone mad. He opened his mouth and bit down on the neck of the person in front of him. Ah! The person was caught off guard and was bitten. He screamed and turned to look at Old Lee, only to see that his pupils had turned completely golden. There were many guards at the Sea Return sentry post. They were still concerned about the mysterious disappearance of the dimensional creatures in the sea, but they were unwilling to leave Sea Return just like that. In fact, most people could guess that something major had happened in the sea, but they were still hoping to get lucky. They're back! The guards on the sentry post discovered the people who had gone into the sea to investigate. 1, 2, 3. 7. No one is missing. I knew it. It's all fine. Didn't they return safely? If there's really a huge mutation in the sea, how can they return safely? The guard said in delight. He had been on tenterhooks the past 2 days, afraid that the mutation Hui Haifeng mentioned was real. Old Lee, how's the situation in the sea? Did you find any mutated creatures? A few guards who were familiar with them greeted the people who had entered the sea. However, Old Lee and company didn't speak. They walked over with their heads lowered. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? A guard leader said unhappily. When Old Lee and company approached, they finally looked up. The guard shivered when they saw this, and immediately shouted that something was amiss. Old Lee and company's eyes were golden. Scales had grown on their faces, making them look terrifying and strange. Just as they shouted, Old Lee and the others bared their fangs and pounced forward. Instantly, the sentry post was in chaos as someone sent out a warning signal. When the few families saw the warning signal, they were alarmed. They immediately organized their men to observe, but they didn't discover any dimensional creatures on the coast. Their own people were attacking their own people at the sentry post. The few families hurriedly led their men over to figure out what had happened. When they arrived, the last conscious guard was bitten on the neck by Old Lee. Everyone was stunned. They were also frightened by Old Lee and the others. What was even more terrifying was that the guards, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up again. The eyes of the guards also began to turn golden. Golden spots appeared on their faces, but they hadn't grown into scales. An infection. This word popped up in everyone's minds. Attack! Kill them all! We can't let them live! It's contagious! Old Master Hui immediately ordered. Only then did the frightened people react. No one dared to rush forward to fight them. Thankfully, there were enough people. They summoned their companion beasts and let them fight. They were surprised to discover that Old Lee and company's bodies had become as hard as steel. Furthermore, they were terrifyingly fast. They felt nothing from ordinary injuries. Only by stabbing their hearts could they be killed. They no longer looked like humans, but more like dimensional creatures. Thankfully, their bodies became stronger, but their intelligence seemed to weaken. Finally, with everyone's cooperation, they finally killed all the infected people. We can't leave these corpses behind! Burn them all! Just as Old Master Hui finished speaking, everyone looked at the sea. No one burned the corpses. A storm suddenly stirred in the sea. And amidst the waves, something seemed to be surging. Soon, they saw what it was. Countless dimensional creatures, shrimp, crabs, octopuses, sea snakes, and many strange creatures that they couldn't name, rushed over alongside the waves. It was unknown how many there were. What was even more terrifying was that the dimensional creatures they were previously familiar with were now unrecognizable. The sea snakes and the sharks had grown claws. They rushed to the coast and bared their fangs as they charged at everyone. Retreat! Return to the city immediately! Everyone in the city retreat into the dimensional zone! Old Master Hui's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Everyone's faces were pale. The dimensional creatures that came surging over had exceeded their imagination. Apart from escaping, they no longer had any second thoughts. Something even more terrifying happened. A large number of winged fish flew towards Sea Return City from the sky. The high wall was useless. Sea Return City was in chaos. Some people's bodies became strange after being injured by the dimensional creatures. Those with stronger bodies could still last for a period of time, while those with weaker bodies quickly turned golden. Golden spots began to appear on their skin. It's over! When Old Master Hui returned to the city, he saw that someone had already been infected. Now, everyone was filled with regret. If they had known, they would have listened to Hui Haifeng and moved out of Sea Return City. No matter how valuable the mineral deposits here were, people who died here wouldn't have the life to enjoy them. Take refuge in the dimensional zones. Retreat immediately. Everyone retreat into the dimensional zones. Old Master Hui shouted as he killed. Now, it was only a flying fish invasion. There were many, but they were nothing compared to the dimensional creatures that rushed out from the coast. Without Old Master Hui needing to shout, everyone was running for their lives. Instantly, Sea Return City seemed to turn into hell. There were screams and killing everywhere. However, no one died. All the injured people would stand up after a while, but when they stood up, they would become members of the dimensional creature horde and not humans. The few families fought as they retreated, gathering towards a dimensional zone. It was the dimensional zone they had been in for the longest time. They wanted to use the taboos in the dimensional zone to block these creatures. Boom! Following a huge tsunami, a terrifying monster appeared. It looked like a huge octopus, but its tentacles were like worms. Each one was 100 meters long. All sorts of terrifying creatures charged forward, with the terrifying monster blotting out the sky. The high walls were destroyed without putting up much of a defense. Chapter 985 Ninth Arch. The humans who wanted to leave Sea Return City suddenly realized that the way out of the city was blocked by dimensional creatures. The devil-like Seven Seas Dragon King blocked their path, with large numbers of dimensional creatures. Dimensional creatures surged everywhere, surrounding Sea Return City tightly. It was almost impossible to escape. I should have. Old Master Hui was extremely regretful. He knew that there might be danger, but he never expected that the entire city would fall. If he had listened to his grandson, Hui Haifeng, and ruthlessly abandoned his family business and left Sea Return City, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. The only consolation was that the Hui family had already sent some of their descendants elsewhere to study. Although it was said that they were studying, it was actually to protect them. It could be considered a backup plan. If something really happened to Sea Return City, the Hui family wouldn't be wiped out. Sadly, because of Long Ming Yuan's matter, Hui Haifeng had taken a leave of absence from school and returned home. The young man from the Hui family, who had the greatest hope of achieving something, was also going to die with the family. At the thought of Hui Haifeng, Old Master Hui looked around, but he didn't find him. He couldn't help but feel a sliver of hope. Hui Haifeng had long expected a major mutation. Perhaps he had already left Sea Return. Just as Old Master Hui was rejoicing, he realized that Hui Haifeng and a young man had charged over from the other side. The young man was carrying a girl who looked about 2 years old. Ah Feng, you already expected this to happen. Why haven't you left? Old Master Hui was furious and anxious when he saw Hui Haifeng charging over. The Hui family is all here. How can I leave alone? I have some things here that will be of some use to those dimensional creatures. Just apply some on your body. There's too little time. This is all I've figured out, Hui Haifeng said as he poured some powder from a bottle and handed it to Old Master Hui and company. Li Xian, distribute it to the others. Hui Haifeng handed a bottle to Li Xian. Li Xian responded and took the 2 ice silkworms over. Wherever the ice silkworms passed, they froze the dimensional creatures. Li Xian wasn't as gentle as Hui Haifeng. He directly scattered the powder on the people from Sea Return City. When the powder that resembled dole powder touched humans, the dimensional creatures seemed to treat them as their own kind and stopped attacking them. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. There were dimensional creatures everywhere. It resembled a tidal wave. They originally thought that there was no hope, but to their surprise, divine help had descended from the heavens, allowing them to turn the situation around from certain death. Soon, the people from Sea Return City were covered in the golden powder. A large number of dimensional creatures passed by them. At most, they only sniffed them and didn't attack them. It was the same for those who had mutated after being injured. They ignored the people who had been covered in gold powder. Instantly, the huge Sea Return City was surrounded by countless dimensional creatures, but no battle happened. Everyone walk slowly. Don't worry. Hui Haifeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the gold powder was effective. He had too little time. He didn't have the time to do more research. He had only discovered by accident that once one was tainted with such special elements, the dimensional creatures would treat humans stained with the gold powder as their kind and stop attacking them. Everyone followed Hui Haifeng as they silently traversed the sea of monsters. If it was just these monsters, Hui Haifeng might very well bring everyone out of danger. Unfortunately, this great chaos wasn't just limited to dimensional creatures. There was also a human. Furthermore, he was the mastermind behind all of this. Everyone was traversing the sea of monsters in fear when they suddenly saw a figure slowly land in the sky. It stood above the Seven Seas Dragon King and looked down at everyone in Sea Return City like a god. A human? Hui Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of dimensional creatures, but humans. Old Master Hui and the few elders of the Feng family were people who had seen many storms. When they saw the figure, their expressions changed drastically. Clearly, they had also realized the problem. They stopped and looked at the black armored man on the Seven Seas Dragon King's head. I never expected there to be such a keen-eyed person in Sea Return City. Not bad. The person's gaze looked at Hui Haifeng below, as though he was praising him. Who are you? Hui Haifeng asked with a heavy expression. My name has long been abandoned. If you must have a title, call me Ninth Arch, the man said indifferently. Is the dimensional creature mutation in these seas related to you?
Hui Haifeng asked again.
Consider it a gift from me. Do you like it?
Night Arch said with a smile.
You are also a human. Why are you doing this to us?
Family Head Lu said with a trembling voice. Night Arch didn't answer. He didn't even look at Family Head Lu. He continued looking at Hui Haifeng and said,
You should have already guessed my intentions, right? Why don't you tell them? You are evolving us, but it's obvious that you failed. Those who are infected with this special element don't even have self-awareness. Even if their bodies become stronger, it won't be considered a successful evolution.
Hui Haifeng said. Night Arch smiled and said,
As expected, you know what's happening. However, that view is still too narrow. Evolution is about survival of the fittest. Creatures that can't adapt to evolution will ultimately be buried in the dust of history. My experiments didn't fail, but most humans are too weak. Only true experts can be reborn in the tides of evolution and become even greater new humans. You mean that this evolution has a certain success rate? Then what's the success rate?
Hui Haifeng asked again.
1 in 1,000, or even lower, but it's enough. It's enough for the humans on Earth to have enough elites left. There's no need to waste resources on defective products. They will be eliminated sooner or later anyway. I just sped up their elimination,
Night Arch said casually. However, when Hui Haifeng and company heard those words, they found him extremely cruel. Less than 1 in 1,000 humans would survive. Yet, such a massacre seemed trivial to Night Arch. Furthermore, from his words, not only did he set his sights on Sea Return City, but he also wanted to extend it for all of human society.
Don't you think this is too cruel to those who originally had a chance of survival?
Hui Haifeng asked.
How can failure be cruel? It's true cruelty to let useless people live numbly and waste resources that are useful in the hands of experts.
Night Arch looked down at Hui Haifeng and said,
You're not bad. If you are willing, you can become my right-hand man and create a new human order with me.
Chapter 986 True Mythical Strength. Hui Haifeng took a deep breath.
Although we share similar beliefs, I'm sorry. We aren't the same kind of people. I also want humans to evolve, but I won't choose such a method. You're just fooling yourself. I know you want to say that you will figure out an evolution method with a high success rate, but what's the point of having a high success rate? Even if everyone can become stronger because of a 100% success rate, there will still be strong and weak outcomes due to different talent. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will become weaker. When that happens, the strong will occupy most of the resources, but the weak will obtain fewer and fewer resources.
Night Arch sneered and said,
Just like how no matter how long workers work, capitalists will never find it enough. No matter how low the worker's salary is, they will think that it's too much. In order to squeeze out the last bit of remaining value, the weak will eventually die or even be killed by their powerful companions. Instead of letting such a cruel thing happen and waste so much time, why don't you let me complete this step directly? It will save time and also allow a genius like you to not have to think about how to snatch the last grain of rice from the weak in the future. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? If I'm guilty, let me bear these sins.
Night the Arca's eyes were firm and confident. Hui Haifeng knew that what he said wasn't an excuse he had found for himself. He probably really believed what he said.
I don't know if the situation you mentioned will happen, but I still want to give it a try,
Hui Haifeng said.
That's a pity. I really hope that you would stay and help me. It's a pity. However, it's fine. If you can survive this ordeal, even without my help, you can prove your excellence. When that happens, you will understand everything I'm saying.
As Night Arch spoke, he waved his hand, gesturing for Seven Seas Dragon King to begin. Seven Seas Dragon King raised its strange dragon-like tentacles and let out a silent roar. The dimensional creatures that had stopped attacking humans began surrounding the people of Sea Return City. Everyone immediately fell into despair. Faced with a flood of dimensional creatures, their fighting spirit was long gone. They originally believed that they could rely on Hui Haifeng's gold powder to escape, but death was still the outcome. Suddenly, the dimensional creatures that were charging at the humans slowly stopped. Seven Seas Dragon King's body trembled as though it was engaging in an intense battle of thoughts.
Seven Seas, what happened?
Night Arch frowned as he looked at Seven Seas Dragon King. Seven Seas Dragon King had actually disobeyed his orders. Seven Seas Dragon King didn't respond, but his trembling intensified. No matter how Night Arch ordered it, it didn't respond. The dimensional creature stopped, unsure of what to do. Zhou Wen ordered Primordial Spore to forcefully fight for control of Seven Seas Dragon King's body from within. Now, Primordial Spore hadn't completely occupied the Seven Seas Dragon King's soul, but there was no time. Zhou Wen could only make this choice. Although Primordial Spore hadn't completely occupied the soul, it had played a certain role. Seven Seas Dragon King was restrained, making it difficult for him to be of any use in a short period of time.
There's a problem. Li Xian looked at Seven Seas Dragon King, who looked mentally ill, and realized that something might have happened. The people from Sea Return also looked at Seven Seas Dragon King eagerly. Now, their fates no longer belonged to them. Their life and death were in the hands of others. Although they knew that the chances were very low, they yearned for a miracle to happen. Come out! Night Arch seemed to realize something as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He pressed a hand on the head of Seven Seas Dragon King, and a strange electric force penetrated Seven Seas Dragon King's body. Zhou Wen felt the horror of the force. He originally wanted to continue hiding, but now, he had no choice but to leave. He pulled Mia out of Seven Seas Dragon King's stomach and teleported out of his body. He arrived above Seven Seas Dragon King and looked at Night Arch from afar. The people from Sea Return City were alarmed. Another human had appeared above Seven Seas Dragon King. It looked like a young couple. I knew it. Old Zhou wouldn't die so easily. Li Xian didn't find it strange when he saw Zhou Wen. You aren't dead? Night Arch was slightly surprised. He originally imagined that Zhou Wen had been devoured by Seven Seas Dragon King, but he never expected him to survive. Night Arch, it's best you stop. The Seven Seas Dragon King no longer obeys your orders. It's impossible for your plan to continue, Zhou Wen said. Night Arch said indifferently. Your strength isn't enough to affect Seven Seas Dragon King. I believe you relied on a companion beast to influence it. As long as I kill you, your companion beast will die with you. Seven Seas Dragon King will naturally recover. Many people have wanted to kill me, but they failed in the end. I don't think it's easy, Zhou Wen said as he shot a look at Mia. Mia nodded and immediately turned around to fly towards the sea. Zhou Wen had already discussed it with her. She was in charge of rescuing Qin Ling and Feng Qiuyan, while Zhou Wen was in charge of holding back Night Arch. Night Arch saw through their plan at a glance, but he didn't stop Mia. This was because there was no need. As long as Zhou Wen was killed, everything would return to normal. Wang Mingyuan is quite a figure. I never expected the disciples he taught to be such figures as well. Unfortunately, firstly, you didn't fuse with a guardian like Wang Mingyuan, and secondly, you didn't contract a guardian. You have no right to be my opponent, Night Arch said, as he slowly raised his hand. It's nothing impressive having guardians. I've killed a few too, Zhou Wen said. I'm afraid the guardians you killed can't even transform into a terror form, right? Night Arch raised his right hand high and slashed down like a blade. At the same time, he said, Today, I'll let you see what true mythical power is. Zhou Wen quickly retreated, hoping to dodge Night Thearka's attack, but Night Thearka's strike didn't produce any ordinary essence energy or light. The sky suddenly darkened, plunging the entire world into darkness. One couldn't see their fingers, nor could they see anything else. Night Thearka's figure had also vanished. What is terror? The unknown and the invisible are the true terrors. You can't see or touch a true terror-grade powerhouse. As long as I'm willing, I can take your life at any time. This is a true god. It's irresistible and impossible to compete. Night Thearka's voice echoed in the boundless darkness. He seemed to be everywhere, but he didn't seem to be anywhere at the same time. Chapter 987 Two Choices. The entire Sea Return City fell into darkness. Everyone seemed to become blind as the terror in their hearts was magnified countless times. Even epic experts with eyesight abilities couldn't see anything in the darkness. There was only darkness, like an eternal night. The average people of the city were used to using their eyes. They were already very flustered losing their vision. They thought of the countless monsters around them, but were unable to see them, and did not know what they were doing. Were they preparing to pounce over and devour them? Had the dimensional creatures' bloody mouths reached their necks? The terror humans felt mostly came from their own imagination. And this dark environment was the easiest environment to seed terror in their imaginations. Zhou Wen didn't like to imagine things, so when he used Truth Listener, he also activated the Supreme Hell King Life Soul, allowing his senses to become extremely sharp. However, it was useless. Be it Truth Listener's ability or Supreme Hell King's enhanced senses, he failed to discover any traces of Night Arch. It was as though Night Arch had already melted into the night. Have you experienced true terror? Night Thearka's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's ear. However, Zhou Wen didn't see Night Arch. As for the darkness, it seemed to transform into a saber that brushed past Zhou Wen's neck. Clang! The Astral Shell Dragon armor appeared on Zhou Wen's body as he activated Absolute Defense. Even so, a thin mark appeared on his armored neck. Absolute Defense. This should be a manifestation of the Astral Shell Dragon Companion Egg, right? You are really lucky. Although the Astral Shell Dragon's abilities aren't much, Absolute Defense is an extremely powerful skill. Even at the Terror grade, it won't be easy to break through Absolute Defense. Night Thearka's voice drifted over from somewhere. It was as though his lips were right beside Zhou Wen's left ear as he spoke, but when Zhou Wen turned his head, he saw nothing. The voice sounded in Zhou Wen's right ear again. Absolute defense is among the top mythical powers. Previously, I wanted to personally kill the Astral Shell Dragon to see if a companion egg would drop. However, the chances were too low, so I had no choice but to give up. I never expected you to obtain the Astral Shell Dragon companion egg. Unfortunately, the Astral Shell Dragon is only a mythical creature with no potential. It can't enter the terror state, and can't have absolute defense constantly activated. It can only last for half an hour at most. Zhou Wen turned his head to the right, but he still didn't see anything. Half an hour. This is the amount of time you have to live in this world. Enjoy it. No, it's already been a minute. You still have 29 minutes. Night the Arca's evil voice entered Zhou Wen's ears like a devil. Faced with the pressure of death, especially knowing the time when he might die, the pressure and terror was enough to make one break down. However, Zhou Wen wasn't a sentimental person. He knew that absolute defense couldn't protect him forever. Instead of being afraid, he should think about what to do next. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen's first thought was to run. Half an hour was enough for him to teleport far away, but in the darkness, Zhou Wen teleported several times. He had already left Sea Return City, but all he saw was darkness. All the mountains and rivers were in the darkness. They could be heard but couldn't be seen. Do you want to leave? I can let you leave. Night the Arca's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's ear again. It was so close that it made his hair stand on end. After Night Arch said that, light returned to where Zhou Wen was. However, it was still dark inside Sea Return City. This scene was unbelievable. It was daytime on Zhou Wen's side, but the city several meters away was pitch black. Didn't you want to escape? You can leave now, but the people here will become my test subjects and experience that 1 in 1,000 possibility. I wonder if there's anyone you care about among them. However, no matter how much you care about them, it's not as important as your life, right? Night the Arca's voice sounded from the darkness. In the darkness, Night the Arch appeared beside Hui Haifeng like a nightmare. Hui Haifeng felt his eyes light up. He could actually see clearly in the darkness. He threw a punch, but Night the Arca's body was like a dark shadow. Hui Haifeng's fist passed through, failing to harm him at all. Night the Arch smiled and said, "What do you think Zhou Wen will choose? He and you are fellow disciples, right? Can your friendship exceed the terror of death?" Hui Haifeng said calmly, "I wish for him to leave. With his abilities, he will definitely be able to defeat you in the future. He just needs to avenge us." Hui Haifeng didn't shout for Zhou Wen to leave, because he knew that those words would only excite stir feelings. He didn't need Zhou Wen to become sentimental. How touching! Night Arch came to Li Xian and Ye's side again. They immediately had the ability to see in the darkness. "Do you think Zhou Wen will leave this place or come back to save you?" Night Arch asked with interest. Without a word, Li Xian released the ice silkworms. However, the ice silkworms passed through the shadow like Night Arch and failed to cause any damage to him. How interesting. Don't you wish for him to come back and save you? Don't tell me that you really don't care about him abandoning you and escaping? You once treated him as your best friend and best companion, but he escaped alone when there's danger. How sad is that? Night the Arca's voice sounded in the trio's ears. If it were me, I would definitely come back to save you, even if it means sharing life and death. What would Zhou Wen choose? Night Arch continued. Outside Sea Return City, Zhou Wen stared at the dark Sea Return City with a frown. Are you escaping or not? I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't want to escape, return to the darkness. Night the Arca's voice came from the darkness again. 1, 2, 3. When Night Arch counted to 3, Zhou Wen turned around and quickly vanished. In the dark Sea Return City, Night Arch gloated as he said to Hui Haifeng and company. What a pity. It looks like your companion is half unreliable. Between living and your friendship, he chose to live. Li Xian looked at the depressed Ye in his arms, and suddenly said, So what? Don't you feel abandoned at all? Night Arch said with interest. Of course. Old Zhou is a bastard. I wish I could tear him to pieces, but unfortunately, I might not have such a chance. Li Xian stroked Ye's head and said, Zhou Wen is a bastard like me. If it were just a few of us here, he definitely wouldn't have returned. However, there's still the little princess he cares about the most here, so he will definitely return. Don't you agree, Ye? Ye was stunned. The disappointment on her face gradually disappeared. Her eyes became resolute as she nodded heavily. Li Xian. Hui Haifeng frowned slightly. However, Li Xian waved his hand. I know what you mean, but a bastard knows a bastard the best. Compared to letting others know that he will return, he cares more about Ye's feelings. There are some things we understand, but Ye is still young. We can't leave her with a psychological trauma. Even if she dies, she should die happily.
Chapter 988 Battling Nightharch.
You actually think that he will return?
Nightharch was intrigued. Human nature couldn't withstand tests. Nightharch believed that it was impossible for Zhou Wen to return when facing death. Nightharch wanted to see Li Xian, Hui Haifeng, and company's disappointed expressions, so he wasn't in a rush to get the dimensional creatures to attack. He wanted Li Xian and company to slowly experience the process of going from hope to disappointment before going from disappointment to despair. However, not long after, Nightharch suddenly realized that a figure was rapidly approaching Sea Return City from afar. The figure was none other than Zhou Wen, who had returned. Zhou Wen hadn't really fled previously. He only wanted to test if Nightharch would really let him go, or if there was some other scheme. When Zhou Wen confirmed that he had really escaped, and that Nightharch hadn't chased after him, he returned. Li Xian, Hui Haifeng, and Ye were trapped inside. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to give up, when he still had the ability to do something. Ye was delighted when she saw Zhou Wen fly back. Hui Haifeng and Li Xian wore heavy expressions. Zhou Wen's return meant that they were going to risk their lives. No matter what they did, no matter how trivial it was, as long as they could play some unimportant role in the battle, they would work hard.
Why are you back?
Nightharch asked Zhou Wen with interest.
I left something here. I came back to take it away,
Zhou Wen said.
What did you leave here?
Nightharch asked.
People in Sea Return City,
Zhou Wen said.
Are you referring to your family and friends?
Nightharch asked.
No, everyone in Sea Return City,
Zhou Wen said seriously.
Are you testing my patience?
Nightharch's voice turned cold. With his voice turning cold, darkness once again devoured the area outside Sea Return City. Zhou Wen felt his body sink into the darkness again, and Nightharch seemed to be everywhere, existing in every corner of the darkness, but Zhou Wen didn't panic at all. Since he had dared to return, he had naturally come back with a plan. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, he wanted to give it a try.
Absolute defense can only last for half an hour at most, but that's only in theory. Under a powerful attack, due to excessive expenditure, absolute defense can only last for an even shorter period of time. If I attack with all my might, you might die in less than 10 minutes. To be honest, I don't wish for that to happen, said Nightharch. You can give it a try and see if you can kill me in 10 minutes.
Zhou Wen seemed to be confident, showing no fear of Nightharch's threat.
I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you have a death wish, it's difficult for me to retain someone who's bound to die.
As Nightharch spoke, the phantom-like figure seemed to vanish. Zhou Wen's truth listener could no longer hear any information related to Nightharch. Now, I have to think of a way to break through the darkness and find Nightharch's true body before Astral Dragon Armor Dragon's absolute defense expires. Otherwise, I won't even be able to touch Nightharch's true body. There's no way to kill or severely injure him. Clang. 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 Nightharch couldn't be seen, but the blades that resembled the night sky strangely appeared everywhere. They were like invisible blades of darkness that sliced at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's body retreated repeatedly from the slash, but he couldn't see where Nightharch was. He was like a ghost in the darkness, omnipresent, yet without a corporeal body. He couldn't be found no matter how Zhou Wen searched. Even if it's a terror-grade creature, it's impossible for it to be without a body. Be it the Ice Maiden or the Yin Talisman King, they both have their true bodies. Nightharch definitely has a true body. I just haven't found it. Where is he? How does he do it? Zhou Wen couldn't figure it out, so he could only make attempts. The invisible saber in the darkness slashed at Zhou Wen's back again. Without looking back, Zhou Wen summoned a sword and slashed behind him. The sword that carried flames was the Bronze Sparrow's sword that he had recently obtained. The flames produced by the Bronze Sparrow's sword illuminated Zhou Wen's surroundings, but it was limited in range. It was still pitch black further away. The light from the flames didn't completely banish the darkness, nor did it help Zhou Wen find Nightharch. A strange black palm shadow rushed out of Zhou Wen's shadow and slashed at his thigh. Thankfully, the Astral Shell Dragon's armor blocked the strike. Otherwise, Zhou Wen's leg would have been severed. Zhou Wen's body streaked through the darkness. Although he was protected by absolute defense, and he couldn't really be injured, the pain in his leg made him clearly aware that the effects of absolute defense were weakening. It was undoubtedly dangerous to fight an invisible, untouchable enemy who could hurt him. Furthermore, the enemy could kill one of his own at any time. Although this strike wasn't effective, it didn't mean that it was really useless. At the very least, Zhou Wen had discovered that the light emitted by the flames was somewhat effective against the darkness. However, the range that mythical flames could illuminate was only 3 feet away from the Bronze Sparrow's sword. It was a very limited range of illumination. Also, Nightharch seemed only capable of traveling in the darkness. That strike just now was an attack launched from the shadows produced by the light.
Zhou Wen attempted to use the Bronze Sparrow's sword to attack from a different direction, but he naturally failed to injure Ninth Arch. However, he was certain that Ninth Arch had to be in the darkness to deliver his omnipresent attacks. He couldn't appear in the light. Now, Zhou Wen was roughly certain that even if Ninth Arch could attack in the light, he would definitely be unable to hide his body. If he wanted to defeat Ninth Arch, he had to place him in the light. However, the Bronze Sparrow's sword's flames weren't enough to illuminate all parts of Zhou Wen's body. Even if it was bright enough, there would be shadows. With shadows, there would be darkness. Ninth Arch could still attack Zhou Wen through the shadows. External light is useless, my body can glow. This doesn't seem difficult for me. Zhou Wen thought of his life soul, Primordial Human Sovereign. As long as he fused with the Primordial Human Sovereign, he could transform into a humanoid sun. He didn't know how far the Primordial Human Sovereign's light could illuminate. However, even if it was only a foot away, it would be enough. In a situation where there were no blind spots in the darkness, Zhou Wen should be able to see Ninth Arch's true body once he entered a 1-foot radius to attack. Chapter 989 Last Chance. Absolute defense is indeed a very powerful ability. Unfortunately, if the companion beast that possesses it is at the terror grade, it can be considered absolute defense in the absolute sense of the word. This ability is a waste on the Astral Shell Dragon. Now, that armor can't even last a minute. Once absolute defense completely fails, it will be the end of your life. Ninth Arch's demonic voice sounded in the darkness again, but his attacks never stopped. Perhaps that might spell the end of your life, Zhou Wen said indifferently. I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence? Apart from the Astral Shell Dragon, what other trump cards do you have? Why don't you take them all out and let me see what power you can rely on? Ninth Arch was really curious. From the moment Zhou Wen returned, Ninth Arch was already rather interested in him. He didn't underestimate Zhou Wen. On the contrary, after Zhou Wen really returned, he placed an elevated importance on him. However, Ninth Arch was still curious to know what Zhou Wen's return was banking on. Even so, Ninth Arch didn't relinquish the chance of killing Zhou Wen just because of his curiosity. He would still kill Zhou Wen the moment the Shell Dragon armor failed. Therefore, he hoped to see Zhou Wen's trump card before that. Clang! The Shell Dragon armor suffered another attack. This time, the Shell Dragon armor was sliced open by the blade condensed from darkness. It was so deep that even Zhou Wen's bones could be seen. Blood flowed out of the wound. This is your last chance. As Ninth Arch launched another attack, his voice entered Zhou Wen's ears. Once the Shell Dragon armor was destroyed, absolute defense would be useless. Ninth Arch could enter Zhou Wen's body through the ruptured wound and kill him. Zhou Wen knew very well that this was indeed his last chance. If he couldn't withstand this strike, he would probably die here. In Sea Return City, only Li Xian, Hui Haifeng, and Ye received special treatment from Ninth Arch. They could see everything. Upon seeing Zhou Wen bleed, the three of them became nervous. They wanted to rush over to help, but it was as though they were separated by a strange distance. No matter how they charged towards the battle, they were unable to reach it. It was as though they were stuck in place. Almost at the instant Ninth Arch attacked, Zhou Wen changed his life soul and fused the Primordial Human Sovereign life soul with himself. Instantly, Zhou Wen's body turned into a humanoid sun. The area he illuminated was greater than he imagined. It was even bigger than the mythical flaming sword. And just inches away from Zhou Wen was where Ninth Arch stood. With his fingers on one hand stretched out, he stabbed at Zhou Wen's wound like a sword. There were cracks in his armor that provided zero defense. They saw it. They finally saw it. It wasn't just Zhou Wen. Li Xian, Hui Haifeng, and company also saw Ninth Arch's true body appear in the light. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen threw the Bronze Sparrow's sword out. That's right. It wasn't a stab, but a throw. This was a mythical skill, Vajra Drill. It was a skill that sacrificed weapons to unleash the strongest attack. With the augmentation of Vajra Drill, the power that erupted from this strike was equivalent to the combined strength of Zhou Wen and the Bronze Sparrow's sword. Its speed was unimaginably fast as the Bronze Sparrow's sword stabbed into Ninth Arch's body, before immediately exploding. Boom! Flames erupted like a sun flare. A mythical weapon instantly erupted all its energy. The destructive power it produced was unimaginable. The darkness that enveloped Sea Return City finally vanished as everyone regained their vision. Apart from Li Xian and a few others, no one knew what had happened. When their vision recovered, they saw Zhou Wen floating in the air like a sun god and the intense explosion of light. Has the terrifying Ninth Arch been killed? He should be dead. Even mythical creatures can't survive such a terrifying explosion. Everyone prayed for this outcome. However, when the light from the explosion gradually dissipated, they realized that Ninth Arch was standing there unharmed. His long black hair was still flowing as before, as though he wasn't injured at all. You're really impressive. You have more than one life soul, and it's so powerful. You were actually able to reveal my true body in the Night of Terror. Unfortunately, although your strike is extremely powerful, one that would have probably have the lives of any mythical creature even if they didn't die, to a terror-grade creature, it's useless no matter how strong it is. Only a terror-grade power can defeat a terror-grade. You are still too weak, Night Arch said as he walked toward Zhou Wen. He no longer had any curiosity after seeing Zhou Wen's trump card. He had no regrets killing Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen touched the scabbard in his left hand and condensed the Bronze Sparrow's sword again. Weapons that were destroyed by Vajra drill typically vanished. However, because the Bronze Sparrow's sword had the ability to be reborn in the scabbard, it didn't really vanish. It was also the best weapon to use with Vajra drill in reality. Zhou Wen once again threw out the Bronze Sparrow's sword with Vajra drill. Night Arch didn't dodge as he reached out to grab the flying Bronze Sparrow's sword, causing it to explode in his hand. It was useless. That body was like a divine body that wouldn't be injured by mortal powers. No matter how terrifying the power unleashed by the Bronze Sparrow's sword was, it couldn't injure Night Arch at all. Zhou Wen threw out the Bronze Sparrow's sword again and again, but it was like setting off fireworks. Is he a god? The people from Sea Return City were dumbfounded as irresistible terror arose in their hearts. Under such a terrifying explosion, he wasn't injured at all. He was no different from a god. Night Arch was slightly disappointed because the Night of Terror was useless against Zhou Wen. He didn't activate it again as he destroyed everything with a wave of his hand. He arrived in front of Zhou Wen and didn't even give him a chance to draw his sword. He struck Zhou Wen's head with one hand, hoping to completely end his life. With absolute defense completely nullified, it was impossible for Zhou Wen to withstand this strike. Zhou Wen's right hand still moved. However, this time, he didn't pull out the Bronze Sparrow's sword with his right hand, nor did he use Vajra drill again. An ice blue dragon tooth that resembled a sapphire appeared in Zhou Wen's right hand before disappearing with the use of darkness right hand. It was so fast that no one saw his actions. When everyone saw what happened, they saw that the ice blue dragon tooth in Zhou Wen's hand had already penetrated Night the Arch's chest. Chapter 990 Terror vs. Terror. Night Arch looked down at his chest and saw blood slowly flowing along the ice blue dragon teeth. Ice Dragon King's tooth! Night the Arch's face instantly turned extremely pale. Zhou Wen released the dragon tooth. His palm that held the dragon tooth had already frozen. If he continued holding it, his palm and armor would probably be frozen to pieces. Didn't you say that only a terror grade can injure a terror grade? As you wish. Zhou Wen pulled out an ice dragon rib with his left hand and slashed at Night Arch again. Zhou Wen also wanted to use Dr. Darkness's darkness right hand with his right hand again, but his right hand was already numb from the cold. He couldn't raise it at all. The power of a terror grade was too terrifying. Just holding the dragon tooth for an attack was already unbearable for his palm, so he could only switch to his left hand. Although his left hand wasn't as good as Darkness' right hand, it was augmented by Dr. Darkness's golden left hand. His speed and strength were much stronger. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's strike was using the immortal slaying thanks to Slaughterer. It was unbelievably fast. With a flash, he crossed paths with Night Arch. As he switched his life soul, the sun-like light vanished, revealing Zhou Wen's true appearance. As for Night the Arch's arm, it had been sliced off by Zhou Wen. However, Night Arch vanished like a phantom without a trace, leaving only an arm and the dragon tooth that had stabbed into his chest. He actually managed to escape? Furthermore, after dealing immortal slaying, he had expended all his strength. He might not be able to gain an advantage even if he succeeded in chasing after him. The people from Sea Return City didn't know Zhou Wen's present situation. Seeing him easily injure the god like Night Arch and even sever one of his arms, they looked at him with reverent eyes. Let them retreat to the sea, Zhou Wen said to the Seven Seas Dragon King. Although the Seven Seas Dragon King's consciousness hadn't been completely parasitized, its resistance suddenly weakened after Night Arch escaped. Primordial Spore had the upper hand. It was still difficult to destroy the Seven Seas Dragon King's consciousness, but some simple control was enough. With Zhou Wen's order, the seven strange dragon-like tentacles of the Seven Seas Dragon King roared at the sky. The mutated marine dimensional creatures retreated into the Seven Dragon Sea like the tide. Seeing a powerful dimensional creature like the Seven Seas Dragon King listen to Zhou Wen's orders, everyone's expressions turned even odder. They found it unbelievable that he was only a human youth. In particular, many people from the Hui and Feng families recognized Zhou Wen. They knew that he was Hui Haifeng and Feng Qiuyan's classmate, so their expressions were even stranger. Back when Feng Qiuyan mentioned Zhou Wen to his family elders, he even said that Zhou Wen had taught him many things. Back then, the Feng family thought nothing of it. Now, from their point of view, Feng Qiuyan was extremely lucky to be able to learn from Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was afraid that Ninth Arch would return to the underwater palace to cause trouble for Mia and company, so he landed on the Seven Seas Dragon King's head and spoke to Li Xian and Hui Haifeng. I'm heading to the underwater abyss to take a look. Do you want to come with me? We'll go with you. Li Xian chased after him with Yer in his arms. Hui Haifeng also boarded the Seven Seas Dragon King. The Seven Seas Dragon King reluctantly headed for the sea and quickly vanished in the raging waves. Old Master Hui, are we still leaving Sea Return City? Family head Lu walked to Old Master Hui and asked. The others also looked at Old Master Hui eagerly. Although they usually let Old Master Hui take the lead, they were clearly more respectful now. Old Master Hui knew very well that the reason they were so reverent wasn't because he was the head of the Hui family, but because of Hui Haifeng and Zhou Wen. Although he didn't know if Zhou Wen had called Hui Haifeng along on purpose or not, it had undoubtedly helped the Hui family greatly. In the future, it would be much more convenient for the Hui family to handle matters in Sea Return City, especially matters related to Hui Haifeng. As for Hui Haifeng's previous research results, everyone saw its potential and possibilities. They no longer dared to underestimate him. If not for Hui Haifeng's gold powder, they would have long been infected. They wouldn't have had the chance to wait for Zhou Wen's appearance. The Feng family was also secretly doing the math. Zhou Wen's relationship with Feng Qiuyan wasn't any weaker than his relationship with Hui Haifeng. They felt like they could do something. There's no need to leave for the time being, but the situation is unpredictable. Everyone should return and pack up. Leave and think of backup plans for the family. Old Master Hui said ambiguously. Many people strongly agreed with his words. They were in a rush to escape. Previously, they hadn't been able to take their possessions with them. Now, they could return to take them. They had to slowly transfer the family assets away. Even if they could stay in Sea Return, they couldn't treat this place as their foundation. Before Zhou Wen and company arrived at the underwater abyss, they saw Mia return with Qin Ling and Feng Qiuyan. They were fine, having only been imprisoned in the palace by Ninth Arch. Mia had finally broken through the power that sealed them and saved them. Ninth Arch is a strange person. He can be considered vicious for trivializing the murder of billions of people, but he didn't kill us despite having so many chances, Li Xian said. It's true that we can't treat him as simply a bad person, but sometimes, such people are even more terrifying than bad people. Zhou would pause before saying, we still have to think of a way to resolve Qin Ling's problem. Otherwise, Ninth Arch will eventually make a comeback. If I'm not wrong, the source of those marine mutated creatures should be her, right? Hui Haifeng said, as he sized up Qin Ling. Qin Ling nodded slightly. I'm sorry for implicating everyone. There's no need to say that. You're not at fault. The one at fault is this era. Hui Haifeng thought for a moment and said, if you believe me, you must give me some time. With my research, I might be able to resolve the problem with you and stop Ninth Arch from seeking you out again. Qin Ling looked at Hui Haifeng in puzzlement before looking at Feng Qiuyan and Mia. Senior Hui has done a lot of research on biological mutations. Let him give it a try. Perhaps he really can succeed. Even if he can't, things can't get any worse, Li Xian said. Li Xian still trusted in Hui Haifeng's character. If you trust us, you can let Senior give it a try, Zhou Wen added. When Qin Ling saw Feng Qiuyan and Mia nod slightly, she bowed at Hui Haifeng. I really don't know how to repay you. If it really succeeds, taking good care of our junior Feng will be considered the best payment, Hui Haifeng said with a smile. Zhou Wen knew that Hui Haifeng had the confidence for him to say that, but he didn't know what he was going to do. Zhou Wen didn't know much about this, so he couldn't help much. All he wanted to do was head to Ninth Arch's Abyssal Palace to see if there was anything there. After finding so many ice dragon objects, there might be something similar in the Deep Sea Palace. Chapter 991 King of Earth. The palace in the deep sea was now empty. Ordinary dimensional creatures didn't dare approach it. Of Ninth Arch and the Seven Seas Dragon King, who lived here, one had fled while the primordial spore controlled most of the others' autonomy. Zhou Wen searched the entire palace, but he failed to find anything. There were only some daily necessities and equipment here. It looked like this palace was more like a place that Ninth Arch used for research. Zhou Wen wasn't interested in the research data and equipment here, but Hui Haifeng treated them like treasures. Zhou Wen had no choice but to help him transport the equipment and data back. Although Hui Haifeng's research direction was similar to Ninth Arch's, Hui Haifeng wasn't as radical. The results he could produce wouldn't be as unreliable as Ninth Arch's. Without any results to speak of, Zhou Wen went to the Seven Seas Dragon King's nest to take a look. This time, he discovered the Blue Glacier. When he dug it out, he saw something that looked like a fingernail. It was very likely the tip of a dragon claw. This discovery delighted Zhou Wen. He wasn't a match for a terror-grade creature yet, but with these terror-grade items, he had a chance of injuring or even killing them. Therefore, Zhou Wen treated them like treasures. Thinking that he hadn't been to Infinite Island where Dragon Granny resided, Zhou went there and found another terrifying item that looked like a dragon's whisker. The 7 Dragon Monarchs and Dragon Sea Dragon King's nests have the Ice Dragon King's terror items. If Night Arch killed the Ice Dragon King, why did he place these things in the 7 Dragon Monarchs' nests? Why didn't he collect them himself or destroy them directly? Zhou was extremely puzzled. If he hadn't found the Ice Dragon King's terror items, it would have been difficult for him to injure Night Arch, and he might not have been able to stop him. Inside the empty underwater palace, Zhou took out all the Ice Dragon King items: tooth, bone, scale, horn, whisker, claw, eye, and hair. These were all parts of the Ice Dragon King, but they were not complete. They were only a very small portion. Zhou could clearly sense that there was a vague connection among the Ice Dragon King's terror items, but this connection was extremely weak and didn't have much effect. From the looks of it, there's something missing? Zhou had a nagging feeling that the 8 items weren't complete. The completeness Zhou mentioned wasn't referring to the Ice Dragon King's body, but the 8 items when placed together felt like something was missing. The Arch said that even a terror-grade creature will find it difficult to revive after death, but just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. I think there's something wrong with these items. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Night Arch to place them in different places. He could have kept them for himself. Zhou wondered if there was another item that belonged to the Ice Dragon King in Night the Arch's hands. Perhaps it was the most important one. Ordinary creatures didn't dare touch terror items, much less carry them on their bodies. However, Night Arch was naturally different. He was already at the terror grade, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, he didn't know where Night Arch had gone. Zhou didn't wish to see him again, much less snatch the item in his possession. In the next few days, Hui Haifeng did some research work. At the same time, he obtained information about Night Arch. This information and equipment made Hui Haifeng more confident in solving Qin Ling's problem. He had already begun making preparations. He believed that they would be completed soon. Zhou didn't understand any of that. When he was bored, he looked at the cube's ranking and realized that the top 10 had already been occupied by guardians. Furthermore, there were already 14 guardians on the rankings. During this period of time, there were more and more guardians on the rankings. It looked like they all wanted to use this ranking battle to defeat their opponents. Ranked first was still Ye. The second was still Great Skyfiend whom Ye had defeated. The third was Fairy Burial. Following that were some guardians that Zhou had never seen before. Their names looked very powerful. There was also a fellow named Metal Reaper. Zhou looked at his projection and realized that the guardian was like a metal robot. It looked like it had explosive combat strength. For some reason, Starry Night, who was previously ranked very high, had fallen to 10th place and barely maintained its top 10 standing. Zhou searched for Starry Night online and realized that a guardian had challenged Starry Night previously, but Starry Night didn't accept the challenge. Its ranking automatically dropped. After a few consecutive challenges, Starry Night didn't accept any of them and quickly fell to 10th place. The reason Zhou paid more attention to Starry Night was because he felt that Starry Night might be Lu Yun, but it was only a guess. On the rankings, the guardians that Zhou could already confirm were Jiang Yan's Fairy Burial and Yusuji Nao's Great Skyfiend. In addition, Zhou guessed that Ye was Zhong Zia and Starry Night was Lu Yun. If he thought about it this way, among Wang Mingyuan's students, only he and Hui Haifeng weren't on the rankings. Hui Haifeng wanted to do research, so he definitely wouldn't participate in the battle. Zhou didn't have a strong desire to participate either. Previously, he had wanted to participate in the battle because he wanted to go to the dimension to take a look at Wang Mingyuan's situation. However, now that he knew that Wang Mingyuan was doing pretty well there, Zhou lacked the motivation to participate. It didn't seem worth risking his life for a divine fruit. Furthermore, Zhou hadn't advanced to the mythical stage, so it was impossible for him to participate in the battle. As Zhou was studying the ranking, he saw the cube suddenly light up. It was the countdown on it. There was only a month left. On the cube's screen, a shadow appeared. The shadow was distorted and blurry, making it impossible to see what it looked like, but it made one feel that it was a biological creature. Zhou had once entered the dimension and knew that the other party was indeed a biological creature, but because the level of the dimensional world far exceeded Earth's, the vision of Earth's creatures couldn't accurately capture the other party's physical characteristics. Therefore, it looked like a distorted shadow. In fact, it wasn't that the other party was distorted, but that the level of vision of humans on Earth was insufficient. Soon, the figure emitted a voice. In 720 hours, the first on the ranking will become the owner of Earth, who will control the fate of Earth. Humans with guardians, show your strength to your heart's content. The victor is king, and the loser is vilified. This is an eternal truth. I look forward to the birth of the King of Earth. Chapter 992 Dimensional Wheel. Many people disapproved of the Shadow's words. So what if someone became first on the rankings? No matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to control all of humanity. The various bigwigs wouldn't admit that such a person had become the Lord of Earth. You might think that this is ridiculous. Why is the person first on the rankings the Lord of Earth? It's very simple. This is because the first on the rankings will obtain the dimensional wheel that represents dimensional power. Whoever controls it will obtain invincible power. The possession of the dimensional wheel will last until next year's ranking battle. Then, the next king of Earth and the owner of the dimensional wheel will be decided. As the figure spoke, a light wheel appeared on the screen. As the light was too intense, it was like a sun. Ordinary people couldn't see what it was. Zhou Wen took a careful look and could only tell that it resembled a sphere. He didn't know what it was for. Had the rules been changed? Zhou Wen was puzzled before sending the Dharch a message. The Dharch, I remember you once said that the various races agreed to hold a guardian battle once every 100 years to determine the ownership of Earth. Why has it become a year? The Dharch quickly replied. I'm in Chess Mountain. How would I know what happened in the dimension? However, I can guess that it might be related to your teacher, Wang Mingyuan. Why? Zhou Wen didn't understand how the Dharch had come to such a conclusion. Because the fellows in the dimension also have fear, the Dharch said. Fear? Are you saying that they are afraid of teacher? Zhou Wen was puzzled. Although Wang Mingyuan had become the king of the dragon gods, according to what Zhou Wen knew, there were 8 such monarchs among the Octokind. Furthermore, above the Octokind were terrifying apocalypse-grade powerhouses. It didn't seem right to say that they were afraid of Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan only absorbed and fused with a guardian. In such a short period of time, he actually broke through to the calamity grade. Such an evolutionary speed is extremely terrifying in the dimension. You have to understand that the time in the dimension isn't calculated in the same way as here. Any lifeform's lifespan far exceeds humans by 100 or 1,000 times, but their evolution speed will also be much slower. Wang Mingyuan's evolution speed has frightened some dimensional species, so they want to speed up their exploration of Earth, the Dharch said. If they are really that afraid, why don't they just kill teacher? Zhou Wen felt that the Thearcha's analysis wasn't convincing. It's not like there's only one race in the dimension. Their relationship is very complicated. Although I haven't seen him with my own eyes, I can imagine that your teacher is a very intelligent person. He understands the balance of survival in the dimension. Although it might be very dangerous, he hasn't died yet, the Dharch said. That's just your guess, Zhou Wen said after some thought. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. What's interesting is that some people have changed the rules, proving their impatience. The Dharch didn't argue with Zhou Wen. What exactly is that dimensional wheel? Can one really be invincible with it? Zhou Wen now valued this problem. I don't know. I've been trapped in Chess Mountain for too long. In our era, there wasn't such a thing. However, since it's something that those fellows created, it likely has powerful strength. I don't know if one will become invincible with it, but the power of that thing is definitely not weaker than the Terra grade. The Dharch pondered. All the cubes in the world dimmed. The creature and dimensional wheel that had spoken previously vanished. Zhou Wen's expression was somewhat solemn. The appearance of the dimensional wheel had caused the situation on Earth to slide in an unpredictable direction. If it was really as they said, possessing the dimensional wheel meant invincibility, what would happen if the person who obtained the dimensional wheel was someone like Jing Daoxian and Night Dharch? Just imagine what would happen to Earth if an invincible power appeared on Earth and was controlled by a crazy person. Zhou Wen couldn't imagine it, nor did he dare think about it. At the same time, what made Zhou Wen feel depressed was the lofty attitude of the dimensional creatures. They seemed to treat Earth as a game arena. Whoever won the game would be rewarded by them. What was the difference between this and dogs in a dog fighting ring who were rewarded by their owners with dog food? How can I break the influence of the dimension on humans? Zhou Wen constantly pondered over this question. Snatching the so-called dimensional wheel that could bestow invincible power wasn't the real solution. Zhou Wen wasn't interested in being the king of the dog arena. What he wanted was to destroy the supercilious dimensional creatures. It doesn't seem possible to defeat them at present. The physiques of humans are too weak. Without the help of guardians, it's difficult for us to advance to the mythical stage. And a mythical stage is no different from cannon fodder in dimensional zones. Zhou Wen knew very well the difference. However, no matter how great the difference was, he still wanted to continue because there was no way out unless he wanted to muddle his way through life. Can I think of a way to sever the connection between the dimension and Earth? This thought surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Perhaps there really was such a method that could sever the connection between the two, but after severing it, humanity had no chance of advancing further. They would only be trapped in this world, making no progress. Once the passageway between the two was opened again, humanity would face an even more difficult situation. Instead of waiting to be ravaged,
He might as well resolve the problem now and make humanity stronger. He wanted humanity to be strong enough to fight dimensional creatures. Only then could they truly escape the fate of being enslaved. The Ice Maiden once said that Earth might be the birthplace of the dimension. Many things here can be said to be extremely precious in the dimension. Perhaps this is the true opportunity for humanity, Zhou thought to himself.
Are you interested in becoming the king of Earth? I can help you contract the strongest guardian.
The Dharch wanted to tempt Zhou again.
How powerful is it? Is it at the terror grade?
Zhou asked.
Of course.
The Dharch gave an affirmative answer.
A guardian that survived from ancient times?
Zhou immediately guessed something. This was because he had never seen a newly born guardian with the terror transformation ability.
Yes, an invincible guardian of that era.
The Dharch sent a message. Chapter 993 for a city.
Which guardian is it?
Zhou asked.
If you are willing, you will naturally know when the time comes.
The Dharch said.
Forget it. I'm just an ordinary student. I'll let someone else be the king of Earth.
Zhou naturally wouldn't agree. Now, he was just short of a glimmer advancing to a perfect body. Perhaps the mythical stage was already close at hand. How could he contract a guardian at such a time? Ignoring becoming the #1 person in the world back then, Zhou wouldn't even consider becoming the #1 person in the universe now. Furthermore, Zhou couldn't tell how true the Thearka's words were. The Thearka's era's invincible guardian shouldn't be from the Chess Mountains faction, right? Zhou knew some history. Chess Mountain likely represented the Shang dynasty, but the Shang dynasty was ultimately replaced by Zhou. If that was also a battle between guardians, the strongest guardian should be in Zhou. Therefore, Zhou felt that the Dharch was probably bragging and trying to trick him. Hui Haifeng's research finally produced results. After injecting Qin Ling with a new element, the Drakator bloodline in Qin Ling's body became stable. Zhou didn't know how he differentiated stability and instability, but Hui Haifeng told them with certainty that Qin Ling's Drakator bloodline couldn't be used to mutate other creatures in the future. In that case, Qin Ling would be useless to Night Dharch. Night Dharch probably wouldn't find trouble with her again. However, the dimensional creatures in the Seven Dragon Sea were a huge problem. If humans were injured by them, they would still be infected and mutate. This was something that couldn't be resolved. This was because all the creatures in the Seven Dragon Sea had been infected and mutated. There were so many dimensional creatures that they couldn't kill them all. The numbers were unimaginably huge. Therefore, they could only hope that humans didn't court death. As long as they didn't enter the Seven Dragon Sea, nothing would happen. Without the Seven Seas Dragon King's command, those dimensional creatures wouldn't rush out of the Seven Dragon Sea. Of course, it didn't eliminate the possibility that someone wanted to take that 1,000 chance. If the mutation succeeded, they could obtain quite a bit of strength. As for the Seven Seas Dragon King, Zhou got Primordial Spore to control it and enter the calabash. He made it its residence. Primordial Spore was still unable to completely occupy its soul. The Seven Seas Dragon King would occasionally resist, but most of the time, it was under Primordial Spore's control. Sea Return City's matters were mostly settled, and Night Dharch didn't return. Zhou planned on leaving Sea Return City and heading north. After returning to Luoyang, he would head to the North District to take a look. Firstly, it was because the Ultimate Family clan in the North District had expressed their goodwill to Zhou. Secondly, Lance had always wanted to invite him over. Furthermore, Sadie, Gully, and company were considered members of the Xianwen Club and had a good relationship with Zhou and company. They also wanted to invite Zhou to be a guest at the Ultimate Family clan. Sadie and Gully had originally come for Zhou. They didn't plan on really finishing their 4 years of studies at Sunset College, so it was only a matter of time before they returned. When they heard that Zhou was willing to go to the Ultimate Family clan, they planned on returning together. Now, the roads between the districts were getting harder and harder to traverse. They were afraid that it wouldn't be that easy if they returned any later. Zhou naturally wanted to go to the North District because he wanted to cultivate the Glimmerlife soul. He had to go to places he had never been before, or he would have only gamed at home. Hui Haifeng wanted to stay in Sea Return City to do research. Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan joined Zhou's trip to the North District. Feng Qiuyan didn't stay in Sea Return City to accompany Qin Ling. This left Zhou somewhat puzzled.
Little Yan Yan, Beauty Qin is alone in Sea Return City. Aren't you afraid that she will be snatched away by others?
Li Xian was more nosy than Zhou and asked directly. Feng Qiuyan sighed and said,
Actually, I don't know what to do. Don't tell me you despise her for having a dragon bloodline?
Li Xian said with widened eyes.
It's not what you think. It's just that I've always treated her as my biological sister in the past. I've never thought about romance. For the moment, I don't know what to do,
Feng Qiuyan said in frustration.
You really are blind to the comforts you are enjoying. If I had such a beautiful fiancée, I would have long given up my virgin boy skill,
Li Xian said.
Cut it out,
Zhou Wen said to Feng Qiuyan.
Then you have to think carefully. Don't regret it when the time comes. I know. I'll consider it carefully,
Feng Qiuyan said seriously. After meeting up with Sadie and Gully, everyone set off for the North District. There were indeed many changes on the way, but the Ultimate Family Clan had long sent people to pick up Sadie and Gully. Zhou Wen followed them without any accidents. The North District was even colder now. There was ice and snow everywhere. The creatures that could survive here had very strong physiques. Sadie and Gully described many dimensional zones in the North District to Zhou Wen, making him look forward to them. The group arrived at Frost City, where the Ultimate Family Clan was located. The city was actually built with ice. It looked like a fairy tale world. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Lance would welcome them, but he didn't see him. Furthermore, when Zhou Wen asked about Lance, the person who came to welcome them spoke hesitantly, as though he was hiding something. Gully was a straightforward person. He grabbed the person and asked,
"What's wrong with Lance?"
Helpless, the person could only tell Gully and company. Only then did everyone realize that Lance had been injured. The person who had injured him was a young man from the Ultimate Family Clan, but he could only be considered a collateral relative. Lance had been injured in a fair duel.
Impossible. How can that fellow Joseph be my brother's match? My brother can give him a 4-limb handicap, and Joseph still wouldn't be his match.
Gully shouted when he heard the name of the person who injured Lance.
Gully, you have been away from Frost City for too long. There are some things you aren't aware of. Joseph has contracted a guardian and is extremely powerful now. He challenged Lance and defeated him. Among the younger generation, he's the strongest.
As the person spoke, he said to Sadie,
"Sadie, you have to be careful. He challenged Lance and severely injured him. I'm afraid he will challenge you next." "How dare he?"
Gully said angrily. Sadie gestured for Gully not to be angry. After some thought, she said,
"Joseph is also a member of the Ultimate Family Clan. I don't think he will go against me. Let's head back now."
After the few of them entered the city, and Zhou Wen and Li Xian settled down, they planned on touring Frost City. Zhou Wen and company followed the local customs, and bought a fur coat and fur hat. Yer put on a white fox fur coat, and looked charmingly naive.
"There are actually people selling Tyrant Behemoth dolls here?"
Li Xian said in surprise, when he saw a large Tyrant Behemoth doll while they were shopping.
"That's a figurine, not a doll."
A 7-year-old boy corrected him seriously. Chapter 994 True Tyrant Behemoth.
"Isn't it the same?"
Li Xian said.
"Of course it's different. Figurines aren't toys for children, but works of art."
The boy explained seriously.
"I don't see any difference. It's just a doll."
Li Xian looked around and couldn't tell what was different about this Tyrant Behemoth doll. It just looked more exquisite. The boy said angrily.
"Not at all. If you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. This is a great work."
Li Xian looked inside the shop and curled his lips.
"If it's really a great work, why isn't there a single customer in the shop other than you? Let me see. Wow. Such a tiny doll is actually sold for more than 100,000. It's no wonder no one wants to buy it. After all, a doll is only a doll. It's so expensive. Which kid would spend so much money to buy a doll? With so much money, it's enough to buy a very good legendary companion egg."
Li Xian was bored and wanted to tease the boy. The boy immediately said,
"That's not the case. Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui used to sell very well, but what?"
Li Xian pressed.
"However, those people are too superficial. They feel that Guardians are stronger than Tyrant Behemoth, so they went to buy Guardian figurines."
The boy said sadly.
"Is this shop yours?"
Zhou Wen looked at the companion beast models placed in the shop. It sold several companion beast models, which topped the rankings last time, but most of them were Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui. Other companion beast models typically only had 2 or 3 types, but there were many different versions of Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui. There was a huge difference in sizes and models. There were replicas, cartoon versions, cute versions, and ferocious versions. There was a huge difference in size. The biggest Tyrant Behemoth was on the shop's display booth. It was more than 4 meters tall, and looked very similar to Tyrant Behemoth when it wasn't huge. It was a 1-to-1 replica. Zhou Wen really didn't know that Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui were so popular.
"Yes."
The boy nodded.
"Since Guardians are popular, why don't you sell Guardians? Is there a problem with the supply?"
Zhou Wen asked curiously. The boy shook his head and said,
"The figurines are made by our own factory. It's very easy to create a Guardian figurine, but I don't like it. I don't want to sell the figurines of those Guardians." "Why? Did a Guardian bully you?"
Li Xian asked with interest.
"I sold these companion beasts because they are partners who fight for humans, But those guardians aren't. I heard from Mommy that those guardians fight to enslave Earth and us humans. No matter how powerful they are, I won't sell their figurines, much less make them," the boy said with a serious expression. When Zhou and Li Xian heard that, they knew that the boy's background wasn't simple. For him to know this information, it meant that his father wasn't an ordinary person. "Others are selling them, but if you don't sell, there won't be any business." "Then, can this shop continue operating?" Li Xian said. "Anyway, the shop belongs to my family. At most, it won't be sold. It's not a big deal. Besides, I believe that Tyrant Behemoth, Tai Sui, and company will definitely showcase their powerful strength on the rankings. When that happens, those superficial fellows will know that companion beasts aren't inferior to guardians at all. They can even be stronger," the boy said. This time, Li Xian didn't strike a blow at him. He knew that the chances of a companion beast appearing alone were very low. It could only appear in a guardian battle coupled with another guardian. However, seeing how stubborn and serious the boy was, even Li Xian couldn't bear to tell him the truth. "Little E, we should return," a middle-aged man walked in and said to the boy. However, when he saw Zhou appearance, he said in surprise, "You are Zhou?" When the boy heard Zhou, he was first taken aback before his eyes widened. He looked at Zhou in puzzlement and asked, "Your name is Zhou too?" "Yes, my name is Zhou." Zhou nodded slightly. The middle-aged man said, "What do you mean by Zhou too?" "He's Tyrant Behemoth's owner, Zhou." After the boy heard that, he asked in disbelief, "You? Are you really Tyrant Behemoth's master? If there's no second Tyrant Behemoth, I think I should be the one you are referring to," Zhou said. You? Are you really? Is Tyrant Behemoth alright?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's great to be able to see you. My name is Li Binyi. I really like you and your Tyrant Behemoth." The boy immediately became nervous as he spoke incoherently. "Do you want to see the real Tyrant Behemoth?" Zhou asked with a smile. "Can I?" Li Binyi's voice trembled with excitement. "Of course." Zhou looked at the space here. The exhibition hall was very high, and was more than enough to accommodate Tyrant Behemoth. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth. "Wow! It's really Tyrant Behemoth. It's so cool. It's even cooler than what I saw in the video. Our figurines aren't good enough." Li Binyi looked at Zhou with a look of longing. "Can I touch it?" "Of course. If you are willing, I can let it take you around," Zhou said. Yes. Of course I'm willing. Thank you so much." Li Binyi immediately jumped up excitedly. Zhou got Tyrant Behemoth to extend its hand and lift Li Binyi up. It placed him on its shoulder and carried him around the shop. "How cool. When I grow up, I'll also want to have such a companion beast." Li Binyi stroked Tyrant Behemoth's hair and wore a blissful expression. "Sorry to trouble you," the middle-aged man said to Zhou. "It's nothing. It's rare for someone to like my companion beast so much." Zhou looked at the symbol on the middle-aged man's clothes and asked, "Are you from the Ultimate Family Clan?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes. I was in charge of picking you up, but something happened on my end and someone else took my place. I didn't expect us to be so fated to meet here. My name is Li Binyi." Zhou chatted with Li Binyi for a while before realizing that he was considered a collateral relative of the Ultimate Family Clan. He didn't have the bloodline of the Ultimate Family Clan, but he was invited to join because he was valued by the Ultimate Family Clan in certain aspects. Li Binyi was from the East District, but his wife had the pure bloodline of the Ultimate Family Clan. Li Binyi was a mixed blood. "Thank you. I've completed one of my 2 dreams. Now, I'm only left with seeing Tai Sui with my own eyes." When Tyrant Behemoth brought Li Binyi back, he still looked unsatisfied. He didn't want to let go of Tyrant Behemoth's fingers as he thanked Zhou. Chapter 995 Joseph 1. Li Xian couldn't help but be amused when he heard that. He glanced at Zhou and said, "Binyi, your other dream is to meet Tai Sui?" "That's right. Tyrant Behemoth is our Federation's hero, and so is Tai Sui. Furthermore, it's the previous generation's #1. I also want to see it with my own eyes, but I don't know who its owner is. I got Dad to help me investigate for a long time, but I couldn't find out who Tai Sui's owner is," Li Binyi said helplessly. "Indeed. A mysterious companion beast like Tai Sui must have a very powerful human master, an existence akin to the 6 heroes. It would be difficult to meet the owner even if I knew who he is, right? It's not difficult for you to meet Tai Sui. Just beg him," Li Xian said as he pointed at Zhou. "Why?" Li Binyi still didn't understand. "Because Tai Sui is also his companion beast. If he's happy, you can even hug Tai Sui to sleep, much less look at it," Li Xian said. Li Binyi gaped in disbelief as he looked at Zhou, speechless. It was as though happiness had come too suddenly. Tai Sui being his companion beast was no longer a secret. Many people around him knew about it, so there was no need for him to hide it. Zhou Wen decided to summon Tai Sui.
It's really Tai Sui. You actually have Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui at the same time. You're really lucky.
Li Binyi's eyes turned red from excitement.
It's alright. They aren't easy to raise,
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
Can I hug it?
Li Binyi automatically ignored Zhou Wen's words as he looked at Tai Sui, which resembled a white, bouncing ball with glowing eyes.
Sure.
Zhou Wen nodded. Li Binyi picked up Tai Sui with trembling hands. He felt like he was the happiest person in the world. In just one day, all his dreams were fulfilled. Li Binyi suddenly thought of something and asked Zhou Wen excitedly.
Zhou Wen. No. Idle. You will get Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui to participate in the battle, right? You will defeat those guardians, right? I have things to do at the moment. I'm not sure if I can finish them in time. If I finish it before the 1-month countdown, I might participate in the battle,
Zhou Wen said.
I see. I hope you can quickly finish your matters. I really want to see Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui defeat those guardians.
Although Li Binyi was somewhat disappointed, he still supported Zhou Wen. He only hoped that Zhou Wen could settle his matters before the ranking battle ended. If an adult heard Zhou Wen's explanation, they would think that it was just an excuse, but Li Binyi believed it.
Alright,
Zhou Wen answered with a slight nod. If he could advance to the mythical stage before the Battle of Guardians ended, he indeed had plans to participate in the battle. Even if he couldn't obtain first place, he could eliminate some guardians. Guardians would only become stronger. Just like Knight Thearka's guardian, it was already at the terror grade. Most of the newly contracted guardians probably hadn't reached the terror grade. It was relatively easy to eliminate them now. In the future, the situation would only become more complicated. However, it would probably be difficult to kill a guardian like Knight Arch. Although Zhou Wen had the Ice Dragon King's terror item, it wasn't easy to injure Knight Arch when he was on guard.
Little E, you actually believe such a lame excuse? How naive.
A voice sounded from the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man, who was about the same age as Zhou Wen and company, or just slightly older, walk into the shop.
Joseph, what are you doing here?
Li Binyi said unhappily when he saw the young man.
To visit my brother and uncle, of course,
said Joseph indifferently.
Who's your brother? We don't have that kind of relationship,
Li Binyi said.
You're still young and naive. I don't blame you.
Joseph frowned slightly before turning to Li Binyi.
Uncle, have you considered the matter we discussed previously?
Li Binyi pondered and said.
Joseph, you should know that the companion beast was specially prepared for Little E by the family head. Uncle, Little E is still young. If he wants to contract a mythical companion egg, he will have to wait at least a decade. You also know how fast the world changes. After more than a decade, mythical companion eggs will no longer be worth anything. Lend me the companion egg now. You also know that I've already contracted a guardian. With the help of a mythical companion beast, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Killing mythical creatures will be as easy as flipping a hand. How many mythical companion eggs do you want in the future? When Little E grows up, I'll give him 10 mythical companion eggs.
Zhou Wen and Li Xian listened for a while, and roughly understood what was going on. However, these family matters after all. The two of them didn't know the details, so they didn't say anything.
Joseph, I'm really sorry. This companion egg is said to be for Joseph, but it's actually the dowry that the family head gave to your aunt. The meaning is different. I can't lend it to you,
Li Binyi said.
Uncle, why haven't you gotten your head out of the mud? You and Aunt have raised me since I was young, just like my biological parents. Now that I've contracted a guardian, I have authority in the family. In the future, my authority will only grow. My parents are long dead, and you are my only family. In the future, not only will I take care of you and Aunt, but Little E will also have me to take care of in the future. Won't he have all the best resources when that happens? Now that I have the ability, I'll repay you in the future. You also know that I've just contracted a guardian and haven't had the time to obtain a mythical companion beast. If you help me now, it will be helping your own family,
Joseph continued persuading.
I really can't help you with this matter. Furthermore, we adopted you back then only because your mother is my wife's sister. We didn't expect you to repay us. We just want you to live well,
Li Binyi said. Joseph's expression became a little nasty.
Uncle, let's talk about this later. You have to discuss it with my aunt after all. She should understand that this is a good thing for our family. Then wait for her to come back. I still have guests to entertain, so I won't keep you,
Li Binyi said. Joseph glanced at Zhou Wen and curled his lips in disdain.
Zhou Wen, right? I heard that your companion beasts are very strong. Unfortunately, the era of companion beasts is over. In the future, it will be the Guardian's world. It's useless having so many companion beasts. Li Xian couldn't stand it any longer as he quipped.
It may be useless, but it isn't stopping you from shamelessly requesting one.
Joseph's expression turned ugly. Before he could flare up, Li Binyu said,
Gentlemen, the family head is still waiting to meet you. I'll take you there.
With that said, Li Binyu pulled Li Bini along with him and left the shop with Zhou Wen and Li Xian. Chapter 996 Choices ABC. After leaving the shop, Li Xian asked Li Binyu,
Brother Li, if it's convenient, can you tell me what's going on with this Joseph? This...
Li Binyu was a little hesitant. Li Binyu said angrily,
What's there not to say? That Joseph is an ingrate.
After Li Bini's explanation, Zhou Wen and company finally learned the details. Just as they had guessed, Joseph's mother and Li Binyu's wife were biological sisters. When Joseph was around 12, his parents entered a dimensional zone and never returned. Joseph became an orphan. Therefore, Li Binyu and his wife adopted Joseph. Although they couldn't say that they treated him the same as Li Binyu, they tried their best to take care of him, allowing him to live a carefree life. They even gave him various resources and opportunities. On the surface, Joseph was respectful and kind to them. When he grew up, he even helped run the factory. Who knew that he would secretly siphon off funds in the factory and nearly cause the factory to close down? Only then did Li Binyu suspect that there was something wrong with Joseph. If not for his deceased mother, it would have been enough to send him to jail. As for the details, Li Binyu didn't say much. However, one could tell that it wasn't Joseph's sole instance. Now, he was even thinking of targeting their mythical companion egg. He was extremely shameless. Li Xian and Zhou Wen were taken aback when they heard that. They never expected such a person to exist in the world. This wasn't hearsay. They had seen Joseph's face with their own eyes today. It was no wonder Li Binyu hated him so much.
To think that such a person would be fancied by a guardian. From the looks of it, the guardian standards aren't that great,
Li Xian said. Li Binyu pursed his lips and said,
Do you know what Joseph's guardian's name is? His name is Lai. The guardian ranked 14th?
Li Xian and Zhou Wen immediately thought of the guardian on the rankings.
Yes. Although Joseph has never said what his guardian's name is, it can't be hidden once he's on the rankings. I'm guessing that he must have obtained this guardian in the maze of lies. It's obvious that Joseph and his guardian aren't good people,
Li Binyu said. Zhou Wen had previously heard from Sadie and company that the Maze of Lies was a famous dimensional zone near Frost City. In the Maze of Lies, one absolutely couldn't speak the truth. Once one spoke the truth, they would be killed by the taboo power inside. Therefore, humans who entered the maze typically sealed their mouths to prevent themselves from speaking, lest they trigger the taboo power. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary human to not tell a single truth.
Dad, why did you stop Zhou Wen just now? Let Zhou Wen use Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui to defeat him. Let's see how arrogant he can be,
Li Binyu said.
He has a guardian. Don't take it to heart.
Li Binyu was actually afraid that Zhou Wen would be injured. Although Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui might be very strong, just as Joseph had said, people now felt that guardians were invincible. Companion beasts were no match for them. Otherwise, how could guardians be ranked at the top of the rankings? No companion beast's ranking could surpass those guardians. Therefore, Li Binyu stopped them in time to prevent Zhou Wen and company from being injured by the guardian.
So what if he has a guardian? One Tyrant Behemoth can defeat him, much less Tai Sui,
Li Binyu said.
So in your hearts, my guardian is so weak. It's no wonder Uncle refuses to lend me the companion egg. It's because you look down on my guardian.
At some point in time, Joseph had followed them and heard Li Binyu's words.
Little E was just joking. Don't take the child's words seriously.
Li Binyu had no choice but to say,
No, Little E has a huge misunderstanding about me and my guardian. From the looks of it, I have to resolve this misunderstanding.
Joseph looked at Li Binyu and said,
Little E, since you think his companion beast is stronger than my guardian, why don't we make a bet? Let him fight me. If he wins, it will prove that your words are correct. I won't mention borrowing companion eggs again in the future. If he loses, why don't you lend me your companion egg?
With that said, Joseph added with a smile,
Since you are so confident in his companion beast, you wouldn't be afraid to accept my challenge, right?
Before Li Binyu could say a word, Li Binyu said,
Of course I dare. However, Zhou Wen and company are guests. I can't trouble them.
Joseph looked at Zhou Wen and said,
Little E is so confident in you. Don't you want to help him?
Li Binyu hurriedly interjected,
Joseph, they are the family head's guests. Don't mess around.
However, Joseph curled his lips and said,
What guest of the family head? Aren't they just Lance and Sadie's friends? Lance has already been defeated by me. When I'm free in the future, I'll defeat Sadie and let the family know who the real genius is. Are you sure you want to challenge me?
Zhou Wen suddenly asked.
Of course, if Little E is willing to let you represent him, I don't mind letting him know that in this world, only the Guardians are truly powerful existences, said Joseph. Alright, wait a moment.
Zhou took out his phone and sent a message to Lance and Sadie. After all, he was a guest invited by Lance and Sadie. It didn't seem too good to kill the guardian of the ultimate family clan here, so he informed the two of them first. Joseph was quite a distance away from Zhou, but his eyes were good. He realized that the friend icon he was talking to belonged to Lance.
You only want to investigate me now? Isn't it too late?
Joseph said contemptuously. He didn't spend much effort defeating Lance because the latter was only at the epic stage. He didn't even have a mythical companion beast, so he easily won with a guardian. Therefore, he was very certain that Lance didn't have any information to divulge to Zhou. However, when Joseph saw Zhou's message, he nearly blew his top.
There's a person in your family named Joseph who wants to challenge me. As he's from your family, I want to ask for your opinion. As for the 3 options below regarding the Guardian, which one is more suitable? Please reply with the letter as soon as possible.
A. Beat him to death. B. Cripple him. C. Knock him out. Then, Joseph realized that Zhou had copied the message and sent it to Sadie as well. Beep. Beep. Soon, Lance and Sadie replied. Their answers were unanimous.
A.
Chapter 997 The Maze of Lies. Lance and Sadie gave the answer A, clearly telling Zhou that there was no need to have any qualms. Since they didn't mind, Zhou didn't need to have any qualms. This Joseph was irritating. Furthermore, he could also eliminate a guardian in passing. There was no reason for him to let him off. After receiving the answer, Zhou looked at Li Binnie and asked,
Are you willing to let me fight him on your behalf? Of course I'm willing. Please let him know that a guardian is nothing impressive.
Li Binnie said excitedly.
Didn't you want to challenge me? You can do it now,
Zhou said to Joseph.
You sure are confident to think nothing of guardians.
Joseph curled his lips in disdain before asking Li Binnie.
Uncle, can he represent you? If he loses, will you really lend me the mythical companion egg?
Li Binnie was somewhat hesitant, but Li Binnie said to him,
Dad, please agree. Zhou has the strongest high sway and tyrant behemoth. He won't lose. Please, Dad.
Li Binnie patted Li Binnie's head.
Alright, I agree.
Li Binnie didn't have as much confidence in Zhou as Li Binnie did. However, no matter how precious a mythical companion egg was, it ultimately belonged to Li Binnie in the future. There were some things that he should experience. It was naturally best if Zhou could win, but even if he lost, he could teach Li Binnie a deep lesson that he would never forget. Although he might lose a mythical companion egg, Li Binnie believed that it wasn't an unacceptable price. If Zhou knew that Li Binnie was thinking this way, he would probably sigh. The son of a rich family was really blessed.
Uncle, it's not that I don't believe you, but there are some things that need to be made black and white or it might hurt our family's feelings when the time comes,
said Joseph. Li Binnie frowned, but before he could say anything, Zhou continued.
Yes, we should make a contract. Both parties are responsible for any losses incurred during the duel. It will save us trouble. Yes, in case Joseph cries from the beating and goes to the family head to complain again,
Li Binnie said.
Also, if I lose, you can take the companion egg. What if you lose?
Zhou asked Li Binnie.
I won't mention borrowing the companion egg again in the future,
said Joseph without blushing. Zhou was about to say something when Li Binnie shook his head and said,
Forget it. It's fine as long as there's no trouble in the future.
Zhou felt that Li Binnie had his own considerations. If he were to take something from Joseph now, it would only spell trouble if he continued to pester them in the future. Since Li Binnie had already said so, Zhou didn't say anything else. Joseph quickly came up with 2 contracts. After Zhou and company saw that there was no problem, they signed and thumb-printed the contract.
Since it's a fair duel, let's fight in the family's arena tomorrow. It will also let everyone know that the era of Guardians has arrived,
Joseph said arrogantly after putting away the contract. Before the Guardians appeared, Zhou could be said to be the top representative of the younger generation. He had powerful companion beasts and excellent talent. Everyone in the Federation's 6 families knew Zhou's name. Even the older generation feared him. He wanted to fight Zhou not only because of the mythical companion egg, but also because he wanted to tell everyone that he, Joseph, was a true genius, a person recognized by God. The so-called geniuses in the past were just humans blowing their own trumpets. They had never obtained the recognition of God. Therefore, he chose to fight in the family's arena. Furthermore, he wanted to wait until tomorrow to let everyone in the Ultimate Family Clan know of this matter. At the same time, he could personally defeat Zhou when in front of his family's elders and peers. He had absolute confidence in Guardians, believing that only a Guardian could defeat another Guardian. Zhou felt that it didn't matter and agreed. Joseph then left in excitement.
It was easy to imagine that he would quickly inform everyone he knew to watch the battle tomorrow. In fact, even if Joseph didn't publicize it, Frost City was only small. There were no secrets that could be hidden. Soon, everyone would know. Zhou, do you need our help to prepare anything? Li Binyi felt that Zhou was helping him in battle, and that he should do something. If possible, take us to the nearby dimensional zones to take a look. We just came to Frost City and are very interested in the dimensional zones here, Zhou said. Don't you need to prepare for tomorrow's battle? Li Binyi asked. I'm already prepared. There's no need to make any last-minute preparations, Zhou said. That's right. With Tai Sui and Tyrant Behemoth around, you can definitely defeat Joseph's guardian. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle. Li Binyi wore a look of anticipation. Under the lead of the Li father and son duo, Zhou, Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, and Yer went to a few more famous dimensional zones. Unfortunately, Zhou didn't discover the tiny palm symbol in the first few dimensional zones. When he arrived at the Maze of Lies, he chanced upon a tiny palm symbol. Is this the dimensional zone where Joseph obtained the guardian? Li Xian asked curiously. That's right. The Maze of Lies is very special. You mustn't tell the truth after entering. For example, if you say your name, it will be the truth. You will be killed by the taboo inside. Li Binyi explained the situation inside the Maze of Lies. Zhou took out his phone and casually took a picture of the tiny palm symbol. Soon, the Maze of Lies dungeon was downloaded. According to the Li father and son duo, the Maze of Lies was rather dangerous. Apart from the taboo of not being able to speak the truth, the dimensional creatures inside had very strange powers. For example, there was a mischief clown that would hide in the maze and call your name out of the blue. If you answered, it was equivalent to telling the truth. You would be killed by the taboo in the Maze of Lies. Apart from using the taboo power, the mischief clown also had some strange skills. For example, he had an elastic ball that would cause the body to bounce uncontrollably if it was hit by it, making it difficult to dodge its attack. There were many strange dimensional creatures inside. According to the legends here, the dimensional zone, Maze of Lies, was likely owned by a very famous deity. It was the legendary god of mischief and lies, Loki. Legend has it that in the deepest part of the Maze of Lies, there was a magical mask of mischief. One would gain Loki's divine powers from wearing the mask. Of course, that was only a legend. No one had really seen the mask. Chapter 998 Can't Tell the Truth. After circling Frost City, Zhou felt that his Glimmer Life soul was already showing signs of a breakthrough, just falling short of it. For some reason, he couldn't really break through to the perfect body. Could it be that I can't advance the Glimmer Life soul by just going to new places? Zhou thought of all sorts of possibilities, but he couldn't figure out the problem. In Frost City, he had only downloaded a copy of Maze of Lies. There were many famous dimensional zones in the North District, but it required them to leave Frost City. Zhou and company didn't plan on going for the time being. After returning to his residence, Zhou realized that Lance, Sadie, and Gully were waiting for them. Lance didn't look injured, but he was in a wheelchair. His leg must have been injured badly. A beautiful girl was standing behind the wheelchair. It looked like she had pushed Lance over. I've been waiting for you. Unfortunately, I'm temporarily unable to fight you, Lance said helplessly. Is your leg alright? Do you need help? Zhou's primordial human sovereign was very effective in treating external injuries. Lance shook his head and said, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. There's no problem. As for you, you have to be careful when fighting Joseph. His abilities. No. I should say that his guardian abilities are somewhat strange. Strange in what way? Zhou wasn't a fanatic who pursued combat excitement, so every bit he learned about Joseph's guardian was for the better. I attacked his body with all my might, but in the end, all his injuries were transferred to me. Lance explained the situation. Damage reflection? Zhou asked. No, if it was damage reflection, I would have known back then. His ability made the injuries on him appear on me after I was done with the assault. It was as though those injuries were alive and could run on their own, said Lance. That's quite a special ability. Zhou pondered as he thought about how to deal with such an ability. But if it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Lance smiled. If I destroy his guardian, will your family really be fine? Zhou found it odd and couldn't help but ask. No problem, Lance answered with certainty. From the looks of it, Joseph is really hated by everyone. At the very least, he has a guardian. How can the family not value him? Li Xian said. The family also wants to value him, but unfortunately, he doesn't share the same views as the family. He has secretly done many things that have harmed the family's interests. He believes he did them flawlessly, but in fact, the elders in the family are already well aware of them. They are just discussing how to deal with him. Sadie said. I see. Only then did Zhou understand why Sadie and Lance had answered so readily. It turned out that their family had originally planned on dealing with Joseph, but they were somewhat afraid of his guardian. Furthermore, Joseph was ultimately a member of the Ultimate Family Clan, so it wasn't appropriate for them to make things too nasty, making the other families in the North District laugh at them. Zhou suddenly wanted to fight Joseph. If he could really kill Joseph's guardian, it would help the Ultimate Family Clan resolve a problem. They were naturally more than happy to see it happen. From the looks of it, one doesn't necessarily enjoy special treatment just because they have powerful strength. It's no wonder Joseph didn't plan on letting Li Binny's mythical companion egg off, Zhou said with a sigh. Uncle Li and Aunt raised Joseph for nearly 10 years and treated him like their own son. They invested all sorts of resources into him, but what he did bitterly disappointed us, let alone Uncle Li and Aunt, Sadie said. Everyone chatted for a while before Lance and company returned. They agreed to celebrate after Zhou's victory tomorrow. Zhou lay in bed and took out his phone to open the Maze of Lies dungeon he had downloaded today. After entering the game, the blood-colored avatar appeared in front of an ancient castle. The castle looked very strange, like an ancient amusement park. The various buildings were very strange. Furthermore, the castle door looked like a clown's face. The door was the clown's laughing mouth. Entering the castle was like being devoured by a clown. Are you a man or a woman? A line of words suddenly appeared on the door. A pop-up appeared in-game. There were two options, male and female. Zhou naturally chose male, but following that, the blood-colored avatar exploded on the spot as the screen went black. Holy sh*T. So this is also the taboo power of the Maze of Lies? Zhou immediately understood that he couldn't make such choices in the Maze of Lies. Zhou wanted to know the various strange things in the maze, so he didn't use the heaven opening scripture. He dripped his blood and revived before arriving at the door of the Maze of Lies. Are you a good person or a bad person? However, this time, the question on the door changed. It was different from what he had seen previously. Zhou immediately felt stumped. He felt that he wasn't considered a good person, but he didn't seem to have done anything too bad. He probably wasn't considered a bad person. However, there were only two options on the phone, good and bad. Zhou had to choose one of them. I should be barely considered a good guy, right? Then, according to the Maze of Lies, I should choose bad person, right? Zhou chose bad person as his answer. Bam! The blood-colored avatar exploded on the spot again. The armor and essence energy on his body were useless. How is that possible? Am I a bad person? Zhou found it unbelievable that the taboo power of the Maze of Lies had determined that he was a bad person. Zhou dripped his blood gloomily to revive again, allowing the blood-colored avatar to come to the entrance of the Maze of Lies. What was even more depressing was that the question on the Maze of Lies' door changed again. Is your girlfriend your left hand or right hand? F***CKU. I'm not playing anymore. Zhou activated the heaven opening scripture and pushed open the door to enter the Maze of Lies. With the protection of the heaven opening scripture of the highest elder, the taboo power didn't work on the blood-colored avatar as it successfully entered the maze. The first thing he saw when he entered the castle-like maze was a huge merry-go-round. The diameter of the merry-go-round was at least 30 meters. At this moment, the carousel was spinning, and the horses were moving up and down. On one of the wooden horses, Zhou saw a puppet clown in a clown costume. He was sitting on the wooden horse with 3 different colored balls in his hand. He tossed them around as though he was performing on stage. Is this the Mischief Clown? Zhou had already heard from Li Binny that Mischief Clown was an epic dimensional creature with very unique abilities. It wasn't difficult for Zhou to kill Mischief Clown, but he wanted to see what kind of abilities the Mischief Clown had. If the skill was really good, he could consider using it for fusion in the future. When the clown who was tossing the ball saw the blood-colored avatar, he threw the red, yellow, and blue balls at it. Chapter 999 Arena. Zhou summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull, and got it to block in front of him. With a boom, the red ball immediately turned into a ball of flames after hitting the Great Might Vajra Bull, enveloping its entire body. Thankfully, the Great Might Vajra Bull's body was sufficiently powerful. The epic flames had no effect on it. Seeing that the red ball was useless, the clown threw the blue ball out. After the blue ball exploded from the collision, it formed a huge ice fog that could freeze people into ice. Unfortunately, it was only at the epic stage. The Great Might Vajra Bull trembled, and the frost on its body immediately fell to the ground. It couldn't be injured at all. Finally, the clown threw out the yellow ball. This time, after the yellow ball shattered, there was no fire or ice. There was only a plume of smoke, and then there was nothing. This yellow ball should be the so-called elastic ball, right? From the looks of it, it's useless. It has no effect on mythical creatures. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about it, Great Might Vajra took a step forward. With this step, the Great Might Vajra bull's body seemed to have a spring installed in it. Its body leaped up high. When it landed heavily on the ground before being bounced even higher. The Great Might Vajra bull waved its hooves in the air, but it couldn't control its body. Its body seemed to have turned into a bouncing ball as it bounced around the ancient castle. Although the puppet clown's strength couldn't injure the Great Might Vajra bull, it left it in a sorry state. This skill is interesting. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that this skill was quite good. It could actually affect mythical creatures. However, this skill was clearly useless against the Mischief Clown. The Great Might Vajra bull quickly adapted to the elasticity, before transforming into its thousand-handed, bull-headed form. With a golden beam in its hand, it blasted the clown apart. Zhou encircled the maze, and encountered quite a number of Mischief Clowns. Therefore, he killed every one of them, hoping to obtain a few Mischief Clown companion eggs to use for synthesis in the future. This skill was useless for the Mischief Clown, but it might be useful when paired with powerful pets. As he farmed the clowns, he searched the maze. However, in the maze that resembled an amusement park, there were Mischief Clowns everywhere, but he didn't see any other dimensional creatures. Strange. Li Bini clearly said that there were many strange dimensional creatures here. Why do I only see clowns? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't find any other dimensional creatures. While Zhou Wen was grinding dungeons, the news of his battle with Joseph had already spread throughout Frost City. It wasn't just the members of the Ultimate Family Clan. Even the other families and ordinary people in Frost City learned of this news. Ordinary people weren't too familiar with the name Zhou Wen, but some of the more powerful families knew what the name represented. Before the Guardians appeared, Zhou Wen was synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation. However, with the Guardians around, no one could guarantee that Zhou Wen would be as invincible as before. The top 14 on the rankings were all Guardians. Such a battle result was too dazzling, making it impossible for people not to treat the strength of Guardians seriously. Although Joseph's Light Guardian was only ranked 14th, it still suppressed all companion beasts that fought alone. Furthermore, the Lai had never fought other Guardians. Perhaps its combat strength was higher than its actual ranking. Therefore, early at dawn the next day, many people from Frost City went to the arena. However, most of them were here to see the Guardian. Only a small number of people had expectations for Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen arrived at the arena, he saw that it was already packed with people. Even the top of the walls had people standing on them, and the entrance was packed to the brim.
Brother, can you make way and let us pass?
Li Xian led the way, but after squeezing for a long time, he failed to squeeze in. There were too many people inside.
Let you pass? As if I don't wish to enter? Do you think it will work? If it works, I'll be watching the duel inside. If you want to watch the duel, slowly squeeze in. Don't keep thinking about stupid tricks.
The man in front said. Li Xian thought to himself, if Zhou Wen doesn't enter, what match is there to watch? He naturally couldn't say that, so he could only continue squeezing in. Thankfully, Li Xian had a solution. He released some stinky goo, and immediately, the people nearby couldn't help but squeeze to the side. Finally, they had more space to move around. However, this move hurt indiscriminately. It wasn't easy for them either. After squeezing in with great difficulty, there was still a sea of people inside. It was unknown why the people of Frost City were so free to come here early in the morning to watch their duel.
From the looks of it, that punk Joseph has spent quite a bit of effort. He got so many people here just to finish you in front of everyone.
Li Xian saw through Joseph's thoughts.
Actually, I don't like so many spectators,
Zhou Wen said. The few of them continued to squeeze in. Thankfully, Gully discovered them through the surveillance cameras and sent someone to pick them up.
Why did you enter through the main entrance? Why didn't you use the special underground passageway?
Gully asked Zhou Wen and company in puzzlement.
There's a special passageway?
The three of them were taken aback.
You said there was no need to pick you up, so I thought you knew. Let's not talk about this. Let's head to the lounge to prepare. That punk Joseph is dying of eagerness,
Gully said. Joseph was indeed impatient. The two of them should have gone on stage at the same time, but Joseph had already long appeared in the arena. Furthermore, this fellow was delivering a speech.
Although I grew up in Frost City, I believe there are many people who don't know my name. My name is Joseph, and I'm a member of the Ultimate Family Clan. As a person chosen by God, I've signed a contract with the Guardian. I will represent the deities to protect Frost City of Frost. No matter what difficulties I encounter, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will fight foreign enemies to the death. It's a pity this fellow isn't a politician,
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips when he heard Joseph's speech. However, the ordinary citizens who didn't know Joseph well cheered after hearing his words. Some even shouted his name. It looked like he had successfully fooled many people.
What a worrisome fellow.
Gully said gloomily. Zhou saw Sadie, Lance, and company when he arrived in the lounge. Zhou, you definitely can defeat him and let those people know how powerful Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui are, right? Li Binny asked Zhou. Of course. I still have some experience in killing guardians. Don't worry. Zhou ruffled Li Binny's hair before walking towards the entrance. The moment Zhou walked out of the tunnel, he immediately heard a tsunami-like booing. Regardless of who was in the right or wrong, from the perspective of the people in Frost City, Zhou was an outsider. They were naturally more willing to support the local Joseph, and had treated Zhou as an enemy. Chapter 1000. Make sure you don't move. 2. Seeing Zhou enter the arena, Joseph's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his hand and said, Isn't your Tyrant Behemoth very strong? Then I'll wait for you to summon it. If I were to attack first, you wouldn't even have the chance to summon a companion beast. As soon as these words were spoken, the spectator stands were filled with cheers. Regardless of whether Joseph had the ability or not, such a domineering declaration made the locals, who supported him, feel their blood boil. Furthermore, the people here were valiant. It was a place that held martial arts in high esteem. This person really doesn't know the meaning of death, Li Xian said with a smile. Feng Qiuyan pondered for a moment before saying, With Joseph's personality, he should have some ulterior motives for doing so. Previously, Lance said that Joseph has the ability to harm others by transferring injuries. I think he plans on using that move. That's why I said that he hasn't died before. He actually dares to use a technique that he has already used before in front of Zhou. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how he died, Li Xian said with a smile. That's true. Since Coach already knows that he has such an ability, it would be too naive for him to use this move against Coach, Feng Qiuyan said with a nod. Seeing Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan looking as though Zhou was bound to win, Li Binyu couldn't help but frown and say, A guardian's strength is the strongest at present. Furthermore, Zhou hasn't seen Lance and Joseph's battle with his own eyes. It's best to be careful. It's best to summon more companion beasts to probe his strength. Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan didn't say a word as Lance said with a smile, Uncle Li, don't worry. If the move he already knows about can injure him, he won't be Zhou. Upon hearing Lance's words, Li Binyu couldn't help but be surprised. Lance was a very hard-working person, and his talent was unparalleled. Although he had lost to Joseph, most people in the Ultimate Family clan didn't believe that it was a true defeat. This was because Lance didn't contract a guardian or use a mythical companion beast. It was an unfair battle against Joseph, so the Ultimate Family clan's importance of Lance didn't decrease at all. Li Binyu had never seen Lance praise others in such a tone. Even an elite like Sadie had never been praised by Lance like this. Li Binny also said confidently, Dad, don't worry. With Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui around, Zhou will definitely win. Is that so? Li Binyu looked at Zhou in disbelief. He didn't know what kind of magic Zhou had that made these people so confident in him. It could be said that it was blind faith. In the arena, Zhou wasn't angered by Joseph's provocation. He said without a change in expression, There's no need for Tyrant Behemoth to deal with you. Just summoning a companion beast is sufficient. The moment Zhou said that, the crowd booed. To the locals of Frost City, Zhou words were too arrogant. Although Joseph didn't dare say that he was invincible, he had a guardian after all. On the rankings, only a guardian could surpass a guardian on the rankings. Even if Lai was defeated, it wasn't something any companion beast could defeat. Is that so? Then just randomly summon a companion beast. I'll stand here motionless and see how you defeat me, said Joseph coldly, as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The people of Frost City cheered for Joseph. Zhou only smiled. Stand still? I hope you will do as you say. You don't have the right to make me move, Joseph continued provocatively. He wasn't doing it purely for his reputation, but to infuriate Zhou and get him to use all his strength. The more serious his injuries were, the stronger the guardian would be. Lai had a skill called Hypocritical Transaction. When using this skill, the damage he suffered would be transferred to the opponent who injured him. However, Hypocritical Transaction had a time limit. He only had a few seconds for the transaction, so he wanted to infuriate Zhou and get his companion beast to attack with all its might. After transferring the power that was released, in the span of a few seconds, there was a possibility of directly killing the other party's companion beast. He wanted Zhou to lose a mythical companion beast first. This was the price Zhou had to pay for underestimating him. The reason why Joseph dared to challenge Zhou was because of the existence of this move. This was a skill that was the nemesis of Tyrant Behemoth. The stronger Tyrant Behemoth was, the higher the possibility of death. Zhou didn't say anything else as he summoned a companion beast. Everyone looked at the short sword beside Zhou in surprise. It was a red-sheathed short sword that was about a foot long. The hilt resembled the head of a phoenix, making it look extremely exquisite.
They had never seen such a companion beast before, and didn't know its origins. However, they were somewhat disappointed that Tyrant Behemoth wasn't summoned. Tyrant Behemoth's domineering stance of invincibility was something they had admired. They never expected Zhou to summon a short sword that didn't look domineering at all. Li Bini, Lance, and company were also intrigued. They didn't know what was so special about the short sword Zhou had summoned. They wondered if it could really be effective on Joseph.
What companion beast is that sword? Is it very powerful? Why didn't he use Tyrant Behemoth and Tai Sui?
Li Bini looked at Lance in puzzlement, hoping that he could answer his doubts. Lance looked at the bronze sparrow sword in front of Zhou and said,
"From the aura of that sword, it should be a fire elemental mythical companion beast. It being a sword and fire elemental in nature, there's no doubt that it's a companion beast with extremely high offensive strength. However, Joseph has the ability to transfer damage. It's very risky to use such a companion beast to attack Joseph. However, Zhou definitely has his own plans. We'll just watch."
Li Bini also became nervous when Lance said that. Li Bini's judgment was the same as Lance's. He also felt that it was clearly irrational for Zhou to use such a companion beast to fight Joseph. The best way to deal with an ability that could exchange damage was to use companion beasts with the ability to confine the opponent's body. This was a more normal solution. Clearly, Zhou didn't have such plans.
"Are you ready?"
Zhou held the bronze sparrow's sword and asked Joseph.
"Anytime. However, such a crappy sword probably can't injure me. It's best you summon Tyrant Behemoth."
Joseph mocked.
"Since you're ready, make sure you don't move,"
Zhou said as he unsheathed his sword. The fiery red bronze sparrow's sword tore out of its scabbard and stabbed at Joseph with a tornado-like inferno. With the augmentation of Vidra drill, the bronze sparrow's sword instantly appeared in front of Joseph and stabbed into his chest. Well done. Joseph wasn't alarmed but delighted. Such a violent attack meant that the sword-shaped companion beast was indeed very strong. It was enough to teach Zhou a lesson by killing it first.